The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What is going on, my people? Welcome to another Coliseum on a Saturday night by your host, R.P.L. What's going on, my people? What's going on, my folks? Hope everybody's doing good. Everybody's doing wonderful. Everybody's doing great on this Saturday night. Appreciate you guys for coming through. Those that do, you know. So like I said, as long as I'm getting support, I will keep doing the Saturday Night Coliseum as much as possible because I know how important it is to this space. I know how important it is for you guys to come through, to talk your shit, to listen, to congregate with like-minded individuals, to challenge yourselves for the better. Hope everybody's doing well. Everybody's having a good weekend. Some of you guys may have a 3-day weekend. So, we're going to have a good stream. I may do a stream tomorrow because I'm actually off tomorrow. I'm actually off tonight and tomorrow, believe it or not. So I may do a little stream tomorrow just to kind of make up for me not doing one last week, even though salute to Charles Faulkner for stepping in when he can. Appreciate you, bro, stepping in. But we got a lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of stuff that I know about, a lot of stuff I don't know about. We are going to be talking. We'll probably have some conversation about Angry Man debating Destiny. And I did see in the chat that someone said something about Austin Holloman. Now, I don't know too much about Austin Holloman stuff, so y'all have to bring me up to speed on that. So just to get up, so there was a lot of stuff that happened in the Manosphere. Some stuff I caught, some stuff I didn't. So we want to, like we said, this is the year end, or not year end, but the weekend event to talk about all these things that that has been going on in the Manosphere. So we're going to be talking about this. We're going to be examining it, and we're just going to be having a good old time like usual. I'm here tonight. As long as you guys are engaging, I will stay up all night if I have to. We will do a 12-hour stream as long as the comment section and the people who are want to come up on this platform are still coming up and not tired. I will be here 12 hours if need be tonight because I didn't give you guys a stream last week. So you guys want this to be a 12-hour stream? You guys want to have intelligent conversations? You guys want to go back and forth with people? We can do that. We're going to do it respectfully, but we can do that. But it's all up to your engagement, whether I stay up here at 12 hours or not. So just keep that in mind. Because I'm up for it. I got me on coffee. I got me a tall glass. Got me I guess I got this new vanilla bean creamer in it. And I got like 10 cups of coffee waiting on me just to get a refill. So we gonna be here all night if you guys want it. So it is what it is. But let's just take one thing at a time. If you want, I'm gonna go ahead and sit there and drop the link because I know you guys are probably anxious to talk because there was a lot of stuff going on. Like I said, I know a little bit about the Angerman situation because I was actually looking at that talk back and forth with him and Destiny. I don't know too much about the Austin Holloman. I heard a little bit. That's it. I know that a lot of people have been insinuating that MTR is actually giving that pipe work to Melly Monaco. So I've been watching videos on that. One thing I can say, I haven't heard too much on Old Girl from Kevin Samuel's platform. And I don't know if it's because my channel was taken down or whatever, but y'all know who I'm talking about. Why can't I think of her damn name right now? But the chick that had the surgery done that lives in Atlanta and she's like 40, 41, 42, and she has a kid, but she left her husband because, hypergamy and all that shit. I haven't seen too many videos on her, so maybe did she quit YouTube or maybe just my algorithm is just different? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Yeah, Melanie King. Yeah, I haven't seen too many videos about her doing videos, so maybe she quit or something. I have no idea. So a lot of people's videos have not been coming through, maybe because they haven't done a lot of content. I know I haven't done a lot of content in the past 2 months, 2.5 months, just because I've been trying to focus on my damn job. But that's got to stop because I gotta put content out for you guys. I really do. You guys come through here every Saturday to watch my show. I got to make sure you guys have content to watch. So without further ado, we're going to get some content in here. We're going to go ahead and drop this link. And like I said, this Saturday night hangout is for you guys. Whatever you guys feel like donating to the channel, if it's $1, that's great. I do $1 hollers. Anything more is on you. And I appreciate everything that contributes to the stream. Like I said, anything that I do as far as that money that you guys send me is to improve the quality and setup of the stream. I have I'm probably gonna have a soundboard next week, which is actually a free soundboard. So I'm actually going to try to play around with that this week to see if it was going to work with the stream. If it does, it's good. Also, too, BGS is graceful enough to let me use his StreamYard account to do the anime stream. Now, how this is going to work is that it's going to be off of YouTube, but I can post you guys the link in my community tab. So how I plan on doing it, because I wanted to do it on YouTube, but because of YouTube's policies, it might strike my channel. But with this system, I can get up to 250 people. Now I'm not gonna get 250 people trying to watch anime, but the amount of people that I have that subscribe to me that want to watch it, we can do it. So we can actually do an anime day to where I will play the anime from my computer, screen share it with audio. You guys can watch it with me, and then after we can discuss it, have fun, something to engage you guys in. Those that like anime. So I'm pretty sure, like, I think about 70 to 80% of the guys that watch me like anime. And it could be various genres. Y'all can request something to me. The one thing I do want to watch is Jinro. Jinro is one of my favorites. So whenever me BGS can get that situated and get it finalized and everything, I'll let you guys know. So that way we can do that and we can have ourselves, an anime day to where you guys can watch anime with me. We'll sit back and discuss it after the anime is finished. And then we can just have a good time, have some fun. Not everything has to be about these bitches. Sometimes it can be about us. You understand what I'm saying? Some things could be about us and just us having a good fucking time. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up AL and I'm going to bring up AB Media that's in the background. Anybody else that wants to come up, you guys are welcome. Like I said, if you donate to the channel, $1 is the limit. And then anything after that is on you guys. This channel is for you guys. So that way you guys can express how you feel, how you want to be to sound like, and just make sure that it's just respectful and I won't have any problems with it. All right. So without further ado, let's get started.
Testing
Hey,
one,
hey,
two, three.
hey, hey,
Testing.
AB Media, what is going
Hey,
on, my people?
what's going
Can you
on,
hear
Art?
me?
We can
Can
hear
y'all
you.
hear me?
Yes,
We
sir.
can
We
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Hey, AB. Hey, Art. We missed you. We missed you. We really, really missed you. We're so glad to have you back. Don't be missing no more days now, dude.
I'm actually good for this week and next week because I just saw my schedule. So y'all will have a Coliseum next week as well.
Cool.
And
Uh,
before you went on and said, well, I think I might do a 12 hours, just about to tell you before you said, so you know what? You know what you owe us? We ain't had it in a long time, all the way back to the BGS days. We do for a 12. We do for a double hitter, man. Let's just rock out. You say you off today, tonight, and tomorrow. Instead of you doing that second show, we just might as well just hit it up like old days. Go till we fall out. Come on now.
Hey,
mm,
it's up to the people in the chat and the people that get on the panel, man. I mean, I can't do a 12-hour stream by myself. It's gonna be
Well,
up to the
trust me,
people.
you ain't gonna do no 12-hour stream by yourself. You got your player partners up in here, man. You Gucci.
All right, if they
yeah.
can if they can survive, we can go for it. You know what I'm saying?
So that's calling all old school and new school Coliseum fighters who have been in this spear. If you've been in this spear and you down the herbal judo with some of the best and the all time great, the master educators, come on down. We got an ass whooping set up for you.
What's up, PK?
Yo,
Hey, did you get a chance to hear Mark Lamont Hill and Michael Eric Dyson cry like babies because they ain't relevant no more?
I mean, nobody don't give a fuck about them no more, man.
Yeah,
They're like 5 years too late for somebody to care about their. No, actually, shit, they're like 7 to 8 years too late.
pretty
To be
much.
honest,
But they particularly called out this space. The space from what I heard, based on what I
look,
heard. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay.
everybody's gonna call out this space because this space has become more popular. Shout out to Kevin Sands because he was the spear that broke the mold
Hmm.
to let people know that this is a space that you need to take seriously. So you're gonna have a lot of people coming after guys like us, guys like Angry Man, guys like Kevin, guys like Andrew Tate. They're gonna come for us, and we
Hmm.
and we have already told you that we are the bad guy because we are telling people the truth about what's actually going on here. We are actually
Yeah.
doing the research. This is one of the reasons why I made sure every book that BGS puts out, I got a physical copy because I don't know what these motherfuckers are gonna do. I really don't. I really don't know what these motherfuckers are gonna do with these books that we putting out. all these research papers and all this other stuff. Get physical copies, because if they, for some strange authoritarian reason, thinks that, oh, we don't need to put these books in print anymore, and the only way you can get it is you pay $150 to get a fucking book, you best believe you having that physical copy is gonna be worth more because it's actual fucking knowledge.
Trust and believe. At some point, I mean, there's a reason why some of these books are so expensive to buy in the first place. Um, so keep that in mind. And not only that, I used to be a firm believer that the internet was forever until, I would say about 5, 10 years ago, they started to really scrub shit and paywall shit that didn't used to be scrubbed or paywalled. So
Don't
yeah,
forget census. Don't forget census.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I made sure that I had a physical copy of the Kerner Commission, because that little ass fucking green book that even BGS has, even that, from what I read to you guys when I did a Kerner Commission with BGS,
Mhm.
is a little bit typed differently than that book that was written back in the 80s. I believe it was written in the 80s. So they are willing to change shit. Because I think even the Coffee Podcast, I forgot what that guy's name. Even that chat thing you showed me, AB,
Mhm.
is actually saying that gender is fluid.
Oh boy.
So
But you shit.
so if you type in red pill and all that stuff, it will actually tell you to go against red pill.
I mean, even when you go to Google, I mean, they censor your search results now. I mean, there's a reason for all of this, man. If you try to look up things in such a way to find something that's specific, information that used to be openly and easily available 5, 10 years ago is becoming more and more obscure and more difficult to find. You know, I mean, you used to be able to pull up whole, like this guy in the chat just said, whole archives of information. Things as simple as the DSM. All these things used to be readily available at your fingertips, and it's not anymore. The internet is not what it used to be. These things are becoming more and more hard to find. So,
Yeah, you got to know where to look. They're still
That's
out there.
Mhm.
You just got to know where to look.
that's
I mean,
because the nosy people get, the less they want you to know. Like remember what I was saying was, if you want to, if you wanted to keep anything from a black man, would you just put it in a book, right? We're reading. Now you know brothers got tired of hearing you brothers don't read. You niggas don't read like BJ said. Now brothers are reading, brothers doing the research and they looking and like PK said, they're scrubbing the information.
didn't they scrub out the whole black men are the best fathers or more involved fathers off what you call site,
From the report came from
CDC?
yes,
CDC?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they took that off. If I remember correctly, if that's what BGS said, they took that whole report off the CDC because too many of us was quoting it, that we're the most involved fathers in our child's lives.
Mhm.
So they took that out. So now you can't even research it and try to figure out like what's going on.
yeah, I remember you used to be able to go to the APA's website and pull up all the DSMs, all of them, and now they're paywalled. You actually had to pay money to be able to get your hands on a copy of the older DSMs. Didn't used to be like that. They used to be free sources you could just go up and look up on the internet. Not anymore. Unless you get it, from a PDF or you have something that's saved, or maybe if you look up a file torrent. But short of that, you really have to dig for just basic information now. Didn't used to be that way, but that's where we're at. That's where we're at.
I just got your mail. AB says, "Am I going live?"
Yeah. Well, got that answer.
Yeah, I know, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, what you
But
saying?
you didn't watch the whole interview with the soy boy with Valdez.
Uh, I watched. You know what? What I try to do? I didn't watch it from Anger Man's channel because I saw it come up. I watched it
Mm.
from his channel to see what his subscribers were saying.
Oh, I heard it was a feminist fest.
Yeah, but some of them actually said Anchorman did have a few good points, which was good.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, about especially about child support and stuff like that. What was going on with that? How you can be served and you don't have to sign for it.
Right.
I mean, there are instances where, you know, the chick has put your name on a birth certificate. They serve you to go to court to do a DNA test, but they have the wrong address, and because you don't show up to court, you're now dad by default.
Yep. He ain't lying.
And so these guys get put on dad by default, and even if they prove with a DNA test that that child is not theirs, it doesn't matter in the eyes of the court. You are still the father of that child, so you are responsible.
Hmm.
I think that, and this is just an opinion. I got a hot take. I think that conversation could have gone better, but it definitely could have gone worse. So, I think that the way that that conversation was structured, there were two. Unfortunately, it it was he was unfortunately led into the pace of Destiny's debate or discussion style. So there were many topics that were brushed over that really weren't fervently defended or discussed in any serious detail. And to be fair, I think that Destiny did back off on certain points because he did claim that he did not know. Um,
Yeah, he
however,
did.
by arguing that you don't know, you really shouldn't argue as if you're an authority on any sort of topic. If you don't know, you don't know. You have to relent. And unfortunately, I think that some of Destiny's ego won't allow him to relent on this topic because he's seriously invested in the red
His
pill
ideology.
discussions and debates.
To
I
be
mean,
honest
it's
with you, I
painfully
didn't even know he
incorrect.
was on Bernard's channel, and that's where like a lot of this stuff happened. Like, and I guess they decided to do a debate. So
I
Yeah.
was gonna
basically,
ask what
Yeah.
brought Uncle to say.
Just to give you some context, Valdez pulled up on Bernard's channel, and he
yeah,
pretty
because he
much
saw
ran.
Destiny up there.
Then Destiny pretty much ran from it. And to Destiny's credit, he showed up the next day to debate the Valdez.
Correct. Yeah. I didn't see
I didn't
this
expect
all in
that
real
because I thought he
time.
would have ran. I thought he would have ran like he did the first time.
Yeah,
AB was
I didn't see all this in real time. I kind of caught it, after the fact. I mean,
oh,
even the way that he was pulling information that he was researching on the fly. Unfortunately, he's just not well versed in any of these issues, and he's arguing mostly from a feelings perspective and information he can pull very quickly that's readily available
Yeah,
on the internet.
he's
You
arguing
know,
from a feminist perspective.
right?
yeah.
Not only that, he's essentially crowdsourcing the information about, and these people that are helping to crowdsource this information happen to be arguing from the position that they are authoritative by virtue of looking it up on the fly. They haven't read any of the information over any long period of time. They're just kind of trying to throw out facts to counter our positions. That's what's going on here. So he
First time
isn't
Google searches.
right.
Hmm.
And so unfortunately, he may sound like he knows what he's talking about on some of these issues, but he really
Mm,
doesn't. He's not well versed on any
That
of these
and
issues.
I think what we need to do if we're gonna ever have debates on these people, and I'm a firm believer on this, we need to start saving this information that we find onto our desktops, because then and start chronicling all these stuff that we find, like, put like child support laws and child support stories in
hmm.
folders on our desktop, so that way when we have debates with these people, we have the ammo ready right then and there to shut them down and say, this is a story right here, read it. This is a story right here, read it. This is a story right here, read it. This is the information that where I got this from, read it. And just bombard these people with all this information, and people to be like, well, damn, he's got all this shit. Like, how can you I mean, because if you have facts upon facts upon facts. That's written documents, videos, things of that nature to back up what you're saying
Mm-hmm.
right there on the ready. It shows people that you are well researched and knowing about what's going on in the fucking world. Because it's so fucking easy for people to look at you as like, oh, you're whining and complaining. Right now, I mean, yeah, we could have done that back in the past. But if we're going to try to start doing this in mainstream media or in mainstream YouTube and start having debates outside of the manosphere per se, or this sector of manosphere per se, and start going into these broader feminist leaning um chat rooms, we need to have the fucking ammo to put out there and say, listen, y'all don't know the fuck y'all talking about. Prove me wrong on this point. And this is the document, this is the video, this is the article that says exactly what I'm saying. What do you have to counteract that in real time in physical documents? Show it to me. And then if they
Well,
don't have anything, guess what the audience is gonna look at like? "Ugh,
well,
I can't.
as far as the conversation overall is concerned, outside of our particular sphere, in the broader mainstream discussion, the way that these discussions are being handled are in an informal context. Even when we do have, for instance, even in the Angry Man discussion, it's not being handled in such a way that is very evidence based, and the evidence that's being pulled is very on the fly. It isn't something that is being taken seriously, mostly by either parties involved. um, People are invested in these arguments and have their minds made up from the beginning. They're actually not very concerned with what is true and correct. Some of these people, they're actually attempting to push an agenda one way or the other. Now that can be fine up to a certain point, because when it reaches the mainstream, as it has, like you mentioned a moment ago, you're trying to sway people towards a particular position. And I think that for people obviously in our sphere, we've already described our position and laid out our information in a litany of YouTube videos that have much of this information at the ready, even if it isn't something that is laid out, with links available. These things can be followed up and researched based on the things that we've said. Not only BGS has a litany of videos at the ready, you have videos now. You have people like Green Gorilla who actually have popped open the book. You have people like Dr. Timer Curry, who has been uh, referenced, as well as other scholars, right? So these people have the information at the ready if they want to research it. But like I said a moment ago, they're invested in a particular view, and they're trying to push that view by virtue of essentially extended it's an extended way of trying to propagandize the general populace towards a particular viewpoint, at least
I'm
from the feminist side. Like, that's what's going on, Destiny side specifically.
well. This is why I'm saying it, and I think I said it a couple months before. I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to convince the people that are actually listening, because most people on the panel are already going to have their point of view.
Mm-hmm.
It's up to the people listening, because that's the most important thing. Because you're going to have your point of view, I'm going to have my point of view, but it's up to the person listening to verify. Um, okay, I have this person versus I have this person. Who is more credible to listen to? And the people that's really on the fence on this shit that can sway either way is the people that you have to sway. There's this person that you have to believe that what you're saying is legit. It's just like with an election. You have Democrats and you have Republicans. Small percentages on both sides, but the majority of people are fence riders. And those people who you convince that are fence riders are going to be the people that's actually going to be on your side. And you just have to sway these people to say, listen, I understand what you guys are saying, but this guy's actually bringing all this information, laying it out, going through these books and stuff like that. What are you guys doing on this side? Just talking about how you feel versus what all this information these guys are saying? that's actually written down, research. We're quoting statistics, we're quoting doctors, we're quoting psychologists, stuff like that. Versus over here, that means they have to do the due diligence to counteract everything that we're saying. V4V, who are you? Because I know you're not Grinch.
That's the one guy from before. He was here before, not too long ago. It's not Grinch though.
V4V, who are you?
Good evening, Master Educator.
Hey, what's
V4V.
going on, AL? V for V, speak up or you
Hey,
forever
what's going
hold
on?
your
That's
peace.
the soldier from a while ago. I saw the topic and wanted to get my little 2 cents.
Well, there is no subject. This is open hangout. We're just having a conversation.
Oh yeah, the Destiny thing. You know how they say like the young are liberal and as they get older they go more to the right. I think that it was very. Well, I watched a part of the Angry Man thing because Destiny posted it on his channel. I'm not a supporter of him, and they're like a huge sect of the left that's on the Hassan
The bread too, the
and
bread too, folks.
yeah, and Hassan, Destiny, Ethan Klein, like all of these people. And I'm a little younger, so it's like you get to see these people, and these are who most of like your friends are watching. Most of like especially when I went to a PWI, these are these people are watching. So it's I think what you said was correct. You have got to come to him with so much material on yourself, or he will talk you down your entire rabbit hole that will get you caught up. He'll bring up hypotheticals. He'll bring up all types of things, and then he'll start getting out of pocket with you when he realizes how unprepared you are. You have to come into it very, very prepared. From the debates that I've seen him get absolutely roasted in, it's actually really interesting because he is not. As the years have gone on, he's gone more to the right side with like the Nick Fuenteses and stuff, and then I watched.
We got to explain. We don't know who these people are.
Okay, so Nick Fuentes is the one that was with Kanye whenever he was on Alex Jones's show and got kicked off. Basically, he's the one that's helping him with this campaign. There's people like Sneeko. I don't know if you've heard of him. Who's
we heard of Sneeko,
on the right side. That's very good friends with Destiny. These people, I was watching them for a very long time just to see the left and the right hand side. But BGS, you had mentioned something in a video that you had posted yesterday or the day before, or something like that, and you had said, "Why are people even debating them?" From the community that you all are talking about. Why are people?
They have no clue about. I understand the left, I understand the right, and stuff like that. From a higher level of geopolitics. The thing is that I was a MGTOW, man. I was basically me and Art were MGTOWs, right, to begin with. So we were on the white side of the manosphere, right. And basically the reason we came over here is because what they talk about doesn't address us. Okay, people like Destiny. Okay, you're a white liberal intersectional feminist who actually trained in a PWI. You have no clue about what black people and black men, especially working class black men, have to deal with. Okay, you don't date black unless you live in the black neighborhood. And you're married to a black woman. You have no clue what.
So then he goes into the besides just the black part. He goes into
the dude's from Nebraska, to be fair. So he doesn't have any experience around black people in the general sense.
Yeah, he has no earthly idea.
That's what I was saying. So the thing is, I know they're debating him because he's making the rounds, and it's good for views.
Of course, you said it. You said it very perfectly. You said that the more I was noticing things, how they were going on, like they have the whole entire within the white manosphere. There's like the debate sphere, the super red pill, the super. I'm going to get the gotcha moments in. And then the more I was realizing is exactly what you said, is that these people are doing these for money grabs. They have no real change that is coming for the political sphere that they even find themselves in, forego all of us. Then on top of that, what he's going into, I don't know if as you all said, you all don't really know his background that well. Of course, like, I watch so much stuff all the time.
I know a bit about him.
I've seen a couple of stuff with him where he debates people. Like I know he's been on Abba's been on his channel and stuff like that before, and they've had disagreements.
Man. That literally have zero time.
Yeah, the thing with
to be clear, to be clear, I think I've been watching him for about 2.5 years.
Really?
On and off. Yeah, I know him well.
Okay.
You gotta remember, I came from Twitch originally, right? So I was a streamer. I did that years ago. So I knew who he was a long time ago, and
Okay.
I knew he was going to be making his bent to the sphere back then. I just didn't know when. I knew that what we were talking about was going to be something that he would eventually come to discuss. I
Oh,
already
how
knew
come?
that
How come?
And then PK, the thing
No,
that
hold on,
was
hold on,
so
hold on, hold on, hold
oh,
on.
sorry.
You said he eventually he's gonna come this side. Why did you think that?
because
Because
I knew the types and the styles of discussions that he was having was going to eventually include our discussion because of the impact that these
Talking about black
issues,
people?
oh,
Because
you're
not
talking
just
about
black people, but I'm talking
talking
about
about the black manosphere and the impact that we're having on the
correct,
discussion. Okay, all right,
correct.
okay, I get you.
And then the to add in with what PK is saying, what he had said earlier to you, are enraged about how the the political positioning that he is slotting himself towards.
Mm-hmm.
Destiny is the type, he is actually going out and running campaigns, pushing campaigns in Georgia, in in the blue states that have been going on for the last 2 years. He is actually going out and physically campaigning, getting these large Twitch audiences. Of course, he got banned off of Twitch. These large YouTube audiences, he is
Okay,
actually getting them to go door to door and
okay.
knock on
mm,
these and move
Can't.
them to the Democratic side. And it's really
Oh, okay,
insane when
okay,
you think about
okay, okay.
it. Really insane.
He's a Daddy Soros initiate. Okay, all right,
He
Correct.
just
Yes.
said,
Yeah.
okay, all
Actually,
right,
like actually behind that.
Actually,
Yeah.
yes,
okay.
yes, like 100%.
Okay, so he's a open society type of guy. All
Hmm.
right, I get you.
Yeah.
All right,
He's a hundred
uh,
percent hardcore
neoliberal.
neoliberal. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
and you can't go at him with the white post, because then he goes back and says that he's a Cuban. So he's from Cuba.
that he's
Or
still white.
yeah, so
Just
but
because
I know
Cuba, he's
that
still
he's
white.
passes as white and he will be seen
No,
as,
no, 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 no.
but
No, Cubans,
yes,
Cubans that came from Cuba they are white. Okay, they're
100.
white.
Yeah,
They're white.
I
Okay,
agree. Sir.
they agree that they're white. They've been accepted as white. They've been indoctrinated as white. They're white. Okay, because they shit on the black Cubans when they come over here.
yeah, they do. And trust and believe they are the most hardcore Republicans you will ever see.
Yeah, they've been that way since the '60s. So they have indoctrinated themselves as white. Okay, so they're white. So
Okay,
he's a
so it
white guy.
says he says that he is openly bisexual, is currently in an open marriage to his
Man,
wife.
Okay, and what else is there?
how
Wow.
intersectional feminist can you get, man? But basically, that's
Yeah,
because I had Doctor Neil talk about people like him, right? Because got to remember, Doctor Neil, Doctor Johnson, and Doctor Gigi taught these people. Okay, so they know them inside and out. Okay, and if you go back and read feminist literature, that's why I say go back and read more in Title IX. Okay, that's exactly the kind of guy they've been trying to shape
That's what you said
these people
yesterday. That
into.
Yeah.
he's the archetype that they want for
He
everybody.
was he was the, he's the archetype, but he's also the fucking archetype. Guess what? That what most of the white women don't want. If you
nope.
so if
Yep.
you because if you read
complete turn off.
because if you read the richer sex, what was that? Art read that had that book about that other feminists that talked about if you if
Yeah.
women if these feminists don't
Um,
accept these kind of guys,
Slaughter,
then
Aunt Marianne Slaughter, I believe her
Marion
name was.
Slaughter. Yeah, there's about 4 or 5 books out there that they've
Yeah,
if you
a
go
lot
read
of women ain't gonna go with that because
they
there's a lot
yeah
of feminist women that from these white women that actually, and I've even read that they believe in the feminist ideal, but yet they still want their man to be masculine.
they
They
want
still want their man to provide. They
they,
still want these traditional roles that their man to have, but they
traditional
don't want to have
privileges.
traditional. Yeah,
They want modern like they said basically something Kevin Samuels said. They want to be modern women with modern women privileges, but they still want to get
the
traditional
traditional benefits.
patriarchal privilege benefits from men, and that shit
Hey,
doesn't work.
hey,
Mm-mm.
what's up,
I
BGS?
mean,
What's up, Art?
Gee,
What's
what
what
up?
up?
up,
What's
G?
up, G?
All right, I'm gonna speak on this dude y'all talking about from Omaha, man.
You
I
know
was
him?
waiting.
Omaha is hyper feminist, bro.
Correct.
Get him.
Omaha
In
is it's a
Omaha?
rich
Yes.
Omaha,
Yeah.
yeah, Nebraska. I'm explaining to you Nebraska.
Okay,
Period. I'm from there,
okay,
born and
okay,
raised, I work in the economy and all that. Omaha is in a surplus every year, like the city itself, like money
okay,
wise, and
okay,
all of that extra money is geared towards the social programs.
Okay.
So all the women in Omaha, like the way that the males, like Omaha is real Midwestern. It's just one of them states where the women get all of the benefits. How we talk about the social programs for boys and all, there's none of that for real. Like, but the girls, they get the college, all of that shit. Like, they get the scholarships, and they got like high investment in girls' school. It's a weird thing because all of the other people's families and the minority families, they paying for their children to go to school, right? Black women don't pay for their children to go to school, but somebody pays for them to go to school. You get what I'm saying? So when you talking about this dude's policies and the stuff he's doing, he is a Republican, but that's what they do with the extra money. You get what I'm saying?
Well, he's not a Republican. He's straight liberal.
No,
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
What's that you say, BGS?
They have liberal Republicans. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they do. That's like the structuring. So if he's
That's the log cabin Republicans that are the gay wing of the Republican Party.
A social democrat is what he identifies as. He fiscally believes in most.
He is a neoliberal.
So he's a Bernie Sanders socialist. Is that what you're saying?
No, so he does not agree with Bernie Sanders. Like,
he's a neoliberal. So he's an open society.
Yeah, he's very liberal. Very liberal.
Open borders. Yes, all of it. All of it.
Oh, so basically
he's an established neoliberal.
Him and Klaus Schwab would have a lot in common.
From top to bottom, the way that he identifies and his political views are strictly neoliberal. Neoliberal.
Yeah.
And now that goes for the left and the right, because people think for whatever reason that people that are, identifying as Republicans can't be neoliberals. They are.
Because see, these are the guys that when I was in college, you're watching their videos and they're going over it was during the times of when, the Ben Shapiro's and the were going to the colleges and they were doing the so-called roast on the college students. And then they'd be the voice that would come in the background and say, this is not, oh, you really think you're dropping a bomb on 20-year-olds, on 19-year-olds who don't know anything about the world, and then debate broing them over the internet, but never being able to go in person because they did not have the clout at the time to do it. And since they've stepped into the red pill Manosphere side, especially through Fresh and Fit, through the Sneakos, through the not debating in panels of how you all have a panel here where it's multiple people, where it's actually just one-on-ones with intellectuals, with communists, with right-wingers, neo-Nazis, all these things. These people are going and moving further and further into the space that you all have said have been built on the backs of. And it's really, really insidious because he's going and he's taking, that's the next step that they're doing, is that these people are going from Twitch streamer where I played video games, Twitch streamer where I'm talking about politics, Twitch streamer where I get banned because I've said something that may have been offensive to the left too much. Now I'm going into YouTube, the YouTube space. I see just how much more money I can make in here. I'm going to see where the money can be made. The debating doesn't get the money. Okay, I need to go into the Manosphere area. The Manosphere area is talking about these topics. I know how to speak fast. I know how to read. I know how to bring up and Google at any point during a debate because I've already been through the debate bro era. And now I can actually go into the field in real life, real areas in places like Georgia to try and go get people like Stacey Abrams elected. How
did it work out?
Ooh, that didn't work out well too well.
We thoroughly enjoyed watching her get hurt.
Yeah, we actually
salivated at that shit.
We put a big dent in her shit.
So. But BGS, you know what it is, BGS? They're ultra liberal because they want to say what they want to say to you. You get what I mean? That's like the weird. It's like they racist in a nice way.
You know what? And this is the thing. This is the shit I saw with Destiny. People like him, right? People like him and FD Signifier. Basically, they drastically underestimate this space.
Yeah, they do.
And that is the downfall. FD Signifier ran back because he drastically underestimated this space. Okay, you got fucking 10 PhDs in this space. Okay, at any moment.
And they'll run you up out of here. Trust me.
At any moment.
And what they try to do is they try to pick up what they think is low hanging fruit.
Right.
It's like FD Signifier went on a stream. I forgot whose stream he went on. I
Yeah.
think it was DJ Kuda stream.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
everybody, but that he's the one person he never referenced in his videos. He referenced BGS, he referenced Anchorman, he referenced everybody who's a big name in this space. Not saying that DJ Kuda's not huge, but the thing about it is everybody who he went after,
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
never went to their streams to have a conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
So they
that's
make calculated. Go ahead.
no, that's the whole thing, and that's what people don't understand about this space. This is something that MGTOW could have gone further, but the thing is, they were afraid. What they underestimate about this space is that this space is well researched. Believe it or not, it's well researched. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
can we just dig up talking points at a moment's notice? No, because we're not in. It's just not a debate sphere. Basically, you have to win our people over time over here. And basically, if you come up with talking points that aren't true, you can get your head taken.
But
You can
see,
get your
that's
head.
not their.
This is not the space you really want to fuck with, because you guys debate, man. We're into blood sports over here. Okay, we
It's
gut
blood
each other.
sports on it's blood sports on you all's end, but the thing is that is with this younger generation that's coming up is this is not always about the blood sports. It really is, like you said in your video, about how
V4V. Who do you think we're talking to?
yeah.
You have 15-year-olds waving passports. Okay, who you think we're
I'm
talking
not
to?
saying that you all aren't touching them because obviously I'm in here, but I'm telling you that it's under all of the stuff that them trying to act like they're intelligent is that
Mhm.
they have said it in their own streams that this is strictly for entertainment and to bring in
Mhm.
more funds and profits.
Okay.
They
That's
can't
fine.
come into these spaces and they pick the low hanging fruits, the FD signifiers who just got roasted by Kidology, that black female that from Britain or whatever.
Yeah,
Who
because he
tried
didn't know
to
what he didn't know what he was talking
He
about.
didn't know what he was talking about, but the thing is, he doesn't go into and to talk to these people and people like you all because they understand that if it's going to be an actual talk and it's the blood sports, is that they don't have the time to be, oh, this is taking too long to go over on the point that you're making. I'm here because I want to get more clicks and I want to get more views.
Yeah,
They're
well,
they're,
that's
they're
fine.
doing it to fluff the nuts of the people of their subscriber base. That's really what they're doing.
Yeah.
Just to talk bad about the space, but they will never engage over here.
No,
They don't want that smoke.
And to be honest with you, Destiny's more brave than FD Signifier because Destiny
Yeah,
actually
that's
had a
Destiny
true.
went on. Yeah.
conversation with
Yeah.
Angry Man. Angry
Yeah.
Man's been in the space for a long fucking time. Angry Man is well researched. Angry Man knows what the fuck he's talking about.
yeah, but
And he's but what hurt Destiny is the simple fact that he didn't know anything about the child support laws. Where people in, like I said, I was on Destiny stream. I wasn't on Angry Man stream. I was on Destiny to see what people saying, and even people on Destiny stream said, "Destiny, you're wrong about this. This
Yeah.
does happen because there's been too many fucking videos outside of the Manosphere of news broadcasts that say that men get put on child support even though they're not the father."
Yep.
Because a motherfucker put their damn name down just so they can get benefits. That's
Yeah.
been going on for the past
Detroit
10,
had a real
15,
bad problem with
Well,
it.
15 years
30
on
years.
fucking you. Well, I'm just
Oh
saying
yeah,
on
15
YouTube where these
YouTube.
videos have been circulating. So everybody knows that this does happen to men. So for him to say that this doesn't, people say like, no.
But a lot of these, and this is the problem, man. After talking how, learning how these kids are actually taught, a lot of you guys are woefully mistaught. Because I get a lot of kids in here that have master's degrees and they're woefully mistaught. Man, I've had women that've come into these spaces, right, to debate with that actually are PhD candidates, man, and they get their heads taken because they're woefully mistaught.
But you see what Kevin Samuels did, rest in peace, is that he showed that just because you have a liberal education of high degree, whether it's graduate or doctorate level, does not mean that you are actually common sense. You have common sense.
No.
Common sense, but there's also the sense to understand that the things that are actually going around.
They are woefully mistaught. Okay, which is why they hate Tommy Curry, right? They're woefully mistaught. And I've been, as I wandered into the books, a lot of these kids, man, my daughter's going for a master's degree, man. Okay, she's going for a master's degree. I just finished writing her paper. She asked me to write a paper for her, right? and she was struggling with it. Man, I wrote that paper in like 40 minutes. How are you struggling with this shit?
The
Well, I would
problem
say
is
I
the
would
problem is in American school system and college system is that you are being taught to regurgitate. You're not
Regurgitate. Yeah.
being taught to think. And
All right,
if you were taught to think, you won't
Yep.
be saying a lot of people won't be saying the stupid shit that be coming out of that damn
all
mouth.
right, Edmore.
Roger that.
Don't talk about Mark Lamont Hill like that.
but even
He-
so, I would
actually,
say
Mark Lamont Hill is actually very well taught. Okay, but but the thing is, he's trying to carry a narrative. He's actually very well read, very well taught, but he can't. A lot of shit he's not going to say, which is what's wrong with a lot of these cats that are up there that hold these positions. Okay, they know what the truth is. They know what the truth is, but they can't say it because they're being restrained. That's what I'm noticing.
Roger
So
that. He got caught with that Palestine thing that he said, and it was shut closed mouth after that. Whenever he had that sit down and he was talking about the atrocities going on over there and how he was siding on the outside, not siding with the U.S. government with how they're treating Israel. And then he was saying how the atrocities that were going on with the bombings and the children and women that were being murdered over there with the carpet bombs, all these type of things. And he sat there and he cried in front of this congregate of people, important people. And immediately upon his return to the States, it was immediate. Mark Lamont Hill doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a Israel hater. He's a anti-Semite. All these things. They can't.
That's when he shut up.
Yep, that's when he can't be quiet. He is very well versed. I agree with you.
So this is why he's now going around saying that men can have babies. Good.
The men can have babies. Did he actually? I don't.
Yes.
He doesn't believe that. He just did he say
He
that?
said it.
Yes, he said it.
Yeah, he said it, but he don't believe it.
Okay,
believe it.
You have to understand intersectional feminist talk, right? Or gender fluidity talk, right? When he says men, you have to ask him what kind of men, right? Is it a trans man? Is it a trans man?
That's what he said. If
it's a trans man, guess what? A trans man that has ovaries and has a uterus can have a baby. Okay.
Remember that TV show where it showed it said that a man is having a baby with his wife, but it was actually a woman that transitioned to a man.
Yeah, I remember that.
What a word.
That's the word lingo that they try to. That's the word lingo they're trying to use. Is because they know it's a woman that transitioned to a man, but now this is the same thing. They say a transition woman to a man is a man, and they're trying to convince you that that's actually a real man, but it's not.
It'll
You
never
see,
happen.
the reason why that verbiage is so problematic is for the simple fact that we all know that only females can carry babies. We all know this.
It's female, right? Female is not necessarily a gender. Okay.
Fuck
female
you.
is a sex.
Fuck
right?
you.
One woman.
I'm not playing that game.
Exactly, man.
You don't have to play the game, but you have to understand the lingo that they're trying to use.
Yeah.
Okay? Instead of getting upset about it, you have to ask the question: are you talking about gender? Or you talking about sex?
100%.
I don't want to understand their lingo. It's like, yo, ain't nobody convince me there's multiple genders out there.
If you're gonna participate in just like anything, man. Basically, okay. So can you play? You from New York, right? Can you play basketball without knowing how to
participate in a lot of stuff that they do. Period.
Now, I'm listening
to the question.
Listen to the question. Okay, if you're gonna play, can you play basketball without learning how to dribble? Nope. I don't like dribbling, but you got to learn how to do it, right? Okay. If you're going to participate in this game, okay, then you have to learn the lingo. You have to learn the rules of the game. Okay. Exactly. These are the rules.
You have to use their knowledge against them.
I'm triggered. I'm actually.
I don't know why you triggered.
Upset.
You guys have been prepared for this. I don't know why you guys are triggered. You guys.
I understand. It's the thing that really bothers me is the fact that there are simple underlying biological truths that essentially that we're having to leapfrog around.
How you classify people is a human thing, right? How you classify people. If you classify,
it's very simple. We are not in rulership right now in this country. Like, you have got to understand that nobody here that has our skin tone is going to be at any point where we're going to be able to tell.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yes, I'm not saying that it's not ever going to happen because this is 400 years old. But the thing is,
guess what's happening already? Because I was just talking to not Game Changer, but Chaos about this, right?
Mhm.
If your birth rate, if the white birth rate is 1.3, guess what they're gonna have to do, baby?
That's why they're importing all these people.
They're gonna have to import people, and guess what? They're not gonna be.
They're not gonna be in rulership anymore.
They're not gonna be white.
They're not
They're
gonna
not
be
white.
because even the white countries are having trouble with their birth rates.
Where you gonna get white people from?
Mm-hmm.
Where you gonna get white people from? You want to import white people? Where you gonna get them from?
Europe.
They're having trouble.
Europe is 1.2. How they gonna give up people?
Yeah, I'm not saying that they can't. I'm just saying
did you remember when they got on those Arabs?
I don't think I haven't
in
looked
Europe
at
at that time, and they had a big whole kerfuffle about having them in their country.
Well,
because they had to.
They have to.
I haven't looked at the map. I know that you looked at it recently, BGS. I haven't looked at the map in like 4 or 5 years, give or take. But I don't think there's a country in the EU zone, even in Eastern Europe, that has a positive birth rate.
The only positive birth rate in Europe is France, and France, because France doesn't list the children by race.
Country alone.
France has been importing people from Africa since the 40s, really since the 20s. Okay, when after World War I, they started importing people. So France doesn't classify people by race. So that's how I can keep them on. But the white birth rate in France is 1.2.
Yep, and it's. I just want my question for this would be, since this open discussion is, since we find our place find ourselves in this place, right? For the people who are in positions to where they would like to seek that power within the society, where they're going to have to understand the colloquialisms, the syntax of the people around you, whether it be for whenever you have to debate them, or when you have to talk to them, have these conversations with them. How are you, besides reading a lot, besides making sure that you're always on point, putting something on your desktop so you can talk to them about it immediately? What do you do? Like,
if the one book, I think, I can't remember the name, even though I have it, the book that it represents the richer sex. What they're saying at the end of midday, what they're saying is second wave feminism has been outlined, as was started in the 1970s. The shit doesn't work. It's imploding. Okay, your birth rates, your fertility rates, your birth rates, your marriage rates, all that shit is down, right? The happiness of the female happiness scale is imploding. Okay, 45 Gen Z, the 45% of those women will not get married or have children. What kind of society are you going to have when 45% of your women don't have kids?
Uh-oh.
And
no, let him answer.
Okay.
Want him to answer.
What is this?
Post to the video of
in other words, second, why do you think Richard Reeves is putting out a book about men and boys coming from the Brookings Institute? Because what's happening is the men across the planet are saying, "Fuck it, we don't want to support this kind of society." What are they going to do about that? And when men don't want to participate, what are they going to do?
Not going to be able to do anything because the economy is going to crash. Most of the things that keep society together are going to fall apart.
It will implode. So
every single social system you have fails.
So the shit, what I would tell blue hair, the little twink. That's what I call him. What is a motherfucking twink doing in the Black Manosphere? You guys allowing a fucking twink in the Black Manosphere?
I agree with you.
I was offended by that. Why the fuck is what? No,
are you even talking to him?
Look, you saw that Angry Man show, right? I was like, damn,
I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I saw the movies of Bernard Riley. Okay, he allowed him up here. Which I understandably. Hey, I'm talking about you in Fresh and Fit. I got to allow you up, right, to rebut. But saying, motherfucker, you're motherfucking intersectional level feminist twink. What the fuck you doing here in the Black Manosphere? You have no space for any kind of argument in here. Why are you here?
I would have. You should have asked him, like, so did your wife tell you about her sexual escapades?
No. The thing is, why are you here? You're a white man. Okay, you're a white man with blue hair, intersectional feminist, and you're a twink. Why are you in the fucking Black Manosphere? Unless you're married to a black woman. Are you married to a black woman?
He has no business over
I think he's married, period.
He is married.
Oh,
He is
he is?
married.
He's
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
he's
married.
in
Oh,
he's
yeah.
He's
married
in
in
an
an open
open
relationship.
he's an
relationship.
open
Yeah.
relationship.
Oh,
So
yeah.
so
Donovan
basically,
said that.
he's a polyamorous cuck. That's what he is.
I was about to say he probably a
Yep,
cuck, but go
he's
ahead.
he's the
Yeah, he
sub.
is. I mean,
He's the
an
sub.
open
That's like
relationship, and he's
actually, yeah.
If he's completely straight, which I'm not
You
He's
gonna
know, he
not.
said
say
he's
sex
not.
drive.
He said
nah.
he's between both ways.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's your future. But thing is that
Who?
you know that
What?
is
That's the future they
that's
want.
Oh
that's
yeah,
what they want.
correction. Pause.
Yeah,
That's the future they
that's
want.
the future. That's a minority of people trying to push you into that. Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
so
I think when Angry Man
that would
invited
be
him to the show to debate, it was like so cringeworthy seeing him up there. He trying to tell us about black subjects, welfare, and everything. And he's like,
He
it's like, yo, why are you trying to
he
debate?
don't care about welfare like that, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Destiny don't care about that. He because he was using the same talking points that women were using. But it's like I said, I wasn't on Anger Man stream. I was on his stream because I was interested to see what his people were saying. And a lot of people were saying that he was wrong on a lot of things.
You don't know what
The
you're talking
black
about.
women that's on his stream were saying like, no, everything's gotta be a black woman's fault. Blah, blah, blah. Of
Well,
course they're gonna say that.
that's because this happened recently. I don't know how long ago, but I mean, he's had conversations not too long ago with the investors and ended up agreeing with them.
Yep, 100%. And then before that, the reason that his chat has turned against him in most areas that he talks about now, not only because he's going along with some of the talking points of the white manosphere side, is because he also vouched for Kyle Rittenhouse, saying that what he did was justified.
Correct.
Oh wow!
Like, yo, and I didn't see him on a show with just pearly things. I forgot his name of the show. When they were talking about
it was
Andrew Tate.
Valuetainment. Yeah.
And then he was talking about Andrew Tate was sex trafficking. I'm like, he did not sex traffic.
No, he didn't.
Like,
no.
Exactly. It's like, it's like one time I noticed like a lot of these new age people, these younger, they try to take certain terms, change the meaning to fit their narrative.
Yes.
That's what he did. That's what was so cringeworthy. Like, it's like,
and he says it so fast because he said he rips it off so fast because he puts in like 50 points. So you can't argue with all 50 points. He's not trying to debate. What he's trying to do is he's trying to put propaganda out as fast
Right.
as he can.
That's what I commented.
The major problem is that it's not going to work.
No,
it's not. Because the thing about it is you have so many quote unquote disenfranchised men that actually rock what we're saying. I mean, even Andrew Tate, him alone, when he got on R.P.L, he's still going through the court process now. He has so many people on his side that you best believe those politicians took notice about all those men that were chanting Andrew Tate's name.
And you're gonna make him a martyr. That's what you're getting ready to do.
That's all you're gonna do.
We said this a long time ago now, but if you want the red pill, MGTOW, SYSBM, all these things to go away, you're gonna have to address the underlying issues. Otherwise, it will continue to snowball and grow larger.
Redress the grievances, yeah.
Correct.
But look, picking on the blue here. That's why he's like the dudes that's liberal. They're doing that so they can say what they want to say to you. They can say, okay, I'm liberal. I got blue hair. I do this. I'm with all that. But I can also say this
I understand the black light.
You don't understand shit.
That's what they're doing it for.
If you understand the black plight, you're not going to show up on a black show with blue fucking hair.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's their way to listen. That's their way to insult us. That's the insult. Like, okay, this is how dumb we think you is.
Well, the thing is, that's the way they live their life. So they show up as themselves.
Well, and not only that, you get off some low key racist shit. You know what I mean? Like in the side.
Exactly. That's the whole.
I mean, like because he actually said some things during that debate that honestly, if it were me, I'd have had to check him on. Like if it were in real life, even. Like,
one time was more cringeworthy.
One time, y'all. You guys can't go off the thing.
Like some of the things that were said during that discussion were racist, man. And it's like I don't even know if maybe he muted himself or maybe Valdez didn't catch it, but there were some things where I was like, bruh, like that's
there was one
overtly
point
racist. Like, yo, you just gonna let that go?
No, there was one point where Angry Man did kind of get amped up when he started talking about black stuff, and where I did say I forgot what he did, what Destiny did say. I think it was maybe the abandonment thing or something like that, dealing with
Mhm.
something with men,
Mhm.
with black men, and Angry Man did get kind of got like motherfucker, like dog, we ain't doing that shit.
But see, the thing is too that he just got so the big streamers, like the big black streamers that they have on Twitch, the largest streamer on Twitch right now is a young black guy named Kai Smith, right? The one that was before him is a guy named I Show Speed. I know that I don't know if you all have heard it from
no, we haven't.
Yeah, I don't watch him either. I'm just saying, like, these are the ones.
Well, you have to say what they're about because we have no.
So basically, I Show Speed is like a guy who does absolutely ignorant stuff online. He makes millions upon millions of dollars. Kai Cenat is like a New Yorker who does the same exact thing, and they like meet with rappers, they meet with comedians, all type of stuff.
Entertainment
on their play, entertainment, 100%. Apparently. He just a couple weeks ago went on and was like, I hate that these black streamers are online. All they're doing is jumping up and down and screaming. This is what Destiny said about these people. Now, regardless of if it's true or not, it was really racist. And he got so much backlash. There were thousands upon thousands of people going on his streams telling him how racist he was, and he was having to go back and backpedal and say, "Oh, I've always fought for black people. He's
white.
He's
still white. You don't care.
Debated
Wait a minute. A white guy being racist?
Huh?
Never heard of it.
Who?
A white guy being racist? Oh man.
A white guy being racist. Wow, who could have seen that coming?
Why you think I left MGTOW?
Yeah.
I see how y'all get down. Okay, I've been in white spaces, man, and I said, okay. Once I see how y'all get down, I said, okay, I'm in the wrong room.
Yeah, it's just like what really blows me away.
DJs is like online gaming when you hear them talk to you.
I'm talking in a room. I'm in a room with a bunch of white guys, right? And they give you that look. Say, oh, I'm in the wrong room. All right, I get you.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, so I don't know. Maybe this is just me, man. At a certain point, like if we're having a conversation face to face or even on the internet, man, if you say some shit that is overtly racist, like some of the things that I've heard him say especially during that discussion, it's like, bro, like, I gotta check you now because you're out of line. Not only on your out of line, man, you can't get that shit off in front of me and think that everything we just gonna be cool. Like the conversation is gonna proceed smoothly. There's no way.
Yeah, they think they're gonna ride up to 1 million like Pearl did because they think that the Pearl's model, which is engaging with black people and the black manosphere, or the manosphere period, is their way in and their way to ride up to get to 1 million subs because Pearl did it. So they're trying to follow her model. But Pearl is unique.
I'm just gonna say this, motherfuckers. You already got the patent house. Stop trying to steal our shit. I mean, it's the fucked up. And oh yeah, by the way, everybody in the chat, 1, 2, 3. Woo! I'm like, it's like that one white guy who was on Angry Man Adam, whatever the fuck he was. Motherfucker with triangular titties and long nipples. That looking monster. He's so soy that he lactates. And I'm like,
talking about yourself,
talking about blue hair, or were you talking about this?
No, it was the white version of Art a Bit More, same titty structure. And
we starting already. Okay.
God damn it, you.
Focus, Charles. Focus.
Focus. That's why I can talk about that and get back on it. And see, this is the problem that a lot of these white guys really run into, especially on the internet. And I had to remind them, like, number one, you're in your 20s, so you don't know how to speak to people properly. And number two, you got some real big balls because you're over the internet and not in person. And, back in the day.
Playing in the background.
Who's watching? This AL. He watching the soap operas.
My man watching Madlock and shit.
Nah, Murder, She Wrote.
Okay.
That too. Hey, Angela Lansbury was the shit. But
yeah, rest in peace, Angela.
She was old with Murder, She Wrote. What are you talking about?
She passed last year.
Oh, okay.
That's this year. Well, no.
Oh yeah, this year. Yeah, this year.
Well, no.
Last year.
It was last year, but it was like later in the year.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
past like December or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's old enough, yeah. That's not
Hey, look, don't pick on my oldness, all right? Fuck y'all.
You know, when you're so old, when you still living in your past life, god damn, shit, old. But it's funny because they come off speaking with this arrogance, like, oh, I know more than you. Okay, motherfucker. And trust me, I've been a soldier and police officer, so I've seen the extent of the arrogantness and the arrogance, excuse me, and also the stupidity that comes with it. Like, you don't have to tell me what to do. Okay. Now you got people chasing you. Now you need my help. Fuck you. Like, don't beat his ass too much.
I don't think there's anything worse than I can think of than a person who's arrogant yet extremely uninformed.
Which
That bothers me
explains
the most.
a lot of Charger fans right about now, considering what just happened.
It's like, how can you be so arrogant about a thing that you have no clue about, that you haven't researched, that you haven't done any even cursory research on, that you're pulling
a
fast
subject
facts
you've
on?
yet
Like,
to,
why are you so
Yeah,
a
but we,
arrogant?
subject you haven't even
It's called
touched and don't want to touch.
it's
What I'm
called
saying,
white
guys,
police officers in the black community.
to be honest with you, that's a lot of people. It just ain't white people. It's a lot of people,
they've
man.
been
Yeah.
indoctrinated. They've been indoctrinated into the school system. So
Like
I hear it.
the matter. Like, I could tell you one instance that. All right, over Christmas, me and my brother and the family were having that conversation, and he was sitting there trying to tell me that it has never happened where the tax rate has been over 10%. And I told him, like, no, it's been over 10% in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about, no, I work at a bank. I know what the hell I'm talking about. I was like, you could Google it. I was like, okay, I won't Google it. I showed it right there into his face. He said, well, I meant like in the last 5 years. I didn't mean it. I'm like, come on, bro.
Shut up, man.
Shut up, man. I don't want to hear that shit.
And you show them the proof, and they start backpedaling. Just as
Yeah,
quick.
then they
No,
move
it's
the
called
goalpost. It's like,
goalpost moving.
so when I see this, I'm like, you guys just want to be right. You guys don't want to learn. You guys are not researching this stuff. You hear one thing and take it as truth, and that's it. You don't look into it.
That's one thing I would say with Mark Lamont Hill and what's his name we're actually talking about. They're actually correct about, okay, because it has devolved into that. So they are correct about that. About people don't read, people don't research, and people think that one Google, what their opinion, not even a Google search, is correct.
Not even a Google
Not
search
even
in a lot of
close.
Not even a Google
cases.
search. Yeah.
BGS, I have a warning for you. Come Monday, when I stream on your channel, the Chargers are going to get eviscerated, and I'm going to be half asleep doing it.
Well, you know what the thing is that the thing is that the Chargers they can't follow the Rams because the league has already allowed that to happen, so the Rams can get the championship. Okay.
Yep.
And the Chargers don't have the kind of money that the Rams had, so they're ways away. This is a money league now. Okay, if you got enough money to buy the players, the way they move around, then yeah, you have a better shot at getting a championship. We can't do it every year. Even the Rams couldn't do it every year. Okay, that's how come they're where they are now. Is because they spent all the money. We're gonna win the Super Bowl, and then we'll worry about the rest. They basically did what Jeannie Buss did. Okay, we're gonna spend the money now. We're gonna mortgage the future to win the championship. She did it. So that's why they're going through the shit they're going
Traded
through now.
all them draft picks.
It's about entertainment. It's about entertainment and money right now.
Yep.
We'll have to see. But so the Chargers,
Not championship.
After what I saw,
it's gonna be a minute. Yeah.
After what I saw tonight, after the last 2 minutes, because my wife checked out.
We're gonna get back on topic, but right after this. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
After the last 2 minutes, hell, my wife checked out at the end of the first quarter. I'm just warning you. There's gonna be some fireworks come Monday.
Okay, all right. I mean, they need it. I was surprised the Chargers did as well as they did this year. So I think Chargers will probably do better next year. But I have to really dig into it and find out why. What did I tell you, Snowman? Follow the money.
You called it. You called it. We both said that about several teams, but let me get out of the way so y'all can get back on topic.
The big story is probably going to be about Draymond Green finally realizing he probably won't be a Warrior next year.
Yep, I caught that. I caught that. I'm saving that for later in the week.
He has accepted his fate.
Man, you know what? I'll say this, and we'll move on to and continue the topic, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I asked my son is a semi-pro basketball player, right? And when that
Mm-hmm.
shit went down with Jordan Poole, I said, okay, people are saying that they'll get over it, they'll be friends, they'll patch up because they want to win. I said, okay, if Draymond Green punched you in the face like that, what would you say? We ain't friends no more. One of us got to go.
Yep.
One of them got to go. They just couldn't do it then. But Draymond Green, I told it then that he's not going to be on the team next year. He probably had they had to kiss Jordan Poole's ass.
Mm-hmm. That's why they gave Jordan Poole the extension and not Draymond Green.
They gave him all this money because we got to kiss your ass because we want you to stay, and you because he walked in demanding the fucking trade. I would have.
Yep.
You allowed this motherfucker to walk up and basically clock me in practice, okay? And y'all ain't saying shit. Guess what? I don't need to be here.
They fucked up when they traded Gary Payton too.
Yeah, they did. They really messed up defensively. But let me step out of the way so y'all can get back on topic. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right.
I just want to salute you. I just want to salute you, gentlemen. I've been listening in. You guys always put some great stuff out, and I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, send me a thumbnail, man, about what you want to talk about for Monday, so I can go ahead and set you up. Because the only way I can actually do it under that circumstance is actually be there. So I have to be there, clock you in, let you do your thing, and then clock you out. Okay.
I'll send the thumbnail tomorrow because Jody and I are going to work on it.
Okay, so I can set your stream up.
All right, thank you, brother.
It's going to be about an hour or so.
Yeah, about an hour.
Okay, all right, cool.
All right, thanks, brothers. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, because if the other way, man, I'm not comfortable with the other way where you allow people to take things up, set up streams, take things down. That I can't. That's too much right now. Okay.
Yeah.
So the easiest way is to make him a co-host, and basically I can just start the stream, let him run it, and then end the stream. So it's the easiest way to do it on the StreamYards right now.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
So
back to blue hair. What? So what?
Are you gonna start doing your Patreon streams with the seminar stuff?
I want to experiment with it, okay, to see which is better, because I think for some things it's better to be do a webinar, okay. And there's some things it's probably it's so like behind the wall, if it's not too controversial, spicy, then YouTube is fine on YouTube. But things like doing movie reviews or something reviews where YouTube is pretty sensitive about it, will clock you out.
Yeah.
Okay, it's better to be off YouTube to do that kind of shit. But the thing is, the good thing you get, I think 250 people in a stream, viewing a stream is adequate.
Yeah, that's good for something behind the wall like that.
Yeah. But you have a Patreon? Yeah, yet, Art?
I don't have a Patreon because I didn't think I was gonna do Patreon like that.
The thing is, the only way to do this kind of stuff is probably set yourself up a Patreon. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because I was thinking about. Well, I'll say this, and then we're gonna go back to blue hair.
You don't have to charge for it. The thing is, you wanted a way to maybe actually contact people off YouTube and tell them, okay, this is where you go. This is a link for your whatchamacallit. So if you want to do a stream that has copyright or some shit that's in it. So
yeah, because I was thinking about I really am thinking about going through the American Slave Coast, but like you said, it's a channel killer. So I was thinking about maybe getting a Patreon to go through that book.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a long ass book, and it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But back to blue hair, and I'm gonna make me some more coffee. So have at it, guys.
All right, well, who's up, man?
Yeah. We talk about racism and the
Soy boy racism and
the racism and the racism going on Twitch with Soy Boy going after the black Twitch guys for entertaining.
Oh yeah, so after he ended up getting caught down with all the racist stuff, that kind of put a damper on most of his movement going forward. So he started moving more into the red pill sphere and doubling down on his what did the guy say about the Nebraska liberal racist talk. I'm liberal,
Mhm.
but I can say things that are way out of pocket for myself, even though it's not warranted or there's no research behind what I'm saying. Like one of the chatters said, every black person's name is Tyrone. All
Mhm.
type of crazy stuff. He's just, I don't know. It's
I
just
mean,
very,
it's one thing. It's one thing. So it's one thing to make a joke, right?
Mhm.
It's one thing, and I can respect people who can poke fun at race as a joke.
oh yeah,
But it's another thing. It's another thing when you make certain claims about black people in reference statistics
Mm-hmm.
while being ill-informed while discussing a particular topic. That's straight up blatantly racist. You get
yeah.
what I'm saying? So when you start to reference information that relates to convictions, when you start to reference the FBI statistics and start to meme on it and throw that out as if it were fact and be irresponsible with that information while simultaneously poking, trying to make fun of black folks, man, we got a problem, bro. You get what I'm saying? Like that's overtly racist. So I think there are multiple times, even in that discussion, where I was just like, "Yo, dog, like you can't get that shit off if you were in front of me. There's no way." Like how? And so when I heard Angry Man discussing these issues, it was just kind of like, "Oh man, like I don't even know how you let him get this shit off. I don't know how you did it because I couldn't have. You not getting off the hook, you
Look,
know."
it's what BGS said, man. Why are you even entertaining talking to these people? Why are
Well, I
you?
wouldn't. The discussion would have ended at a
Yeah,
certain point.
it's not. It wouldn't have even been an invite for a debate. No, I'm not trying to talk to you. I first of all, I need to know who you are before you're coming into the stream. It's absolutely insane. That like Art said, I'm not saying the angry man's low hanging fruit. I'm just saying that sometimes it's just. I don't think that he would ever come if he was actually interested. Why wouldn't you just automatically go for the top dog? Especially if you're trying to go for, I want the streams, I want the views, I want these things to happen. Like he's debated people like TFM. Uh, uh, he's wanted to debate Steven Crowder, Sam Hyde, all these people that he's talked to, and then he comes to the space and oh no, I'm gonna go and speak to whoever I want, even though it is respectable that he will come and speak to anybody, but I don't know, it's just sad.
That's
See,
what
Man.
fucked me up when I
you got three
saw
PhDs you can talk to if you don't want to debate.
yeah,
Well,
that's what
that's
bugged
kind
me
of
out
the
when I saw him on
embarrassing.
Bernard. Like,
One time, one time.
I'm telling you, he would get destroyed.
Yeah,
Get absolutely destroyed. Green Gorilla too? No, there's no way.
yeah.
No,
There's
no
no
one outside this space is actually going to talk to any of the PhDs because you have to be well researched to talk to these guys. You
Yeah.
have to, because if you're not, you're just going to look like a fucking dumbass. I'm
You're gonna
sorry.
get eviscerated.
So it's in their best interest not to talk to these people.
Nah,
But it's
I
not,
won't say his name, but I was gonna say don't talk about somebody like that, but I'm not gonna say his name.
yeah, it's not even I don't want to
I'll
it's
say
just
it in back chat.
yeah, it's just sad that they're doing it so that they can get the views and the clout, and they do it in a way where they don't deserve, and they have such impressionable audiences. And I watched a video the other day about how you were talking about how it was somebody else, but they had voiced the opinion that you had gave how Andrew Tate was
Mm-hmm.
starting to now, because he comes off as a white man, he's
Mm-hmm.
starting to have, he's not starting his impression on these
Mm-hmm.
young white men in this country.
Mm-hmm.
7 million unemployed. Some of those people are, or majority of those people are white men, and
Mm-hmm.
their outlook on what the talking points that you all have been talking about are now in their own podcast that they're starting to create, are
Mm-hmm.
talking points, and the talk around the coffee shop, the water cooler. I had a soldier come up to me and tell me about Andrew Tate and about how he looks at women and all these type of things. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, wow, like he's really having a huge impact on people.
Mm-hmm.
They
I
don't
think
want that
there.
shit to happen.
I
They
think
don't want
there.
that to happen.
I think there's.
The impact was already there. He's just
Yeah.
giving voice to it.
Making it okay to talk about it.
So
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of cross pollination that's been happening, especially a lot more recently with the evolution of Kevin Samuels, obviously, right? But I think there's also a lot of information that gets lost in translation. For instance, some of the information that we have is specific to black men, and they take that information without actually researching it, and they run with it, and they actually end up spreading some of these talking points irresponsibly, not knowing that this is in reference to black men. Now, I think that there's a lot of value to that because it helps, with propaganda. But I think that also for people who actually do look up the information, it can actually cause a bit of an issue because they'd be like, that isn't true, or they'll think it's not true. But when you look at black men specifically, that's when it becomes true. You get what I'm saying?
And then also like this younger generation too is like what Art was saying earlier too about how you can tell this younger generation, like you can tell my generation younger than me even, this is exactly what it is, facts over feelings. This is what the answer is. This is nothing new under the sun. This is how it is, point blank period. Oh no, it's not like that. It's not like that. Well, I'm showing you that it's like that. You see it in the real world, you see it through the statistics, you see it as time is going on for future future screening, everything. And then they'll still be like, nah, this isn't what it is. This isn't what it is. Now that they are actually taking the information from maybe more prolific names and they're not applying it to the black man's point of view, even though they're not, like you said, it is a good thing that it's getting out there for the most part, is how I feel about it. Because
Yeah, I agree.
at some point, it's just going to be, what are they going to do? Because like, I just wonder, when is the civilization going to just absolutely turn down for the worse? For the doom, like, are you all on like the side of like the people who are constantly preparing for the imminent doom of United States, us turning into Venezuela, the Fox News talking heads about them telling us like, oh yeah, if we don't get things squared away soon, things are gonna absolutely go down the hole. Like, what do you all think about that?
I think Art wanted to say something before anybody responds.
Okay, my fault.
I was gonna shout out my cash apps, and get my likes over 100, motherfuckers.
BGS tax in effect.
Aquatech, appreciate you. Scalibur, he says salute. Final Watcher, appreciate you. Trying to make sure if they said anything. No One, $2 holla, appreciate you. Where am I at? Okay, here we go. Haru in the Apocalypse, appreciate you. Jay Butler, appreciate you. F Holiday, appreciate you. Ray June, appreciate you for the $1 holla. D Scott, he says BGS tax and the twink tax.
Oh shit!
D Scott, you ain't shit for that one. And Joe's, he says for the woo tax. Shout out to Kevin, not Kevin, damn, Kryptonian American, aka Charles Faulkner, and Dar for the cash that just came through. Appreciate you guys. Go ahead.
So I mean, in terms of everything you were just discussing, V4V, man, like I don't know. So the whole Venezuela discussion, I mean, there are a lot of reasons why you can look towards America, or really a lot of societies in general. This isn't just going to be an American phenomenon very shortly in terms of the destruction, quote unquote, of our society because of, a lot of these unmanaged issues or managed, I don't know, depending on how you look at it, right? So I think that a lot of these downstream consequences are things that we've known about. Not This isn't new information. I don't think to most governments across the world at this point. So if you're looking at it as like a situation where they didn't know, then I mean I don't know what to tell you. Unfortunately, a lot of these people did, and they didn't head it off, and they didn't attempt to mitigate much of these issues. They have a different sort of plan in mind for this.
So so for our community, is it a matriarchal issue? Is it a religious issue? Is it an issue of people not having morals anymore? What is the because most people talk about the 60s. Of course, I was nowhere near that time, but the 60s of the civil rights era, and then not pushing past that to furtherance of it. What is the ongoing thing that would, number one, assist in this for it to be somewhat salvageable?
For what?
For us to be able to be fruitful in this country.
Black people.
Yeah,
yeah. Well, we've already discussed that in the Kerner Commission. What did they do? What did they did not do to help Black people?
They didn't give us the same opportunities coming out of.
They didn't give men the opportunity to. They didn't give men the opportunity to provide for their families.
Yeah, monetary. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's men, not the women, but the men.
You gotta realize this, man. How old are you?
27.
27. You gotta realize this. You pretty much miss the 80s and overwhelmingly the majority of the 90s.
100%.
And what happened really was this. The crack epidemic did what Jim Crow didn't. And that was totally break apart the family with help from feminism. And when you look at it, who's the most unemployed?
Black men.
Who's the most homeless?
Black men.
Who's the most miseducated?
Black boys and black men.
Who's the most discriminated?
Black men.
So, in a very simplistic way, till they fix that shit, we're never going to be. Then you got to look at the cultural issues that goes on with the relationships of our men and women. Number one, our women do not really
for the women to come back and say to us, it's your fault.
One at a time.
He was making a point. You gotta let him finish.
Let him finish.
No, sorry.
And even just to answer your question about the women, how many? Number one, here's the biggest issue. Numerically, they got 2 million more women. So even if we did decide to marry all the women, there's 2 million who are going to be asked out. Now, are these women, are they wives? They're not even fucking partners. Okay? They're not even really partners. They look at you not as a mate, but as an opponent. And because black men do not get the same conditioning as black females, we kind of still look at them with their better intentions through rose-colored glasses, pretty much. So black men, it's really going to be, I won't say impossible, but it's extremely difficult to turn that ship around. It's probably too late.
I would say that if you're just speaking strictly on the black community, individualism has swept through the black community like a feature, dude. Like it's not something that can be reorganized at this juncture. So unfortunately, many men and the women, as was said during the discussion, even in the debate in reference to Mr. Blue Hair Twink, man, yeah, we're gonna get mixed in, dude. There's no discussion
no
there.
time.
That's not. Yeah, there's no time or any sort of plan to defend against that. Like that's coming to a theater near you, whether you like it or not.
No.
But if you're talking about what could have, let me ask the question again in an easier way for me, so I can answer it poignantly.
And I'm not very good at asking questions. That's why the point is, black man, save yourself. If I'm correct, is because this has already gone too far, to a point to where the relationships can't be saved between male and females, men and women. The children are at such a disadvantage within the school system, They start behind anyway because 60-70% are being born out of wedlock. And then the government, which is supposed to shape the society, is also against you in more ways than one. And then
they're
also
incentivizing many of these decisions and these actions.
Welcome to our lives.
And why? Of course, a full-on genocide would not be in their best interest.
What do you mean by that?
So,
talking about wiping out black people in general.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Exactly what I'm saying. It's like, why is it? So I'm in the military. From a militaristic standpoint of absolute savagery, you kill everyone. In societies of old, you kill the men, the young men, you take the women, kill the children if they're boys, and you take them for your prize, right? Obviously, it couldn't do that because society had moved too forward to where, okay, well, at least make these people slaves. They'll be slaves.
The thing that you have to understand is this, man. If you're going to be the leader of the free world and you just fought Nazis who were actually trying to do that to people,
how would that look?
That's not a good look for your country.
As a matter of
to say pretty much that, oh, we're going to stop you from subjugating these people, but we're going to subjugate our own. And even though the people that we subjugated fought into the military to help free y'all, when they come back, they still can get hanged in their uniform.
Beautiful. I'm going to tell you the three things in a militaristic standpoint. I'm not an expert. Remember that.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to tell you there's three ways to get an unwanted populace. 1, genocide or extermination. 2, deportation. You don't want to exterminate them because now you're going to look like the world's biggest hypocrite. And if you do that, guess what? The whole world will converge upon you like everybody did with me. God damn. The whole world will converge upon you like we did Germany.
So it's death by 1,000 needles instead of by.
Well, you'll have
remember what we talked about the other day?
There's a third option.
There's the third option, which is assimilation.
Correct.
Slow road. Basically, assimilation or admixture is normal.
Yeah,
it is. It is a normal occurrence.
Normal.
To be perfectly honest with you, we should have already been admixed, but America didn't want us to be.
That's
correct.
So that's the point. Why the admix and why assimilation is the third choice when you're using the strongest arm through military and government to counteract it at the same time?
You're not counteracting.
Because
number one,
lower class.
No, let him
finish.
Yeah, I know that they want the lower class. I understand that every society has the
You don't get it. No, you don't get it. Okay. If you have a hostile population in the middle of a bigger society, it's always going to give you problems, right? Right. I don't care how small it is, right? Look at any population where you have a disorganized or hostile population, right? So I don't care how small it is, it's always going to give you problems, right?
Roger.
How do you get rid of it?
Kill them.
There's three ways. How do you get rid of them?
He just said the assimilation, genocide, extermination, or
no, it's called deportation. Okay.
Deportation.
Which they tried, the American Colonial Society, deportation.
Liberia.
Liberia. Yeah.
Ghana.
It was actually Liberia. It was actually Liberia. It was Haiti, and then it was Guyana, or what we call Belize. Okay.
Right.
Those are three. That was after Civil War. Okay. Right. Lincoln wanted to replace the American slaves with immigrants coming from
Europeans.
Yeah, which didn't work very well because you can't work Europeans white Europeans the same way you work slaves, so it didn't work very well.
Yeah, pretty much they had to do Jim Crow because there were some lazy motherfuckers and they couldn't do the work, so they had to put
they weren't lazy. They're just human. Okay, you can't.
Yeah.
They were
It's
human.
kind of hard when you're coming out of nearly 200 years of fucking slavery, where these people are used to the labor. They actually need the labor now because they have to fend for themselves. Now you just basically told them you're free, go figure this shit out. I mean, like,
Yeah.
come on, man.
Yeah.
Like,
What?
yeah, we were primed for that position to be essentially
That's
worked
what we were
to
bred
death.
for.
Work to death. Yeah,
Right.
you work to death, and basically, when you start looking at the money, which is what a lot of academics know it, but kept it out of it. Right, 70% of your GDP came from the slavery South.
So
Okay,
100%.
and basically, and Lincoln would not have freed the slaves if he could have won the war without it. He wouldn't have freed them.
Mm-hmm.
Know where the money. He knows where the money is. That's why he came down to. That's why the fucking Civil War started in the
start
first
in the
place.
first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I want
because
my money.
Over
yeah,
tariffs.
because where the money was in the South, so you can't do this. You can't keep raping us like this, right? So he didn't free the slaves until he needed to win the Civil War. He freed them. Okay, now we had two choices: either get rid of them and bring in white immigrants that are already working the 15 hours in the factories in northern Europe, or we're gonna have to do something else, right? So Lincoln was awful, all the trouble we're gonna have out of these black folks for the last 300 years. Okay, it's not worth it anymore. Let's get them out of here, right? But the South says, look, we can't do it. It don't work that way.
And then
That's going to put you back in Jim Crow. But yeah, but that's an aside.
Consider
But
that for 50, I think it was 50, 60 years that they tried to work the Europeans the same way as they had worked the fucking slaves inside of factories.
yeah,
They couldn't even last fucking 50 or 60 years before they started turning shit over, bro.
they did. It wasn't even 50. It was like 20. What do you think socialism came out of?
Yeah,
It wasn't even 20 years.
they call in Karl Marx.
Well, that's why he brought in Karl Marx, because they need to solve that. The
Luddites.
Luddites. Why do you think the Luddites weren't just tearing up the machines because they didn't like technology? They didn't want to get worked to death.
Yep.
But anyway, that's an aside. But
I
yeah,
think we really do need to go to the Mohan conference.
yeah, oh yeah. A lot of that stuff is still a lot of what they still preach still exists, man. They don't, and black women still hold to that shit. They don't believe the black boys need to be educated. All they need is trades. They still talking the same shit 100 years later.
I don't even do trades anymore. They talk about, oh, he just need a job.
Shit,
What
Taco Bell.
if you talk to the educated black woman, right? What do you do with the boys? Do they say you need to put boys in college and give them degrees? What do they say?
He needs a job.
They need trades. Okay, they need well-earned trades. They really don't need an education. They need trades. First thing they say.
And they believe this hook, line, and sinker.
It's been well. The thing okay. The thing is, in any culture, man, and this is something why I love Quigley's books, right? When he went through the evolution of civilizations, right? Once a culture gets hard, man, it's very hard to dig that shit out. Okay, once it gets hardened like that, it's hard to dig it out. It's basically, you look at in fact, what is it? Wolf was just saying this about difference between Russian communism, Chinese communism, right? Okay, difference in cultures. Okay, the Chinese, the Russians were used to authoritarian, state-sponsored rule over their industries and stuff like that. The Chinese were much more loose and open about that. Even they said we do socialism with Chinese principles, right? So they have no problem with bringing in a mixed economy with independent capitalists doing whatever they need to do with oversight of the government. That's the way the Chinese have always done it.
I mean, look how the black community has structured itself for a very long time. We've always incentivized our girls to get higher education.
Always, yeah, always.
But when it comes to the boys, we just tell them that they need to hurry up and go get a job to support the family.
Support the family. Yeah.
That's why a lot of your boys were uneducated, because they had to leave school to go to work.
Fifth, sixth grade. In fact, a lot of your educators, they had to leave their family to go get educated, right? Because they started working these kids at 8, 9, 10 years old, right? As little boys, support the family. But they always say girls need more education because black girls are always more educated. That's like back in the day. A man didn't even know how to write his name, right? He brought his check home or his finances home to his wife, and his wife was educated enough to actually pay the bills. In fact, most black families, they do not teach the boys to pay bills. Okay, They teach the girls to pay bills and do the finances. They don't teach the boys
I
how to
mean, you got to
get a credit card.
let's be frank, BGS.
Huh?
Most black women teach their daughters not to trust a goddamn man. Period.
Yeah, of course.
They will tell you, I don't even know what to do to trust a man.
So is this to get to that point? Then is the saying "nothing is new under the sun." Has this happened before?
Yeah.
Yes,
Happened as far as what? Happened as far as
I'm
what?
saying, like, you were always saying hardened a nation, the difference between Chinese communism and Russian communism. Has there ever been a time, besides, of course, I think religion, like, in the Bible, people getting taken out of Egypt, whatnot, but I'm thinking in my head, has there been a time when there have been a people within a nation state, an empire, an imperialistic nation that is at its most powerful, that has had an issue, not an issue, that's not a very good word.
Gotta get to your point, man.
An issue like this, like what we find ourselves in.
Like
our
what?
population now in the country, 13% of us. Has there ever been a time like this where there's been another 30% of people?
I understand what you're asking. Not in the same way.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Not in the same way.
We're unique.
So what is that? So we don't even have anything to go off of to figure out how to get out of this from history of old.
The closest thing that you have, and that's how come the Jews always use us as an example, is the Jews, the Ashkenazis in Europe, who are a very small population, but it took them a very long time.
Hundreds of years.
Thousands really, but yeah.
So that's it. The Ashkenazi Jews is all we have to base.
That's the closest that we have is as far as an example of a very tiny population that has influence.
There's no other human.
No. If you have it, present the evidence.
No. I'm literally here, like I said, just.
The thing is, let me ask you this about millennials, right? Okay.
Roger, sir.
They ask a question, they obviously don't know the answer, right? You give them an answer, they have pushback. Why is that?
No, it's not that I have pushback. It's just sad.
I think it's really he's just really trying to confirm it. Like, and that's,
I mean, if you want to go look it up and find somebody else that does it, but basically you talk about a very tiny population, right? That has influence. Okay, is that what you're asking? That's what you're asking, right? Huh?
Yeah, that found their way out of this.
The only example that we have that's in written record for a very tiny population have this kind of influence is what? Is it the Ashkenazi Jews, right?
Yes, sir.
What is it? What, maybe 5-6%?
Yes, sir.
I mean, asking, have you heard anybody else?
No.
They actually brag about it. And how did they do it? They assimilated themselves into the broader culture.
Correct. Yeah. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah.
There's no other way.
And it took them thousands, if not hundreds, if not thousands of years to do it.
It took them thousands of years. You go back to the when the Hasidic Jews were actually formed. What is it? In the 8th century or something like that.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah, something like 8th century. So it took them 1,000 years to do. You go back to the Ashkenazis doing banking back amongst the what did it call it? What do they call them? The ones that went over. The ones that went over there to the Middle East to actually fight the Templars.
The Knights Templars.
That's Knight Templars actually started the bank. What we call the modern European banking system based off of the Middle Eastern banking system.
Yeah, you got to get into. You're going into. Yeah, you got to go into fucking. Yeah, you gotta go into fucking what's it called? What's that shit called when you do like religious study? You gotta go into religious lore, bro, to start to untangle a lot of the Ashkenazi shit.
So the reason I listened to a lot of Chronicles of Judah. He talks about a lot of this stuff about how basically we went from the Moors, how we were in rulership in Europe, and then the plague came through, and then we had all these things that happened to us where we were letting assimilation from the Caucasians from up in the north and the East Europe come in and start to take over, and they took us out with disease. They took us out with getting nice with our rulership. But now it's to a point where
who was us?
or the northeastern Africans, the northern Africans.
You know how long the
Man,
Europeans have been fighting the northern Africans. Go back to
Hannibal.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Even before that.
No. Well, you ever heard of? There's a book called 1155 BC. Okay, where the Hittites came down out of Turkey, what we call Turkey now, right, into Egypt and warred against them. Right, the Hittites are the forerunners of what we call Western civilization. You know,
Mhm.
the Hittites. So all your modern patriarchal rules coming to the Greeks, the Romans, and all that, and moved up into Northern Europe, came from the Hittites. Okay, they've been going back and forth since 1155 BC.
Mhm.
It's like what 3,500 years.
Mhm.
That's when it started.
Yeah.
have
That's how
fun.
far back it goes.
Yeah,
So they've
have
been
fun
going back and
understanding
forth
that.
every 400 or 500 years, with Hittites coming down, them getting kicked out, with the Greeks and Alexander coming into Europe, them being
Mhm.
assimilated into it, and basically, and then Hannibal coming in, with the Phoenicians coming in and ruling the Mediterranean, stuff like that, for a good 400 or 500 years, and then the Romans taking over, and then so it's been a back and forth struggle for the last 3,500 years. It's not new.
Yeah.
It's just a cycle. What's happening? Look at the cycle now. What do you think happened with the cycle
What
now?
part of the cycle are we in?
We're in with the end stage of the European domination of this particular flow. At the end stage, there's not enough white people to sustain it.
And then the Asians are next.
We're just talking about because the Asians are outside of the Moors or the Northern Africans and the Europeans. They're
Okay.
outside of that. Okay,
I got it.
we're talking about something completely different. If you want to get into the Quigley's cycle of civilization, what they did was take Western civilization and expand it throughout the whole globe. Now you have different players.
If you use if you use the same software for this mission, however, then I mean, you get the same outcomes. Well, we'll see how that goes.
I know I have to update it because when did I do that for this guy? He was in a DOD. I did that for him in 2012. 10 years ago, I actually explained the cycle of civilization and how it's going to play out. And basically, it's playing out exactly the way Quigley said it would, which they have been trying to disprove Quigley's theory for the last since 1964. We've been trying to disprove it.
Oh, shit.
So everything that Quigley talked about, cycle civilization, environment, and its effects, basically is 100%, right? Even down to demographics. Demographic, are you looking at as environment and demographics in a post-industrial civilization? That's all you're looking at.
So the biggest gripe I have about it, the biggest misnomer I think a lot of people, even Quigley, probably didn't account for is probably this is the last cycle.
Last cycle of
that
what?
he did. Last cycle of civilization, but that's a whole nother aside.
Okay,
That answered
last cycle of this civilization or what?
No, civilization period is probably it. But that's
Okay,
a different. That's a different. Bigger discussion.
No, you have to define what the fuck you mean, man.
I mean by at this stage of our civilization and the technological improvements and changes we've made and tweaks that we've made over time, I think that very likely this is probably our last crack at having society run. We very may likely be at the peak of
Are you talking about extinction?
You're talking about extinction?
Probably
extinction?
so.
Why you believe in extinction? I don't think so, but yeah, I don't know.
I think there are a multitude of factors that point towards that outcome. I think not only the fact that our civilization is advanced to a point where we have essentially developed technologies that are not only we're probably done.
In other words, you believe in a what is it, Terminator scenario.
Yeah, I think it's highly likely we're probably on our way out.
I think more likely I think rather than Terminator thing, more like the Borg.
Yeah,
it's probably more like it. Which is
resistance is futile.
Which is evolving into something else.
That's a possibility. There's a possibility for that. I mean, it depends on if we have a planet left, but we'll see.
So BGS is feminism the Borg? I'm just saying.
No, feminism is not the Borg. Okay,
No.
Feminism has nothing to do with the Borg. Eventually, what the limitation is, and this is something that gets talked about. I think Elon Musk will tell you the same thing, right? What are you fighting over? Okay, you got the technology. You actually go out and get resources that you need. Why are you fighting over the limited resources here and spending tons of money doing it? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think
Eventually, they will actually get to that. It doesn't make sense to fight over shit, limited amount of shit here on a planet when you actually go out to space and actually get your shit and bring it back. Why are you fighting over this?
I think they found one of the moons of Saturn that it actually has water on it.
There's
They look.
anything outside, anything past Mars has water on it.
Yeah. So
I mean, Titan has like
resources.
what?
Right,
The
they got
moon,
moons. You got whole planets with the outer rim of the
I mean,
the outer rim of the of the of the of the solar system is nothing but
they
water.
said they said Titan's
Neptune
got
is
12 times.
nothing but water. Go ahead.
Titan's got 12 times the fossil fuel of Earth
Yeah,
just on Titan. I think we need to start liberating Titan.
you can bring I mean, you got frozen asteroids with that kind of stuff, right? If you want at least fossil fuels, you think you got to advance past it. So you can actually go get the stuff. So but the thing is that you locked into this cycle of lack where they're actually using resources to actually dominate people. People are actually the biggest resources, not really the resources themselves. Because as far as fresh water, all you need is energy. You don't need water. Your water basically your whole earth is covered with water. Just have to put it in the form that you can use. That's all.
Well,
But you
listen,
spend
yeah,
money on bullshit.
I think there's a whole host of reasons why this species is probably doomed. But
No,
I think that's just one of them. Yeah, for
that's
sure.
only one. The only one is them being hard headed. They have more than enough technology and know how to actually do something else. The thing is, you're locked into the age old one-upmanship of tribal warfare. You got to get over that. If you don't, basically, then you will be extinct. You could have been extinct 100 years ago, 50 years ago, really.
Yeah, that answered the question. Is the cycle is that's all I want to know is what's part of the cycle of civilization are we in?
Okay, I don't, if I can find the chart, I actually did this. Basically, you're cycling. What happens is what Quigley actually talked about, right? Western civilization as a civilization, right? Okay, it moves from its core. Okay, it gets old, and then the fringes on the outside of the core will pick up the technology or the fruits of whatever you're doing, and will actually enhance it and actually make it better. And then then you become the old core, and the fringe becomes a new core. Okay, so it went from if you take Western civilization, let's say capitalism, right? Move from Spain to France, uh, from Spain to England to France to Germany and to the Russia and the United States, right, which is outside the central core, right? So the core of Western civilization doesn't exist in Europe anymore. It's outside of it, right? And so now then you move that technology or the essence of that technology to Asia. Okay, one because a lot of technologies were toxic, and two is uh, because it was cheaper to actually produce shit there, right? So you took what you do well. And the tools that you do well and pushed it someplace else. And what happens inside of a core, right, is that you have what we call old trees, old dinosaurs fighting to stay alive, right? So they will not let newer technologies rise because they want to still make money and keep their place. Okay, but the thing is, out in the fringe, they don't have shit. Okay, they don't have shit. So guess what they do? They're willing to adopt new stuff. I'll give you one good example, right? The chips that the new iPhones and and the new iPads and new M1
Yeah, the
MacBooks are
M1
built on.
chips. Yeah, the
M1
M1
chips,
chips.
right? That's
Mhm.
IBM technology, right? Basically, the United States with Intel, because Intel was king and Intel was on top, right? And IBM didn't have enough money to finish their technology, right? And the United States was not willing to invest into IBM's technology. So basically, they were stuck. And the Chinese came in and said, well, okay, they want us to have Intel chips. Okay, why don't you bring that technology over to China? Okay, over to China and start producing those things there. I said, well, we don't have a plant. Well, okay, we got a manufacturing plant for you called TSMC. Okay, or we don't have a chip layout that should produce this stuff on. Okay, we do. It's called AMD. AMD was also on outs, right? Because Intel dominated. So they were the new trees that Intel was the old tree. They couldn't get any traction. So they brought IBM, AMD, and TSMC together, and with 5 years they're kicking Intel's ass because the Chinese funded the new trees coming up.
And you
So
got to remember,
they went from 16 nanometers down to 3 within 6 years.
AMD was what was their damn stock price, like about $3?
$2. Yeah,
$2
or $3. Yeah.
If you bought AMD back then, you're probably rich now.
So basically, that is an example of old technologies or old technologies not allowing new technologies to grow.
Yeah, and them FX chips suck.
So who are the old? So what is the old human trope that is not allowing the thought process of what you were talking about?
It's not a trope. Okay. I'll explain to you as briefly as I can because I don't want to go through the whole freaking book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's like anything else, right? New ideas that come to dominate, right? That are what do you call instruments, right? They actually serve a purpose, right? Okay, and after a while, they want to stay alive, right? They should exit for newer technology. Guess what? They don't want to do. They don't want to die, right?
No.
So they stay alive. How do they stay alive? By suppressing the newer technologies coming up, right?
And new ideas.
New ideas. Okay, well, this is dangerous. Guess what? But we still want to make money. We still want to stay alive. So instead of worrying about being a tool or an instrument for the for the society, they become an institution unto themselves. Okay, my survival, my money, my profits make more than advancing the next technology.
Yes.
Get that?
Yes, sir.
That's human nature. It's not a trope.
Yeah, I maybe I didn't use the word right. It's I didn't mean trope. I meant like the thought process behind.
It's the shackles.
Just how you explained it, it would be almost as if like the fossil fuel people.
It's to basically explain it, and this is going to be even simpler than BGS has put it. It's the shackles of human evolution or biology. Humans gonna human, bro.
Yeah.
And we have done things in such a way for all of human history that it cannot be overwritten. It hasn't been our baseline firmware as humans is lacking, and so we repeat a particular cycle. That's what we do.
So is it because
AKA people don't like change?
Yeah, it's very different. That's a whole different discussion about people and changing and society changing. Whole different discussion.
And if the people that you are saying as they become institutionalized or want to seek only solace within the institution and not for the people outside of them, why would those people who are already in these positions, who have the smartest technicians around them to have gotten to them to the point that they're at, to have made the amount of money that they've had, why would they just not get on top of what's coming out that's new?
You know, I'll answer your question. A general once told me, he said, you ever wonder why they ever put an idiot in middle management? Do you know the reason why?
No, I don't.
So the people on top have no fear of their place being overtaken. That's why. Why would, let me ask you this question. Do you think rich people are going to allow you to vote away their money?
No, of course not.
I'm actually surprised people in general have never considered the fact that, throughout middle management, there's a litany of women, and no one's ever questioned that. Why do you think that is?
Because women don't challenge the environment or the situation.
But it's not even that, Kryptonian. What I'm saying,
part of the reason is because women care about titles, men care about how much you're paying us.
And it's not. I'm asking is, if the people that have so much money and have already made it to those technological advancements that got them to that place in the first place.
Is there any money in a cure?
It's not that there's any. That's what BGS was just saying. If you bring the new trees over to another place, then those other people become more powerful. So it's almost like a catch-22.
I just told you why. They don't want anybody else getting ahead.
I'll tell you this. That's something that my brother was telling me at his job, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So my brother, he works at a bank, and they were trying to find out. I forgot what he said. It was like something to deal with like some kind of report that he had to do.
Mm-hmm.
So my brother, they were doing their reports the old way, and my brother wrote a program for them to do it an easier way. And they've been doing this report for this way for the longest, and they had to enter each number bit by bit. He wrote a program for his job, so that way, all they gotta do is press one button, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, and they were surprised that he was able to do that.
Okay.
But the thing is that a lot of the guys that were above him, who are getting paid more, who are supposed to do more for the company, they never changed anything. They were still comfortable doing this the way, their way, the same thing day in and day out, because that's what they're comfortable in. When you got new technology coming in that you can do it's going to take years for somebody like my brother be in that same position as that person, so that way they can make changes. It's just
then on top
change
of that,
takes time.
It's human nature.
Bred contempt in these people. It doesn't matter that I can look at them and think that you're rich, you have all of these smart intellectuals around you that have gotten you to this place. Even those people have come to a point where they do not think forward as those who will come after them.
Well, it's the human condition, man. It just is what it is. You can't change it.
And basically, if you think about companies that were wedded and invested into hundreds of millions of dollars into one technology, and it got old. Okay, how many companies can actually switch and change?
Yeah,
not many.
Most of them go extinct, right?
Roger.
Yeah, it's called evolution. Okay.
And my bad for my
humans haven't evolved, so there's that too.
Well, they're not. Well, the thing is, they are evolving. It's just it's just the thing is they don't humans. It takes more than 100,000 years to actually evolve. Okay, they have evolved. Okay? If you go back to a million years, you don't look the same. Okay.
I guess that's true, isn't it?
Okay, I'm sure back then we were one color. We're not one color anymore. Okay?
Well, PK might be
another million.
PK might be a troglodyte.
Another million years. So we might all get there in another million years.
We're constantly evolving. It's just so slow. It looks like we're not
standing still.
We've evolved to the point of stupid human smartphone. I love it.
Our technology changes faster than we do.
That's where the singularity was going to actually come in, where you can actually. We hope it's already there. It's just a matter of turning the switch on.
Flip that switch. You better do it soon.
We're arguing over Chat GPT. You're looking at it, man. What are you talking about?
I mean,
we need.
I mean, if you just think about when the first cell phone call was made versus now.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
I think it was made like 70.
Yeah, 78. Yeah.
The first cell phone call was made.
Yeah.
And then now look at us. We got fucking a damn supercomputer in our fucking pocket.
Yeah.
Basically, a lot of us are looking at this shit. Did you ever think that you'd be looking at a show like this on your phone? Think about it. I'm on my phone listening to the show right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you would have shipped this shit back into the 80s, people look at you like, witch.
Yeah, they would have. They would have.
You stole my soul.
Like, I'm at the stake. God damn, it's the 80s.
All I got to say is pray to your gods. That's all I got to say.
Well, we're likely or not, the decision's already been made about how they're going to go forward. And ChatGPT is just one of the decisions that they made. They're showing you that, okay, likely or not, this is where we're actually going to go forward with this. So they've been arguing about it for the last 10, 15 years. But now the decision has been made. So we have to see where it goes.
I just wish we had more time. See it all. That's crazy.
That's what they said, the day after tomorrow?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at
Right before the
man.
extinction of humanity. That's a good reference. That's a good one.
Yeah. I wish I had more time.
Wish we had more time to see it all.
Yeah, you
Eh,
might see it.
hey,
Oh God.
just give me a bottle of whiskey and I'll be all right.
You
I'll
might
run
see it.
towards it.
Be careful what you pray for.
Hey, it's gonna happen eventually, one day or another.
Yeah, it
Long
might
as I get,
faster than you think. Get
I
shocked
mean,
with people, with my nationalist folks. Oh man, we need to bring down white supremacy. Be careful what you wish for. Okay, might not happen the way you think it's going to happen.
hey, a nice bottle of Jack Daniel's Select
Yeah,
and a shot glass. I'll be all right.
hey man, as long as there's no eternal hellfire, at least while we're on Earth.
Hey,
yeah.
That's coming, brother, man. That's coming.
at
And
least
Art
I'll
a
be
bit more.
warm.
And Art, what is
Yes,
the
sir.
drink of tonight?
Coffee.
Yeah,
Oh,
coffee.
I just got off, so mine's about to be Martell VSOP.
Pause.
No, it's gonna be Blue Swift.
You gonna drink Martell tonight?
Huh?
You gonna drink on Martell tonight?
Blue Swift, Martell Blue Swift.
Oh, I thought that
yeah.
was the
Well,
guy's
Charles has
name.
cut back a lot since he got that diagnosis. He don't
Well,
go
good.
in like he used to.
Good.
Never really drunk that much in the first place.
Bullshit. Stop lying,
Bullshit.
motherfucker.
That's a
We saw
lie.
you down bottles and shit.
Nigga, your ass was asleep in your car outside.
Right. This guy's like the real
No,
Aquaman,
don't
but
don't
with
have me go back.
alcohol.
Don't have me go back and pull receipts, Charles.
Right.
Oh yeah, go with the receipts, nigga. But
Now, hey, we
I
got tons of them on
was
that.
asleep in my car because of exhaustion.
No, we
We
talking
could
about
get a
Nah,
supercut of
when
you.
you showing
your
us,
ass was
you
not
showing us
exhaust.
chugging down whole bottles and shit, man. Okay,
Yeah.
That's
you
because they
showing
were
us.
half empty.
Yeah, even a half
Yeah,
a bottle,
whatever.
nigga.
You drink a full bottle with your damn pinky.
You did, Pinky in the air, sure did.
Yeah.
Him and Charles Barkley, yeah.
Yeah, what's wrong with drinking with your pink in the air? It's classy.
Out of the damn
out of
original
out of the
bottle.
bottle.
Right. We can't get
That's
this kid to drink
championship
out of
classy.
out of a glass, man. He just can't do it, bro.
He said, "What's a glass?"
It's championship classy.
He said he still got a few 56K modems on
Boy,
standby.
that ain't gonna help you.
No, it ain't.
Oh, that's funny.
Man.
Dial up. We used to say dial up is the devil.
It really was.
I'll be
Yeah.
goddamn.
It really was.
Remember, you couldn't talk on the phone when you.
Oh
Man.
man. Oh god. Yeah. You had to wait in the middle of the night to go on the internet when everybody was
Oh, really?
asleep. Yeah.
I was a kid, so I had to wait until parents were asleep type shit before I could fuck with the internet. Like,
I had
goddamn.
it had the old lady and the kids, so I still had to wait up to the middle of the night to go on the internet.
I still remember the time I had it. I guess my dad was on the internet and it changed his I guess the desktop or something. So I had to switch it back. He was just on them porn sites.
You on the you on the what? On the porn sites?
On the porn sites.
Oh,
bro, do you remember when porn sites in general used to fucking like destroy your PC, bro? You know how many of my friends' PCs used to be absolutely dog shit because they bogged it down with so much garbage?
yeah, because you bought into the your
You
dick
clicked
bought
on that
into
damn pop up.
pop up, yeah.
Man.
Pop up.
Nah.
I
Shit,
had
I
a
remember-
friend, his computer was like, that thing would, I swear to God, it would have likely set on fire because of how much he was watching.
That in MySpace destroyed more computers, boy.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on MySpace.
I had to fix a whole lot of software and a whole lot of computers because of fucking MySpace and porn.
Man.
Yeah, BGS, don't get me started on MySpace because I know about the technology that was behind it. Ugh.
Man, people had to I remember people had to wipe their entire PC just to get it working again.
Just to get it working again, yeah. That's how deep it was.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got rootkits, man. You got key loggers. You got everything on this.
Yeah.
Hey, BGS.
MySpace is probably the reason people won't let you style your websites the way they like because of MySpace.
Yeah,
Because
because of MySpace. Yep, sure did. Because that's like Facebook grew so much because MySpace had all the spam
They
and
still do.
keyloggers and stuff like
horrible
that. Yeah,
styling.
yeah,
They
And
still do. If it's still around.
yeah.
India and Pakistan made so much money during that era, dude. It ain't even
Mm-hmm.
funny
Mm-hmm.
because of the amount of shit that they infected people's computers
Yeah,
with.
yeah. All the viruses and shit like that. Yeah, yeah. That's how come Facebook grew so fast. Because MySpace was a thing, back in the mid 2000s. Everybody was on it, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it was killing so many people's computers that they had to get something different.
Yeah, I think that's when I had XP Pro.
Oh yeah, XP Pro. Yep.
Yeah, different world.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, before that I had ME. That was
Oh,
dog shit.
You got that?
I
It never.
missed. I missed me.
That never existed, man.
It was the family. It was
It
the
never
family
existed.
computer.
It was never existed, man. There was no
Nah,
such thing as an operating system called Windows ME. Nope.
never happened.
Nope.
Windows
Same
Millennium.
with Vista. Vista never happened either. What is that?
All right, let me be fair about Vista. Vista wasn't that bad if you had some 2 gigabytes of RAM or more. It wasn't that bad.
See, it had 2 gigs.
Man,
Vista
both of
Vista
them
was
were
dog
garbage.
shit,
They were both garbage.
man. How come Windows 7 ran on it just fine right after that?
Right. Big
Well, they made
facts.
improvements.
Windows 7 would run on anything, man.
Yeah.
I mean, anything.
Bro, a
Windows 7
potato,
was the
dog.
shit, man. It would. Windows 7 ran on anything. God. I tested on like little bitty netbooks, man. Windows 7 ran on anything.
Bro, I had a potato one time, bro, and I plugged up motherfucking Windows 7 that bitch, and it ran.
It ran.
It ran.
I show you how Vista was dog shit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 7 was their best program.
XP and I think Windows 7 and XP probably were
the best.
The best consumer
Yeah.
consumer operating system was Windows the professional Windows back in like 2000. What do they call it?
XP Professional.
No. It was
Windows
something else.
2000 Professional.
No. It was something else before that. Before they actually.
Windows 90. Was it Windows 98?
Man was cool, but there was another one that ran on for corporate operating system. I'm trying to remember the name.
Windows NT.
NT probably was the best operating system Windows ever produced. Okay, but the thing is, it wasn't consumer
friendly
operating
at
system.
all.
Yeah,
no,
it
was
was
not.
business.
Yeah. But that would Windows XP was actually Windows NT downgraded a little bit for the consumers,
and it was amazing.
It was
amazing. I like XP. XP was fun. And then I had Windows 7.
Well, Windows 7 was
good.
Windows 7 as far as a consumer operating system, probably the best consumer operating system that Windows ever produced.
What about Windows 8? I'm just playing around.
What is that? What are you talking about? You mean Windows Vista Part 2? Is that what you're talking about?
Windows 8 was actually built for tablet PCs. Okay, they were trying to follow the iPads and the iPhones, right? They want to get into the touch interface, so they're trying
to. That sucker sucked when you're trying to do it with just the mouse.
Yeah, it did. So basically, the user interface sucked on Windows 8 because they're trying to do too much with the old Windows 7. They tried to turn Windows 7 into a touch interface and it didn't work out very well. So
yeah, there was a lot of PCs that it was built into where the screen you could actually touch it.
Yeah,
I remember that. Cause I think my friend had that.
I had a tablet PC. That's what Windows 8 was actually built for. But things the shit didn't work, and the shit didn't work until they actually got corrected in Windows 10, which was closer to what Windows 8 should have been.
Hey, but shout out to Windows Vista, man, because they actually were the first, believe it or not. I believe so. They were the first. That was the first operating system that tried to do crossplay in between. And this is for gamers, for people who play games. They tried to do crossplay in between PC to console with Shadowrun, I believe that was the name of the game, Shadowrun. Yeah.
Yeah, the Windows Vista was a dog. It's okay.
It was bad, yeah.
And by the way,
dog with fleas.
And by the way, shout out to all the PC gamers on Call of Duty, cheating motherfuckers.
Hey man, you was scared to catch these hands. You what do you mean?
Nigga, what an ass whooping. I'm always here.
I'm about that life. Log in right now. I bet you won't.
See, look,
a mouse and keyboard always wins, sir.
Yes, it is.
I bet you won't. I bet you won't log in. You scared?
Shit, I was on Tekken the other day. What was your bitch ass?
I don't play Tekken. I play Call of Duty though. What's up with that?
Oh, because we know you'll play Tekken because we whipped your ass on it, me and R.
Oh, but you scared. But you scared when it comes to Call of Duty though.
Nah, nigga, we could go.
Yeah, you scared though. You ain't
nigga,
gonna log
we
in.
Could go.
You ain't really about it.
We could go. Get a controller, motherfucker.
I got one sitting next to me, but you won't log in though because you scared.
I don't care what you call your penis, but anyway.
Oh God. Here we go.
That is that we're gonna leave that one where that lied. We're gonna leave that alone.
But guess what? Any game, I'm gonna whip your ass on Call of Duty, and you can go back to Tekken, and I'm gonna whip your ass there because I owe you a couple of ass whoopings.
Not because that's a lie on the internet. In real life, I will catch you any day of the week, every day of the week for 60 days straight, and you'll cry every time you see me on this game. You don't want these hands. That's why you scared to log in.
I'm gonna cry because we know what's gonna happen. You lose, I win. Birds fly, fish swim. There we go.
Right. Hey, BGS.
Yes, sir.
One of the reasons Windows Me sucked so bad is because it wasn't based on Windows NT. It was actually based on the old kernel, Windows 98 kernel.
Yeah.
What?
Yes,
yeah, it was. Yeah.
That's why Windows 2000 was better because it was based on the new NT kernel.
Yeah, 2000 was based on NT kernel.
So what the fuck happened?
What they were trying
dinosaurs.
They're trying to the dinosaurs. They're trying to keep the business class and the consumer class separate.
Okay, so 2000
to make more money. Yeah,
was the biggest brain play that they came up with.
I think they were trying to keep
because I got Windows 2000. I didn't even fuck with ME at all.
Yeah, I think they were trying to keep
lucky you.
Because there's a lot of knuckleheads
that Windows 2000 was expensive, boy. So yeah.
Yeah, I think they were trying to keep.
It was a lot when it came out.
It was a lot of money. It wasn't built. It wasn't a consumer operating system.
I think they were trying to keep Dawson play. You know, the old command line.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Well, it's still there. DOS is still there. It's just hidden.
Yeah, it's called a command line now.
The command line is still there. It's just hidden. Because if you want to do anything outside of the UI, the front facing UI, you got to boot up the command line and actually start putting in commands. Which I forgot, man. I haven't done command line in about 15 years.
So. Bro, imagine doing CMD post Windows 98, bro. What's wrong with you?
I had to do some command line stuff back in Windows Vista. You had to go command line for some of that shit, man, and get rid of some of that stuff. You had to. But I haven't done it.
Vista never happened. You just said that, remember?
I said ME never happened.
Oh,
Windows Vista was too big of a train wreck. You can't ignore that one.
Let's just forget about it. I'm glad I never got my hands on it, man, because I ran across it a couple times. It was like, yo, what the fuck is this?
You'd have thrown it against the computer against the wall.
Imagine playing games on an AME machine, man.
Oh god,
man,
that shit was horrible.
Sound like cancer.
You know, BGS was an old school hacker back in the day.
Yeah, something like that.
You know, BGS was like, shh, don't tell these niggas. God damn.
Short of running a thing or looking up something, I have never really been into the CMD. Ain't got no reason to.
Yeah. Why you think I know about script kiddies and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, short of hacking forums in the 2000s, I don't know shit. I know a little bit.
Well, we doing in news groups hacking forums in the 90s, early 90s.
Believe it or not, I know about the command line because my father you used to play you used to show me how to boot up all old DOS games. And that's how I learned the command line, type in, where the drive is at and all that. That's how I learned the command line.
Yeah, I was going to the hacking forums and getting information, and I had switched because I really liked the Windows Vista layout when it first came out, man. And so I was on there, and they actually had made a program that simulated the Windows Vista layout without any of the fucking hassle. So you were able to get the Windows Vista layout on Windows XP.
Yeah. Let me holler out for a second. Gabe, stop trying to troll, man. You're a lousy troll. So, stop trying, man. Give it up.
I'm not even paying attention to what is he saying.
Oh, he said, stop. BGS was no hacker. Stop it. I never said I was a hacker.
Oh, okay.
I ain't say I was a hacker. I could have been a hacker, but I never said I was a hacker. I could have hacked if I wanted to.
And Acetus, appreciate you for the Cash App.
Nah, I wasn't a hacker. I hung around the forums though. I knew people who were. I don't anymore, but I did.
If you want to really be a good hacker, you got to give up most of your life. Okay, you got to really.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to be a hacker.
Yeah, this whole thing.
I don't want to be a hacker. That's too much work.
And got to remember, I started trying to learn machine code in 1983. Well before this stuff actually rose. I've been following this stuff, man, for since the early 80s.
Doing the assembly?
Never did assembly.
Okay. So seeing up.
Yeah. Seeing up. Yeah, seeing up. What do we delve into?
Assembly's got real hardcore stuff. That's the almost direct machine code.
You know what? The only way to program the old Commodore 64s, you had to type in all that machine code to get something done. The peaks and pokes and numbers and shit like that. That's the whole hardcore machine code language that goes directly to the CPU. Yeah, that's hard. But now they only do that basically for the translation layer from one CPU to the next. And they have to build that first, and then you start adapting your programs to it.
Yeah, I talked to my old brother that used to do the punch card stuff. I was like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
They used to write the programs on a punch card and then then put it in the machine.
Yeah, that's old school.
All right, so Charles, when you catching these hands, man, you gonna send Art that invite, man? What's happening, bro?
I'm driving home when I feel like it.
Don't worry. That's why you scared right there. You always driving some goddamn where.
Don't worry.
You had to drive away from the. You had to drive away from the time you found out I was going to beat your ass.
Let me ask you this question: Do you want this ass whooping to be emailed? Hey PK, do you want this ass whooping to be emailed or sent by UPS?
I mean, send it to Art so that he can go ahead and mail it to me, or then we'll see if it even comes through the mail because I know it's you, so you ain't got no ass whoopings for nobody.
I mean, hey,
not on Call of Duty, not in this.
I got your ass whooping on Call of Duty, on Madden, on fucking Tekken, Street Fighter. Hell, I'll even beat your ass at Pinochle if I have to, nigga.
Hey, play me in chess then, since you brought that life then.
Oh yeah.
See these hands in chess. What's up? I'll go to the chess website right now. You can play it on your phone. What's up?
Nigga, don't make me put my dicky on and talk about my set chess side.
Put your dick on what?
I don't want. Yo, pause. Pause. I don't want no parts of any of that.
I said Dickie as the shirt, you idiot. God damn.
You can't clean up that nonsense, bro. That's a problem.
Well,
that's a problem. I don't want no parts of that, bro.
Why would Dickie, not Dick. We understand what's on your mind right now.
Look at you.
Oh dear.
It's called clothing, you idiot. Look at you. Look,
I know that you used to going to Dr. Miami. I mean, but god damn, I didn't know you went that far already with the procedure, Charles.
We already know how much you like the transgender fat bitches.
Oh, here we go.
Come on now. Oh, God. We all know about your transgender fat bitches.
All right, I quit. We're done. We're done. We're done here.
Next on the agenda.
Yeah, it's called a.
So let's
TK, next time say uncle, goddammit.
nah, I got to if he gonna go to dicks and shit. Like this is a problem. Yeah, this is a problem.
When I said Dickie, not Dicks, we already know what you're obsessed with. It's okay. I accept you for you.
Pause. So about that whole Austin thing that got brought up earlier, what's going on with that? Anyone got any intel?
We have to wait and see how far they actually want to push this, because what I learned, what Art what Art Newstar was saying last night, that is pretty much a nothing burger, more like a misunderstanding. So they're trying to take one little what's it, Twitter video,
Yeah, Twitter
and
video.
blow it out of proportion.
What was the video?
In other words, when he was interviewing, all he said, actually interviewing Brazilian girls, right? And what he's saying is that Brazilian girls are actually easier to deal with than Western women, right? Than American women. But he titled it "Are Brazilian Girls Easy?" And that's what triggered this feminist. So she got it blown out of proportion. Went to the police to try to have him arrested, and they look at the video, so he didn't do anything. So what they're trying to do is make a nothing burger into a whole meal.
Always start.
So is it good, or like what's? I don't even know. I'm not familiar with anything that's going on with that. So I'm completely out
just
of the
like
loop.
anything in social media. If it gets legs, then maybe he isn't. If it gets enough legs. But the thing is, will it get legs? So far, it hasn't got any legs. Other than amongst the black women complaining about it. How far can it go?
Yeah, hoes mad. Okay, I got you.
The hoes are mad, and so basically, and I think he said this in one of his posts. He said, Why are Brazilian women teaming up with the same women that call them dirty feet?
Oh,
ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
great point. They do call them dirty feet.
Yeah, they've been. Oh yeah, you know where it came from, right? It came from the Manosphere. It actually came from one of the guys in the Manosphere. He's actually Cerulin and somebody else started calling the
that's
women
right.
dirty feet bitches.
Yeah, I remember Kendra used to say it too.
Yeah.
Yo, why? What's up? Where did that? Why?
They're trying to discourage black men from going overseas or going outside the American black community and seeking love or seeking other women from overseas. So they start naming them the women in the developing world dirty feet bitches. So
yeah,
going over to exploit dirty feet, poor women that don't have jobs, they can't afford shoes. Because they're calling them dirty feet.
Shame, guilt, insult, and the need to feel to be right. Rest in peace, Kevin. Son.
They're trying to protect their property.
it's basically that's why I asked. I said, have they touched him yet? So far they've looked at it. They haven't touched him because he really didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're using this as an opportunity to go against the passport bros because they're feminists.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I would see this, and this is just my perception of it, and it may not necessarily be true. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong here, man. But I would see this as a win in their book, and not for them, but if I were them, if you get where I'm saying. Because I mean, like, if the men that are undesirable to you are no longer engaging with you, or they're dealing with quote unquote dirty foot bitches, right? Like, why is that a problem for you? You're winning.
Okay.
So they're full of shit. That's why.
We have talked about this ad nauseum, right? Okay. Patrice O'Neill, right? Main case in point. What changed his whole outlook on American women?
Going out of the country,
going to Brazil and finding out, okay, there's a different. They're not all the same, and you get better treatment elsewhere. So why should you tolerate the same kind of treatment here? You change the standard of treatment if enough people go outside of it.
Raise your standards.
They have to compete. They have to raise. They have to compete, especially black women. Black women don't compete at all.
That's true.
That's how come they're actually so mad. And what basically when black women can't compete or they can't match up, what's the first thing they go to? Sign language, right? As Kevin calls it. They try to shame you and guilt you into staying where you are. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's a goddamn shame.
They've been doing it for hundreds of. That's the only thing they have in their playbook. They've been doing it for hundreds of years.
Time to update that playbook,
Yep.
goddamn. Time to brush up the fucking bring out them pumps or something, goddamn. Get in the
The
gym.
thing is overseas they don't have a white racist man trying to get you back in line.
Nope.
Hey, BGS.
Facts.
Why are they crying about Biden messing with classified documents? I mean, come on, man.
Because well, I'll get myself into a little bit of trouble, right? Okay. The
I
project
mean,
and
he's the president. I expect him to look at fucked up documents. Come
that's
on.
the documents. They knew the documents were there. Okay, they keep track of this shit. They knew exactly what those documents were the whole time.
No, I expect him to look at messed up documents. What's the big deal?
They you can't take that shit out of storage without somebody knowing about it. Okay,
Yeah.
they knew he had them. Okay,
Yeah.
Every president, every ex-president, vice president has documents that they worked on. They carry out with them, even though they're classified. That's not unusual. Thing is, the agenda that he has been on for the last couple of years has not worked. Okay, in fact, it's worked the opposite. And basically, he's talking about running again. So what do they need to do?
Oh,
discredit
okay.
him, right?
You seen this coming a mile away. This play
Man,
was being ran for like
I mean,
the past 4 years. I'm surprised nobody's seen it.
If you go after Trump, because
well,
if you
not
go after,
really. Really, he caught me off guard because I didn't think he was going to be. I thought a lot of stuff that's going on now was already settled. I didn't think that, in my opinion, was a dumb move, right? I didn't think they were willing to make this move, and they did. I said, okay, well, I didn't see that one coming because I thought, sometimes you give people credit. I think
Oh, wow.
that they're smarter than they are. Anyway.
You assume people are smart? Oh God!
People in power, they're very smart people.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone because we don't want you to go any further. But
yeah.
I thought that.
Everybody knows what agenda they've been on for the past year or so. So it's not any secret. But I don't have to spell it out. But the thing is, it has not worked.
What do you
anybody
think?
in Patriot already knows what I'm talking about. It didn't work.
What do you think is going to happen in 2024 for because the right is saying like, oh, they don't want Trump to run anymore, and they think that they're going to try and push DeSantis up to go up against Biden if he's saying
I don't think the negatives against Biden is so much, man. His age, the economy,
and his vice president is even worse shape than he is.
I don't think bring her up because I get in trouble every time I bring her ass up. We're gonna leave her out of it. She had nothing to do with this shit, right? Okay. But what I'm saying is the economy, what's going on in Ukraine, all this stuff that's going on the globe is not work to the advantage of the American people. Okay, you got what you have is ongoing and increasing stagflation, right?
100%.
And the layoffs are just starting. Okay, what are you going to 2023 with these kind of layoffs? And they still raise interest rates in the Fed. What do you think that's going to do? Is that actually didn't play well for Jimmy Carter in 1980? Did it?
Nope.
This will be the second. This will be like what Trump didn't get a second term. If Biden doesn't get a second term, this is going to be historical.
Not really.
Johnson,
you just haven't had it in a while. That's all.
Yeah, not historical, but it'll be one of those that'll be like, oh, these are the presidents.
Because you had it back to back because the person that took over for Nixon, not Ford. Ford only had one term. Carter only had one term.
You just haven't seen it in your lifetime in a while because
it has happened.
Clinton had to, G had to,
Bush
Obama had to.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just that in your generation, it just seems like a president has stayed around for 8 years, but that's not the norm.
Yeah, I do get
Trump with the Trump.
I do get what you're saying. Okay, I do get what you're saying though, BGS, because I don't know what you think about it. Larry Summers come out talking about employment need to increase. I'm like, okay, you really want to go down this road, motherfucker?
I don't predict over the next like 8 to 12 years we'll see a steady president. I don't predict that'll happen only because of the route that the world banking system is deciding to to go down. I mean, Biden is in our bank is basically following the playbook that's been given out to them. It's been handed out officially.
But why wouldn't
Not
they
quite.
want him to stay in though? If he's the one that's following the playbook, if that's what you're saying.
Who says? Depending on who you say wants them to stay in. America has more than one faction of people.
Exactly.
So
but the thing is, if he wants to run, you can't tell him not to run. What you have to do is discredit him, right?
Mm-hmm. So who do you think's gonna win in 2024?
We don't even know who's running in 2024, do we?
Yeah,
You have to wait and see.
Away.
So unless they get like a popular,
give me all the list of candidates, V for V.
I understand where you're going.
Who's gonna win? We don't even know. It's like who's gonna win the playoffs before the teams actually.
If Trump goes, do you think he'll win?
Oh man, oh shit! I don't think so. I think the Republicans are actually down on him right now, so I don't think he would. He got too many dogs. He got too many dogs biting at his heels, so that's kind of hard to navigate.
Who are they gonna put in? It's gonna be
with DeSantis. They're running DeSantis.
Yeah, DeSantis. Yeah, I guess that's right then. Wow.
We have on the Democratic side. We have no clue.
I don't know. You could tell me if I'm wrong here, BGS.
Hey, BGS, you don't think?
Hey,
one at a time,
y'all.
But I'm not really sure that anybody that they would put forward will probably get more than one term in this coming climate.
We don't know.
Next decade or so.
You guys are a lot more confident about this stuff than I am.
Hey, BGS. Of course, I'm joking, but you think Pete Buttigieg don't have a chance?
hey, why not, man?
Mister, I can't run my own state. Okay, all right.
Yeah, why not?
Shit, I have a better chance.
Why not? I think Buttigieg is all about the money. You have to get more clout and money by running for president. Get your profile up.
That's surprising. So DeSantis.
Don't nobody say Beto.
DeSantis. Who's the? I just wonder who the left is gonna put up because it's gonna be funny seeing this.
What left?
Yeah, there ain't gonna be no left.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Go ahead.
Who was the last lefty president candidate? That was Sanders. He's the only one, right?
Yeah,
like far left. Yeah, Roger.
He's talking about the Democrats. I think is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, right.
So Biden's a lefty? News to me.
No.
I learned something new here tonight.
No, I don't. I'm not talking about far left and far. I'm talking.
I'm talking about left. Period.
Left.
You think Biden's a lefty?
Yeah. Normally, when I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans, I just say left and right.
No. Well, you gotta specify. Left and right doesn't mean Democrat or Republican. You have some Republicans that are lefties.
Yeah, Obama was centered right.
Yeah, he was more like centered left, but
somewhere.
He's the one. He's the one that actually signed the Dear Colleague letter, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of these lefty, liberal, blue-haired cats with the Me Too shit actually was under Obama.
Yeah.
So he's center left.
I'm dead.
Yeah, 100%.
No, really, that's what at least the Me Too was, the Dear Colleague letter. I did like 4 videos on that shit. Huh? The Dear Colleague letter that
in college,
the colleges could actually go after.
But how long ago was that?
2011.
Man, we're getting old. God damn. That was almost a decade ago. That was a decade ago. Some change.
It's more than a decade. Yeah, more than a decade. But the thing is, look at go back to Title IX. What, 72? So basically, that's relatively new. If it's a decade ago.
Yeah, I think people are actually suing the schools now for doing that.
Yeah, because it's not working out.
Yeah, because I think.
In fact, what's happening is that men are using Title IX against the women.
Good for them.
Standing ovation.
Mm-hmm.
About time.
They look at it's not balanced. With 70% of the people who enrolled in college are women. How's that balanced?
Only for the men that's fucking them.
Depends on what you mean by balanced.
What do you mean by balanced? It should be more males, biological males, enrolled.
Well,
that
ain't too balanced. What I mean.
At the same time, BGS, you know these bitches ain't going to be no fucking PhD in no type of tech or science.
They probably
But
won't. They probably won't. But that's But okay, the thing is that, and I think a lot of stuff that's driving this. There's several factors that are driving this, right? Okay, um, is a sort of mating, right? You can't if you only have if you have twice as many women getting degrees, quote unquote, as men, right? When they come out, okay, and they want mates that have degrees, okay, basically they have to compete.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's out of balance, even according to them. And then they want husbands that are quote unquote at their level, because they
Yeah,
don't want to be breadwinners like the men were. Men are
Nope.
perfectly willing to date down and marry down. Women aren't. Okay,
yeah, you
women want to
can't.
marry up. But what happens when the ladder? There's no more rungs on that ladder.
Correct. Yeah, you can't have
Yeah.
authoritative
Yeah.
Can't have it.
mating when you
Guess
have
what?
one
Bitches gotta pay.
sex act the other way. Yeah.
So
Gotta
so e-
have some
so e-
house husbands.
so even the uh, uh, the second wave feminists are saying, okay, this shit's out of balance. And you have to do
Mhm.
something, because now they have sons. They don't want their sons to be run over by, third wave feminists or fourth wave feminists, whatever you want to call them.
This is what
Yep.
they wanted. What do you mean?
They wanted something similar, but it got way out of hand. It's way out of
Yeah.
hand.
It went
Mm-hmm.
way too far.
Hey, don't complain about the outcomes that you fight for, man. Like that's what you
Oh,
wanted.
hey, talk to blue hair, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, like ultimately, like when you make these decisions and you advocate for certain policy positions, you
Yeah,
get what you asked for. What you
yeah.
mad about? You
I just want
know?
I just wanted these so-called white leaning feminists to keep our names out of their mouths. Okay, if you want to go against white manosphere, go against them. Go to their channels. Talk about them.
Yeah. They look at us like we're soft targets, but we're not.
Man, we every time they come in, they get drilled,
You don't
because
come
Like
down
what,
with us.
we don't have to be. We ain't fresh and fit. We don't have to be nice to you.
nope. Like what was the one white chick that you was on Hammer's channel that I guess Hammer let some white dude up saying nigger, and she didn't
Oh boy.
just didn't say anything.
Hmm.
Like, why'd you let him say that if you
I
supposed to be
thought
also left?
I thought
Because
Hammer's new name was Nail, bro. What happened? We changing his name back?
I just had to ask Hammer, why are you using my talking points like against me? Okay, it's like you got that from me, so you try to use my talking points against me. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
He didn't even understand any of the information that's been disseminated here.
No,
None of it.
no. He just, oh, that sounds good. Let me use this. Well, that's millennials though,
mhm.
doing that shit.
Nah, don't you put that on us. That motherfucker's a
No, yeah,
Z.
motherfucker. Yeah, yeah, he is a Z. I'm sorry. He's a Zoomer. He's a Zoomer. Is that the official word for them now? Zoomers?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the official word for
Okay.
him.
Excuse me, BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one question. Just one thing that I think that's been not factored into the whole conversation about the imbalance of students
Okay.
on campus, and that
Okay.
is the number of foreigners number
Okay.
of foreigners that are in the system
Okay.
or on campus.
Okay.
Doesn't that factor in big time?
Nope.
Nope.
Not really.
You're looking
Nope.
at gender
Okay. This
rates.
okay. This is something that you can actually go back and look at, right? When I was
Mm-hmm.
going to school, okay,
Yes,
in the
sir.
70s and 80s, right? Only 10%, maybe 50% of your population may ever made it to 4-year colleges.
Yes, sir.
Actually, except the 4-year colleges. Bill
Mhm.
Clinton in '96, okay, changed under welfare reform, opened that wide open, right, to where 40% of people now can actually get college degrees. Okay,
It
Mm-hmm.
so
was even less. It was even less prior to the time period you just mentioned, man.
yeah,
It wasn't even 10%.
it
It
was like
was like
five or six,
less.
yeah, like
Yeah, it was
five or
like
six
4 to
percent.
6, man. It was
Yeah,
horrible.
yeah, and it wasn't horrible. The thing is that okay, that's as many people as you needed to have degrees. Okay, but the thing is, as you move toward post-industrial, then you need more educated. They thought you needed more educated people, but the thing is, the actual degree became the goal instead of like a high school diploma. It became the 4-year degree.
That's
But
bad phrasing on my
even
half.
that even that has been watered down, because because I listened to the professors, right, about the students, that shit has got watered
Mhm.
down, way down.
Mhm.
Okay, so
I see.
a bachelor's degree now doesn't mean what it meant back when I was coming up. Okay.
Nope.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
fact,
that wasn't, and that
you
wasn't,
need
and that was,
in some things you need a master's degree in some cases. I mean,
you know what?
plenty of jobs.
I mean, I have sliced the head of so many people with master's degrees. It's not even funny. It's, a lot of time, and Charles can tell you that the couple of chicks he's out on, that said, "Where did you go to school?"
At this point in time in history, you got to go up to the doctoral level
You
before you
almost
really
have to.
start to really get to the meat of anything nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
It's
you
that
really do.
bad.
It's that bad. Yeah.
People don't think, man.
They don't.
I've met so many people. They were like, and they tell me I probably should have went to school. And I'm like, and these people have degrees, masters, and all this shit. And I'm like, how can I do more research than you guys and can think better than you?
Yeah,
Like it's sad. It's fucking sad, really.
Wait till they start using Chat GPT.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
That's going to teach classes. That's
dumbing down
going
the
to
population.
Yeah, that's going to teach classes, man.
No, what the thing is basically they want you to do research. They'll ask a couple of questions and punch in the in the in the whatchamacallit, and the paper will be actually produced.
This will be like you remember that one time on Kevin Samuel's show where the girl came up and he was talking about how women couldn't survive in the event that shit went left in society, and there's a woman that came up and was like, "Yeah, just go to the ocean and get salt water." Yeah, we're doing that now. We're doing that. That's where we're at.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So speaking of the policies, what about the bill that they're trying to pass for the IRS being abolished? And
what they're saying is that it can get through Congress, but the thing is, you got to get through the Senate and be signed by Biden. Okay, so that happening is probably not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, unless you get a real voters rebellion amongst the common people.
Because it seems like when I was reading about it on both the Democrat leaning side and the Republican leaning side, people were in support of having their federal income tax being taken away. And then also some were even asking for, hey, I want my property tax gone as well. So
there's got to be a balance. And the thing is, it's got to be worked through. It's got to be worked through through Congress, through the legislature. You can get rid of taxes. The thing is, okay, most people are actually in favor of taxes because they know without them, guess what's going to happen to the neighborhoods and other kind of stuff.
And the police force is going to be cut. Fire department.
The money's got to come from someplace, right? Why do you think the highest tax states have the biggest populations?
Yeah. And then the second thing is too, you were talking about the policies that were enacted with the past president, or kind of touched on it. The corporate tax cut that was done in 2017 for with stagflation going on with it now, and these profited companies that have been going on with their overpriced stocks. What is that going to happen whenever we're in stagflation and then all these corporate tax?
Okay, you're going to have to make a point because I'm not understanding where you're going with this. You're asking like 5 questions that are not going anywhere.
So it's
nail
at
it down to 1
now, and it's supposed to raise back up.
Okay.
So the profits that all these
taxes. Trump was trying to lower the corporate taxes, basically not for the regular corporation, but for the corporation to actually bring their money back from outside the country. In other words, they're trying to encourage them to actually bring their global profits that were offshore back into the country. That's what he's trying to do. It's hard to do that. It's hard to do that. It's a very fine balance how to do that.
You have to create a mechanism to even run it through that sort of system, and right now they don't have one.
They don't have one. It's all screwy right now.
You can't reverse capital flight to that extent. It's you're going to need to find some new radical way to do so because, like you said, Jeff, capital flight, that is the biggest problem for any administration at any level.
Yeah, me and Craig Hewlett were actually talking about this back in the 90s. Okay. 94, 95, when I read his book. I said, oh shit, do they know what they're doing? But the thing is, and they did, but the thing is, it's called greed. Chinese knew what they're doing, right? Okay, they profits to capitalists is like opium. Okay, get addicted to it. They can't get off of it, and basically they should have done something about this 30 years ago, and they didn't.
Really?
30?
And you were
30?
talking
Oh,
about how
man.
we get misled in the colleges. So when I was in 2017, I was in my advanced corporate finance class, and my professor was explaining to us like, oh, like this is really good. This is the best thing that will ever happen for the American people and the American public with our finances. And now we find ourselves in this position now where we've already printed all this money. And then also you all are talking about this capital flight and how this is a 30-year-old problem. So it wouldn't have mattered what would have happened.
I think BGS is being generous. He said 30 years, man. This goes back a
Okay.
long time,
Basically,
man.
it goes.
Holy shit.
It goes back. There's a reason that there's a reason that the Council for Foreign Relations actually paid Quigley actually write that book on tragedy and hope. Okay. What do you think is going to happen to Western civilization going forward, and how do you think we should actually? How's it built? What are the remedies? And he told them about the cycle of civilization, right? That you need to actually not expand anymore, because if you expand, you're actually going to make a peripheral. Peripheral actually adopts, becomes a core after a certain amount of years. Okay, he actually proved it, right? But the thing is that if you actually want to make money, make profits, you got to have what? Low labor costs. Where's the low labor costs? In the core of the peripheral.
The peripheral.
So that's what. So basically, you got they did what Quigley told them not to do, which is what it's called Nixon going to China. The last speech Quigley gave, man, last interview he ever gave, he talked about tragedy and hope. He said, "Why'd you name the book Tragedy?" Actually, that was the first video on my first YouTube channel, quoting Quigley about tragedy and hope. He said, "Why'd you name this Tragedy and Hope?" He said, hope was, I had hoped they would learn a lesson by me writing this book, right? They would not do what they're doing now, right? It's a tragedy that white civilization is actually going to go down the tube. He said, it's a foregone conclusion right now. It's done. It's already done. You can't reverse this shit. He predicted that China would rise in the year 2000.
It's because these people are so goddamn smart, they're stupid.
They're greedy. They're greedy. People have been telling them this for years. There was corporations in the early 2000s, right, on C-SPAN talking about the China price in 2003. Man, I said China, China sells this stuff for 30% less than we can actually make it. We can't compete against this stuff. We're gonna have to just to compete. We have to go to China. We can't make this stuff that cheap here. We can't survive here. Okay. Under these regulations, we can't survive here. We have to go overseas and actually have it made there. China knew it. China said, "Fill my factories, okay, put my people to work, and bring in your technology." And
we brought them 100 years into the future. Believe it or not.
Yes, we did.
All because of us.
We will serve you. They took what's his name? They took the Atlanta Compromise. Okay.
That's one way to put it. I got you. Oh,
PK.
They took
what are you smoking?
Nothing at all, dude.
You sure?
He ain't been high in I don't know how long.
It's been a while.
The way he sounded and everything, stay off the weed.
No. That's just PK. It's hard to tell when PK is actually high. Okay.
That's true.
I mean, if you're tracking the conversation, the laugh was because of what you just mentioned a moment ago.
Yeah, it's been a while though. So I'm like, what the hell wrong here? We giggling at this?
Basically, it's gone, man. I've been talking about that, you
talking about, you said this, you were checking this out in 94, 95. My professor was in his late 50s and was telling us, giving us a viewpoint of it being, not saying this is a single point of success that he was trying to portray, but it's already a foregone. There's no conclusion. There's already a conclusion for it.
Yeah.
Why are you teaching us that there's, like he said, tragedy and hope? It's really a tragedy. There's no fucking hope.
Basically, they've been. You have what is it? Fukuyama trying to prove it wrong. Okay. You had what is it? I think we called it Clash of Civilizations. He was trying to prove it wrong. Huntington was trying to prove it wrong. There's a whole bunch of people trying to prove it wrong, right? PNAC, okay, was trying to prove it wrong. Okay, we can actually stop. You had the panel for New American Century was actually based trying to prove Quigley wrong, that we're gonna have another American century, right? Quigley said, "You know, you're not." They said, "Yes, we are. If we do certain things by suppressing people trying to come up, we can actually do this, right?" That's what it was about. And was that about China in 1997? That's what it's about. This whole exercise about China in 1997. Now it's come to a head. Now we're looking at something that was started in 1995 with China, as far as the Shanghai Cooperative. Now we're literally looking at 30 years of this stuff. Okay, at the end of the 30-year cycle, you're actually looking at it. You know, with the BRICS growing, with stagflation here, with what's going on in Europe right now, you're looking at the outcome of something 30 years ago.
That's exactly what I think is that you were talking about BRICS is about how now these peripheral nations are now actually just coming together, and they're like, screw America. We're just going to be like, oh, even though we have the military, all we have left is what?
Had.
Yeah, all we have now, or had now, or had is militaristic power. Like, what else do you have to be trying to tell people? Like, oh, the dollar is not going to no longer be the worldwide currency.
You push it as much as your excess military equipment into Ukraine to fight the Russians, and it's not working out. And they're trying to tell Biden and everybody else, you keep doing this, you need to do another 6 months of this, there won't be anything left for us. Okay, we don't have the capacity to produce these weapons like Russia and China do. We don't. That's what they're trying to tell them. But that belongs behind the wall. I'm not even going to do that here because I get enough.
BTS.
Yes, sir.
The book, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of the World Orders by Samuel P. Huntington.
Yes.
Francis Fukuyama's book is called The End of History and the Last Man.
Which Mearsheimer actually roasted him about. She said, "You're fucking wrong."
I mean, that's the problem, I guess. I mean, in the case of Carroll Quigley, because he foresaw this, but nobody wanted to listen. I mean, it's like the prophets of every religion. They were never appreciating their time because what they foresaw was not for them; it was for the future generations.
Yeah,
I mean,
but Quigley got pissed. If you actually read his byline after that book, right? There's only 2,000 copies printed. Okay, and then the plates were destroyed. And Quigley said, "I want my rights to my book back because Quigley was he was arrogant. He wanted his name to be out there, right? He spent 10 years on his book. He said, I want the rights to my book. They never get. He fought to his death to actually get it. What happened was that in the 60s, all the rebels basically went into the library and photocopied the whole the book, and then started printing them privately. So now now you can get it online because they started releasing the book in underground circles, okay, outside of the printer. And then Quigley got pissed because he said, my books are everywhere, but I'm not getting paid for it. He got pissed.
The copyright infringement, thing.
And they would not help him enforce his copyright.
If it's a book, it's to be stolen.
Yeah, because they did not want the book out there, so they just tried to destroy the book. It was never supposed to be public.
And once he tried to sue them for it, he fought them for it. They realized they gotta find a way to remedy the situation because if he could hold them for breach of contract and whatnot to the publishers and everything.
You
correct.
They stole the book and they weren't going to help.
Hey, Neyman, you're in Europe, man. You know how shit works. If the powers that be don't want to enforce anything,
no, they don't want to enforce anything. I know.
Yeah,
but if you have to force the issue, I mean, but I get your point, sir.
Ask Andrew Tate about fairness.
Okay? Oh, I ain't going there. I don't want to even have a look at that individual.
Yeah. In other words, if they want you, they want you. What's his name?
They want you.
It was still in jail in Great Britain. What's his name?
You're talking about No,
Julian
Edward
Assange.
Snowden.
Julian
Oh,
Assange.
Julian
Julian
Assange.
Assange.
Assange. No,
Yeah,
Edward
Snowden's
can
still
never.
in
yeah, yeah.
Russia.
Edward Snowden can never leave.
Sorry.
Edward Snowden can never leave Russia.
Same vein. Sorry.
I always tell people if you coming from Russia and said Edward Snowden to the gate, get off that plane.
PK,
Plane
you
go
got to,
down.
PK, I think I need to introduce you to some fine vodka.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, I have to give you the absolute from Sweden because you cannot handle the Russian type.
Never
Yeah.
been, will never know. Sorry.
Yeah.
I ain't
All right.
stupid. Whole lot of
Uh,
things. Stupid.
But anyway.
Stupid ain't one.
Anyway, where were we?
Will be your next message of the day.
On a lighter note.
Mhm.
Behind the wall. Pay for the Patreon. It's $5.
Yeah.
PGS, got it.
Everything $5. Everything $5.
Oh yeah. BGS tax, right? I just gave you guys underground game that you won't hear. No,
Right.
you will not hear this anyplace else.
You will not. I'm telling you, it pisses. This is starting to piss me. This like it is crazy. They do not teach. I was born in '95. They don't even the freaking professors.
My condolences, V4V.
People in 2017, I was in college. I was in advanced corporate finance. These people were telling us that this was these Trump tax cuts, these whatever the monetary policies that I was learning about when I was in school. Oh, these are going to affect it this way. This is going to affect it this way. In no way, shape, or form being told that no, this is an issue that was done 30 fucking years ago, and it hasn't been fucking solved. It's not going to get solved. Actually, the policies that I'm telling you about as a young student, so that you can go and work in the corporate finance world at in Big Four firm or at Merrill Lynch or Edward Jones, all these places, it doesn't fucking matter.
Carry forward. That's all that matters.
Well, yeah, it's
fucking lie, man. I'm telling you, it's fucking more wisdom you get, the more fucking solace you become.
Well, the thing is that you still have to learn how to play the game if you want to make money. Okay, take what I, take it from an old guy that's been doing this shit for a very long time, man. Take what I'm giving you, okay, ingest it, hold it, but things you still have to play the game. Okay, still have to play the cards in front of you, not the ones that will be 20 years in the future. Play the cards that are in front of you. Okay, I'm telling you that from an old guy. Because that's something I didn't do.
Yeah, you got sons and
grandsons. Appreciate you for the BGS tax.
Yeah, you got sons and grandsons, and I hope I wish you wish that you had people that would tell you this type of stuff when you were younger, so you wouldn't so infantile in your thinking and not knowing shit and thinking you're knowing shit. You thinking you're walking around, you got tens of thousands of bank. It doesn't matter because even in the long run, like you were saying, you got to still play the cards in front of you.
Well, I mean, the thing is that sometimes maybe they just don't know. But the good thing about it is now, so you can inform the next generation of these things that they might be interested in. Like I said, my parents didn't teach me about credit because they didn't know anything about credit. They just did pay here, buy here, or buy here, pay here on cars. That's it. But I learned about credit. Guess what I did? Now I'm teaching other people about credit that's younger than me and trying to get them to a situation to where they can have good credit at a younger age.
Yeah, I try to do
you just gotta pass on your knowledge, man. That's it.
Yeah, I try to do my stuff with the soldiers I was in charge of when I was a PL, like explaining to them about, most of them didn't even know about the matching and contributions and like things like the TSP. They didn't know about budgeting. They didn't know about, apps that can show you how to track all the finances that you have. You can link all your cards. Like I'll do stuff like that, but still in the grand scheme, it's just who would have thought?
The apps are really new, man, because what they do on apps now, they're for free. Man, it used to cost like $200 a month to actually do the same shit. Back in the 90s.
There's I literally put all my soldiers on. There's called Mint, app called Mint. Yeah. And it's the only app that will allow you to log your TSP to it. And a lot of people don't, a lot of the soldiers didn't know about it. They didn't know that they're automatically defaulted to 3% in their TSP. So they're not getting any match at all. They've been in. I talked to my platoon sergeant who had been in for it was 17 or 16 years.
Yeah,
hadn't turned on a match. I'm like, man, what are we fucking doing?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, they don't want to. They
Listen
don't
to
want to
y'all.
inform you. They don't want to educate you. They want followers. So. But the thing is
That's
that
why you had George Carlin break down everything in his last special. Everything's bad for you.
Yeah,
It's a big club, and you're not in it.
the thing I talked about stagflation back last in February. Everybody listening to me, we talked about this in February about
Oh, I've been
stagflation.
tracking that. I've been tracking that. They've been talking about how they've
Have they admitted it? Have they admitted it publicly?
Yeah, they've admitted it now, but they can't deny it now.
Yeah.
They're trying to call it a recession, but the thing is, you can't have a recession and
They're trying to
inflation at the same
downplay it.
year. Yeah, because the people get scared. But the thing is that if you look up stagflation, you actually see that's happening right now, right? Inflation and layoffs, right? Because you got to rectify it somehow. It's got to come out of somebody's end, right? Which is workers.
Yeah, because if the bond market crashes, we're fucked. The same thing happened in Europe. One of the people I work with is from the UK, and he was talking about how like that thing that happened earlier in the year, it was either early summer or late spring last year, how the bond market fell out in Europe almost, and they had to go ahead because you can't raise the interest rate above the points that the bond market is giving returns on.
What do you mean?
Promising your returns on for the government,
or you'll kill the bond market. Yeah.
Yeah, and now they're talking about the Fed is just going back. They think the Fed is going and buying up the Treasury bonds now, and behind the door or behind closed doors and stuff. Like America is just it's screwed.
It's basically if you really they call it stagflation, right? But what it is austerity measures, right? Because if you go back and look up austerity measures underneath the old gold system, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you're out of balance as far as monetary policy or your balance of payments, you have to do what? You have to kill your economy
on purpose.
On purpose. To bring down inflation, bring down wages and bring down prices and make your labor cheaper. To bring back in flows of money back in. You do that by doing two. Look at most third world countries, right? When they have financial problems, what do?
They go
they do two things, right? What are they?
So what I'm tracking is just the one thing is they go to the WF and try and get the loans.
No. I'm talking about internally. I'm not talking about externally. Internally, what are two things that they do?
I don't know.
They'll do price hikes.
They cut jobs. Okay, price hikes is not that. They cut jobs and do what? What's the other thing that they do?
I don't know.
Raise interest rates.
Raise interest rates.
Raise interest rates.
What are we doing? What are we doing right now?
Raising interest rates.
Raising interest rates.
Cutting jobs. It's called austerity measures. But we have a fancy name for it called what?
Stagflation.
Stagflation. Happened in the 70s. Happened in the 70s. Right after what did we do in 1971?
What we ended the Cold War? Is that
nope? We went on.
No, you left the
standard. Right? Remember that? Did you learn that?
Well, gold standard. Yeah, the gold standard with who is that? Lyndon?
Nixon.
No,
Nixon.
Okay.
Did you learn about the gold standard in 1971? Have you read the book Gold, Dollars, and Power?
I haven't read that book, but I know that we were taking off the gold standard, and that we didn't
read the book Gold, Dollars, and Power about the Bretton Woods system.
Okay,
if you find it's by what's his God, what's his name now?
I got the Quigley books, but I don't have this one.
I
typed them up or typed them in my notes.
Hold on, let me pull him up again. Yeah, because I started reading the book by accident.
You said it's called Gold what?
Gold, Dollars, and Power. I will actually show you the book. It's actually written by Francis J. Gavin, who now has is MIT and has his own.
Is that GALVIN?
I'm getting ready to show you.
Okay.
I always suggest this book. Nobody talks about it. In fact, he never promoted this book because they didn't want the foreign relations didn't want to actually promote this book.
That ain't too bad.
It's for free if you steal it, but anyway.
Yeah, it's like somebody I know. Yeah, but that is the best explanation of the Bretton Woods gold system of the United States until they went off it in 1971. You know exactly why he why Nixon took us off the gold standard. Okay, he's forced off. He didn't just take us off. He was forced off by France. Go off the gold standard in 1971. And after you go off the gold standard, you have to go through what? Austerity measures, right? What did we do in the 1970s under stagflation? We did what?
We cut
Austerity
jobs.
measures.
We cut jobs by
Cut
doing
jobs,
three things:
raise
laying
interest
off
rates.
people. And what else would we do with the jobs? We did what? Exported them where? Exported them overseas, and then what? Third thing we did what? Was raise what?
Interest rates.
Raise
Interest rates.
interest rates.
When I bought my car in 1980, I paid 19.8%.
So why are all these? Why are as you drive through most of the country, they tell you on news articles and like when I'm reading MSNBC, CBS, Fox News, all these different platforms that they're saying, oh, all these places are saying now hiring. It's so easy to get a job.
Okay, so yeah, okay. Well, how come all this? Why all the layoffs? Then it's so easy to get a job. What are you laying off people for?
Yeah.
You know, look, Amazon laid off 15,000 people.
Oh yeah, I'm tracking that, Roger.
So I'm asking you a question. This is your business, right? This is your profession, right? So you should be able to answer my questions. Why are they doing this? What do you think?
Why are they laying off all this? So we can.
Yeah, if there's plenty of jobs. Last I heard, there was 7 million men that don't have any jobs, right? So is that voluntary or what?
It's voluntary.
Okay.
What?
All right, we'll see. All right.
What are you talking about? The 7 million people or 7 million men that don't want to go to work?
They don't have jobs. That aren't in the labor force. They used
okay, that's what you're saying. It's involuntary.
Involuntary. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. You know, I'm just saying. It's just my opinion out there, folks. I don't get no 202 calls tomorrow, right? I'm just giving my opinion. It's in the record.
It's just an opinion.
It's just an opinion. I could be wrong. Listen to Gabe A. Okay, listen to Gabe A. He says I'm wrong.
He
all
knows.
the time.
He knows best. 100%.
Gabe A. Listen to him. Okay.
So
he
what
says
is
I'm wrong.
what do you?
I don't know what I'm talking about.
So once we went off the gold standard and went into this, now we're moving into another wave of the modern monetary policies, the fiscal policies that we're using.
Whoa, don't say that.
Oh, sorry. Well,
paywall.
What?
No.
Paywall.
Okay. Ask your question. Go ahead and ask your question.
Since they're using the austerity measures, is this going to take just as long as in the 1970s after I finished?
Man, I hope the hell not, man. Because the thing is, we're at our peak in the 1970s, right? As far as in industry, manufacturing, money, okay, businesses, all the kind. We're at our peak, okay. Are we at our peak right now, especially after coming out of COVID?
No.
So we don't. Do you think we can actually stand 12 years of austerity?
Fuck no.
Not at all.
You know what broke?
In fact, BGS.
Go ahead.
In fact, BGS. If you think about it, also 1974, or is it 74, 73, 74? You also had the whole huge oil embargo because remember there was a price hike on fuel after.
You had two of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, two of them.
Those hit. That was a double whammy for the U.S. economy as well.
Yeah, they're saying that Biden was.
Why did you have the oil embargo in the first place, sir?
For NEMA?
Yeah. Why do you think you had the oil embargo? Why do you think you had the oil embargo in the first place?
Officially, supposedly.
Yes.
The OPEC companies, such as the OPEC members, especially KSA, were protesting the U.S.'s assistance of Israel is what it said, and whatnot. But I believe it's because of petrodollar.
Did you not try to put a price cap on oil?
True.
Correct.
Nationalize it?
True.
No, to put a price cap on oil. On the price.
No, they tried to put a price cap on oil.
Okay. So was the excuse in when I think they did it in 1976 or 77? Another one.
Did they do that twice? I don't know.
Because we did the odd and even shit twice in 1970.
I gotta go to the Wikipedia page. I don't know.
And so another
79.
79. Yeah.
Oh wait, it was the you had the revolution in Iran that took place, and you guys wanted in order to cripple the economy, because since you have the theocrats are running the country.
We were back in Iraq, and at that time,
the war wouldn't start until 1980, PK. The war wouldn't start until 1980, though. And then, of course, like, what was it like?
War. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the thing that broke the back of that actually got us out of stagflation and basically got us out of austerity is basically you took borrowed $4 trillion from the Social Security Trust Fund.
Yes, and then they're saying that this is supposed to run out shortly.
Because you know how much money is owed to the Social Security Trust Fund now?
Millions of dollars.
Trillions of dollars, like $70 trillion right now that's owed to them that can't be paid, can they?
Yes, like
you can't default.
Generation will be the last generation to get Social Security. He said it was just, basically there's no hope for our generation that he's teaching. Like there's no way that we'll be getting any of the benefits that his
did he explain to you why?
No, this is what I'm saying. This is the stuff that I was being told sitting in an advanced corporate finance, a graduate level course.
Yeah, it's corporate. Yeah, it's corporate.
They ain't gonna tell you everything. They'll just tell you enough what you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I would ask these questions. These are the questions. Yeah.
Oh, you asked it. That's the answer that you got. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
That's good. That's a good answer. I like that answer. Let's run with that.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Okay. Before I get in too much trouble.
Yeah.
I
want
some BGS tax. I want some BGS tax up here. I gave you way too much shit. Okay.
Well, to be fair to you, BGS, I don't think you should be getting in trouble for some of this because it's publicly published. Some of this is publicly published information.
Some of the things I know.
Hey, let BGS get paid with his Patreon. But
for sure.
No. Basically, you would be shocked. In fact, I did something. I don't know. Were you there, Art more? When I did I had to cut a piece of my Patreon off because it was too much.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. Even what's his name? Lindy said, "Yeah, you need to cut that one out. You need to delete."
You did that on live stream too.
I did it. Yeah, you need to delete that portion. Delete that footage.
Were you using the sensitive words, or were you?
No. That was actually you. Everything I said on the end of that stream was the playbook that the U.S. was using in Ukraine. Okay, the exact playbook. They've admitted it since, but thing is, at the time, nobody was talking about it except me because I looked at I know what the fuck they're doing. Okay, this is what they're trying to do.
And is it bad that I don't know any of this stuff, or not any of it, but
it's
what do you mean by bad?
There's two things that I would tell you. Okay, as an old man with this kind of information, right? Learn the truth, but to actually disseminate the truth very carefully. Okay.
Yeah.
And be careful where you disseminate it to. Okay.
Yeah.
Very carefully. Because sometimes that key can actually open the door for advancement, or it can actually open the door toward you going the other way. So be careful what you talk about. Drop hints instead of the whole. Don't get on the soapbox and preach the righteousness, even though you're right. Drop a hint. If they take a nibble and they want to go further, you take them as far as they want to go. Other than that, because this is stuff that it's antithetical.
It's a dangerous
to
game.
The status quo. It is a dangerous game.
You've got to think on keep it on the DL, basically.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Moving on.
Life, don't get disappeared.
No, by the way,
because
it's funny you guys bring up. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, look at Tiffany Cross by calling out Kevin Samuels when she wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
On air.
Anyway. Anybody. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what I want to say is, first of all, to anybody celebrating Chinese New Year this week, this coming few weeks, Happy Year of the Rabbit. And I guess everybody should be shaving their heads, breaking out the hunting rifles, and go like, shh, be very, very quiet. We're hunting rabbits.
Nobody over here celebrating no Chinese New Year.
I know, I'm just fucking around, but let me fuck around a little bit. But BGS, one question, sir.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is a different topic because I remember a while back we had discussed Eskrima, and when are you gonna get that light? And since you got the the Jedi outfit, I'm thinking, when are you gonna get that lightsaber cane?
The lightsaber cane. I don't know.
A lightsaber in the form of a cane, because you need that cane to just straighten everybody out.
Hey, so BGS.
Yes, sir.
BGS, I got a question. So what you just described, right? I've been reading. I'm not very articulate. You know, I'm a pookie, so you got to hold up.
We'll keep it simple.
I'm gonna keep it simple. So
let me say this. Let me say this real quick. Everybody's asking BGS questions, so I need the BGS tax in effect.
No, Art. This applies to you too. You know what I'm talking about too.
No. Everybody's been asking him questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this isn't really his stream.
No,
so
it is not.
So
yeah, I was asking the question in reference to what he was saying, because we've been reading.
Put some coins in the machine, sir.
No. Let me ask this question. Go ahead,
I'm
man.
fucking with you.
Because we've been reading about this stuff, and people been telling us it was crazy because it was in science fiction. So basically, you moving towards what's happening now is they restructuring society. We asking all these questions, and the only answer is they have to restructure society.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah.
That's it. There's all the money. It doesn't matter. Everybody still has to work and maintain survival. But the society is changing. That's what they're basically telling me. Like, no, there's no more. The capitalist system ran its course. Now we try to figure out a new system.
Industrial capitalism has run its course.
Yeah. So they're trying to figure out a new system where.
Me and Mike were actually arguing about this. It's called techno-Marxism. That's what the Klaus Schwab is actually asking for.
Basically, cyberpunk.
Not cyberpunk, but it's
But that type of society, that technology blends in with social life.
It already has. But what I'm saying is that Marx says give the workers the tools of
means of production.
Means of production, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you figure it out, right? Guess what Klaus Schwab says? We can't make jobs for people anymore. We're gonna give people the means of production to make their own jobs, right?
Yeah, that's what 3D printers are. CNC
3D
machines, lathes,
Chat GPT, GPT.
CNC machines. That's the basic courses in community college.
Even your social media, right? Can you make a product, advertise, and actually distribute, right? You have that ability right within this modern iteration of technology, right? To do all those things, right? Put all those things together. Okay. You have what Marx says with technology, right? That's why I call it techno-Marxism, because what he was calling for back 200 years ago, right, has the ability to actually be brought into mainstream right now. The thing is, how do you make the money work?
Yeah, so are they trying to make everything affordable? It seems like they're trying to make everything affordable.
Affordable is relative, right? Okay, affordable to you and affordable to somebody that's in India or Africa is a different thing. Okay, and that's why they call it global rebalancing. They put that when they write that article in Foreign Affairs. I think it was 2012 or 2013, called Global. I had to go back and look at that article, that essay, Global Rebalancing, back in 2013. But go back and read the book, The World is Flat, which is the flattening of the world, where you get this balancing in labor and profits and wages. He talked about that back in the year 2000.
Yep, damn near 20 years ago.
Yeah, over 20 years ago. Yeah.
So basically, you got to just make yourself an essential worker if you want a job.
You got to create your own job. You have to be independent. Basically the gig economy is going to be on steroids.
What I mean is, like, there's a set number of set jobs, but there's just no more government growth jobs. Because most jobs most wealth come from government contracts.
That's what. Yeah. Well, some of it. Yeah. The thing is, government has the power to get things done and actually direct things at 0% profits, because government.
What I mean is, like, if you a business, like I'm learning this doing business, the money coming from the government. Like when they talk about fixing the highway, it's from the city or the state government. It's only coming from one or two places.
Some things, something, but most of your stuff actually comes from the consumer society.
No, I know, but I'm saying the big money, like the spread out between the contractors. That's where the banks get the money from, right? They get it.
Google. Google gets most of its money from consumers. So does Facebook.
Okay, you talking about Google? Okay.
Yeah, the big money. So does Amazon. All these people. The big money is actually Apple. Apple, the biggest corporations, right? And it's not government funded.
No, it's not the government. It's like this. Okay, when you start a company, right? Say when you get a company, if you a construction company or like a transit, like a municipal, like a warehouse or something. If you get like, where is that funding coming from?
It could come from overseas. It can come from your local bank. It can come from the government.
Okay, yeah. Maybe because of where I live at, it seems like the main big money from where I live at come from government, state or city.
Yeah. Well, it depends. It depends on where you are. What I'm saying is,
our municipality, like the township, is paying for this, or the city is paying for it.
Basically, the society's coming together. As she said, we need this. We're willing to fund it because it's coming out of your taxes. It's not free money.
Yep.
There's no such thing as free money.
No. Money is created by the society. There's no such thing.
It's like basically it's like a form of exchange. Otherwise, we might have to go back to bartering. You want to go back to the barter system?
Well, you got too many people to actually go back to the barter system.
Yeah, you're going to need some type of monetary system.
Anytime you get over, I think that number is 5,000 people, the barter system collapses. The studies have shown. But V for V can look that up for you.
Yeah, we got 8 billion on this side.
Yeah, it's
not for long.
I got a question for V or V.
Okay. Yeah, what's going on? I paid my tax, by the way. Arden Ray.
All right. Go. Congratulations. I ain't got to worry about tax until April, but
V for V got his money's worth. I can tell you.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, since he has a V for V name and the Guy Fawkes mask, I wonder if he remembers the old poem.
The one in the movie?
Oh, remember the 5th of November.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Something plot.
Can you recite it?
No, I can't recite it. I haven't seen the movie in quite a while.
No, no. The poem predates the movie. It comes from all the way back from the actual attempt.
So I the only thing that I know is about the movie. My apologies.
No problem, because it was Viggo. It was what's his name? The same guy who plays Agent Smith in The Matrix. He portrays V.
Yeah, when I first started playing video games on my PS2 and all that stuff, my 360, I watched that movie, and that's been my gamer tag for a long, long, long time.
Oh, right, you're 95. You're a 95 baby.
Yeah. So
yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
So you like the first generation of Z's, right?
No, I'm a millennial.
No, you're not.
He's the last of the millennials.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
The last one.
Literally.
I'm a millennial. Yeah, I'm a millennial, and I was born in '89.
Yeah.
I think millennials ended in '99.
Hey, you guys are my children.
Millennials don't end in '99. I think it's either '94 or '95.
It's like 80 to 95 or something.
Some people.
Yeah, it's still open for debate.
No, it's not. It's around 95 or 96.
To the millennials, we all thought in school that we was gonna turn into cyborgs. That was our whole shit.
That's a very real possibility.
That's what we was learning in school. Like in school, they was teaching us we was the first wave of people to get pushed into programming.
We were waiting on them damn hoverboards from Back to the Future and shit.
Oh shit.
It depends on your age. Yeah, I can.
But they do have those self-lacing laces from the movie.
No way.
Yeah, but we was watching shit like that's when.
Show me a short. I don't believe you. Prove it.
No, like we remember when they first really was like Dragon Ball Z came on public television. Like that was our generation where we all knew about anime, and now anime is normal, but that wasn't normal. Like it was a special group of kids that knew about anime.
Well, damn.
Have you ever seen anime from the early 70s and 80s?
Don't you?
No, I'm talking about just that whole genre of cyberpunk anime technology hacking. There was a movie called Hackers that had. I thought it was Angelina Jolie. I still think it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it was.
Thinking about are you sure you're not thinking about what's that movie where the dude was getting his dick sucked by Angelina Jolie?
Yeah, and it's like they was hacking. They hacked the phone system for a big telecommunications. Yeah, that's the era we grew up. We thought we always like the hacker was. That's all we really knew about programming. We knew about the nerdy dudes that designed computers, like Steve Jobs and them, and then we knew about the hackers. We didn't know about like software programming and engineering and stuff. That was for like older people.
I recall the movie Demolition Man, and the reason I bring this up is because I remember
Swordfish. Yep, the dude in the chat.
Yeah,
said
Swordfish. Like if you remember dudes like
Swordfish. That was Hugh
BGS
Jackman. Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman.
dudes like Ab and Art and BGS, they designed, like we thought of them was like, okay, they made this, but we the next gen, like, yeah, in the year 2000, it was all about being the next generation. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It was like, yeah, we the next generation, whatever. You know, we thought we was gonna be super roll. That's why a lot of us got competition syndrome. We got I know more than you syndrome. We got I'm the right one.
See that, PK?
Nah, it says coming soon. I'll believe it when I see it. That shit gotta hit the market for I believe it. I don't believe it.
They already have self-lacing shoes with the Nike mags and the Jordan 11s that they made from the mags.
Okay, like the laces lace up, or are you talking about motherfucking? There's a strap or some shit, or like
no, the laces inside the shoe, and you press a button on the side of the shoe.
Oh, they tighten. Okay,
yeah, they tighten for you.
Just like
but they don't tie themselves up though, do they? They don't do
that's what the Back to the Future did. They just tightened the shoe up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, damn, you're right, man. I'm old, man. Fuck.
Hey, but a lot of the technology from Back to the Future already here. We own it.
Didn't they do that with the pump back in the day with the Nike pump? Yeah,
I remember the Nike pumps.
Yeah, they just didn't infiltrate the sneaker tightening. The pumps just tightened the shoe. It didn't show the sneakers actually, tightening.
Man, the first
bro, that must suck in the rain. Like, imagine like wearing that shit in the rain and like it fries some shit, and then the shoe tightens up and it cuts off your circulation. Now you gonna end up like what's that bitch name that got her shit shot or whatever? What's that bitch name? Horse lady. What's her face?
Meg Thee Stallion.
Yeah, Meg the horse. That one. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, you mean Megan the dude horse? The baby calls her.
Too soon.
I was just saying, like. You know, you
fuck
around and be around here, with some moves,
The biggest memory I had growing up, the first big memory I had, we were in Japan, and they brought the TV in to show the towers getting dropped. That was like the first thing that I remember from when I was like a young child.
Oh man, that was messed up.
You're around my age. You're talking about the Twin Towers getting blown up.
Yeah,
I was out of school.
We were both in school. They brought that into the goddamn school for us to watch, bro. They wheeled out the TVs.
Yeah, they wheeled them into our classroom when we were in Camp Zama in Japan. I was in elementary school, and they brought us all in. They sat us all down from recess. And they brought in this, I think they had got one tower and they brought the TV in and it was on national television. They were showing it.
I remember that.
Or was
it? That was an epic
no, it wasn't Japan. It wasn't Japan. It was El Paso in Fort Bliss.
But that was an epic time to be alive, man, because I mean, like the internet was a different place, man, because I remember shortly after that, when they showed that's when we started to see when they started to really try to demonize and show what was to be fair, but they really were trying to show a bunch of what was going on with Al Qaeda and whatnot, and the beheadings all over the fucking internet on YouTube back then. Like shit was crazy, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't too into the internet at that point. I don't think I was a little bit too young, but I remember the kids at the school were very scared because their dads they were scared because this was obviously, if you're in Fort Bliss, you're at the Sergeant Major Academy, so you're at the highest rank that you're going to be enlisted. And people were retiring around this time, and they were rescinding people's retirements. And
because they have a shortage.
Yeah, there are kids that they were talking about that, their dad, this was their last duty station. And I remember as a kid, like, oh yeah, no, my dad's not going to be able to get out, stuff like that. Now I'm older, like I now know like why they couldn't get out the military, why they couldn't leave. Some people retired and were called back.
Yeah.
Or had their retirement rescinded.
When you reach a certain rank in the military, like generals can retire, but they can be called at any time.
Yeah.
And
for
that's
4
the
years.
reason why. Huh?
up to 4 years. So the contract you sign is some of
Yeah.
my soldiers sign 6-year contracts, but they're 10-year contracts because you're 6 years in active duty and you can be called back anytime after 4 years after you've served in your repo.
And then you got to keep tabs on them because, of course, you know, generals know a lot of classified shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That's-
yeah.
That's why they go and they do like consulting jobs in different countries. They allow you to get your money, but you're being watched like a hawk. But
Oh, yeah, 100%.
it's reasonably so. And that's why I always looked at people. And when I tell black people, I'm like, why don't you want to go to the military? Well, I don't want to serve no white man's military. You do know the military was yours before the white man's?
It's not
I
even.
mean,
Well,
maybe people just have an aversion to, you know, getting blown up.
It's not even.
Charles, Charles, look at it this way. Charles, hold on a second. Charles, look at it this way. Your father served in Vietnam, correct?
Uh-huh.
Imagine how many
Father
people.
served in Korea.
No, that too. But imagine how many parents and how many of us of our generation are the children of Vietnam vets, and their parent and saw what their parents went through, and some of them told them, "Boy, there's no place for you in the white man's military," because of how much they got the shaft and everything. Think about that.
I'm gonna say this. Say what's up, Padawan.
Hey.
Oh, is that the godson?
That's the son.
Hey, no, yeah. I said the godson. Hey, what's good up, kid?
I'm good, sir.
All right, good man. You learn to respect your elders.
I remember when he told me this story, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was playing Call of Duty with his younger brother and his younger brother's friends.
Mm-hmm.
And this happens a lot in the black community. Correct me if I'm wrong, BGS, and anybody else on the panel or chat.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about what he's doing and how we're getting hired for this other department.
Yeah.
The one kid was like, you know, that's what's up. He's like, how old was he? 14, 15? Yeah, 14 or 15. And he was like, man, I want to go be an FBI agent. At that moment, he told me his ignorant ass mother said, you can't do that because you know your sister who lives with us is a felon. Do you know how many dreams are just snatched by their parents?
Fair point.
And the reason why, because this is what I'm convinced with black people. Black people just want to suffer. They don't mind suffering. They just want to be a little bit more comfortable while they're doing their bondage.
Oh shit.
And see, I don't think the military is for everybody. Hell no. There's some people I say stay the fuck away from it.
100%.
Exactly.
But yet when a child wants to do it and they have aspirations of becoming something greater than what they've seen in their neighborhoods, why don't we cultivate that kid? What's the three? I'm gonna just say this. For almost a decade on YouTube now, what have I said about the three things that the black community doesn't give a fuck about?
Education, black boys, and being the heroes of their story.
And see, we're not allowed to be the hero. We can't be Superman. Bitches want us to be Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah, they do.
And
Who's
see,
Jimmy Olsen? Who's that?
Jimmy Olsen,
the sidekick of Clark Kent.
Oh.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
sidekick. God, man, news
so
to me.
the photographer.
Reporter.
Yeah.
Like Robin or Batman, yeah.
see, we
No,
can't.
not even Robin.
Not even Robin.
No, he's just a photographer. No. He was Lois Lane's photographer.
Yes.
In the Daily Bugle. For the Daily Bugle. Oh no, sorry, Daily Planet. Daily Planet. Sorry, Daily Planet. Sorry.
Spider-Man.
My mistake.
And
I get it mixed up.
The point that I'm making is that there's a need that black men can fill. And I've said this for years. Young black men, a lot of black men are actually pretty damn good athletes in shape naturally.
Mm-hmm.
The military will actually give you the ability to pay for college.
Yep. It will.
You don't have to be in a combat unit.
Nope.
Unless you want to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But here's the problem. So many people will sabotage your dreams. It's hard to get away from a dream killer when the motherfucker's in your house.
Yeah. Yeah,
especially if it's your parents.
Only one in seven. I think it used to be 1 in 7 people actually see combat in the military.
Yep.
Most of them end up in support roles, especially if you have like a certain if you have an aptitude in certain skills. Like they still need some certain people who are like in mechanics, those who have aptitudes in pencil pushing and whatnot, things in logistics and everything.
Even in Iraq, most of the people in Iraq was, even though they took fire because they're on base, most the vast majority of people never saw combat. It was up to Charles and people like him to actually go out, in the field.
Yeah, and Mr. Faulkner, like I'm 4th generation, so most of the military people who join the military are from the children of the military. Like I think it's like over 50% of those who join are the children of those who were in before.
Yeah,
So
it really just depends on your family, because if your family's a military family, they'll push you.
And the thing is, it's crazy about it is that neither my father nor my grandfather were pushed to join. They just decided to because they were basically impoverished, so they didn't have the money to go to college, is what my parents were. But my parents were completely surprised whenever I chose the military route. I went to
Which branch were you in?
I'm a logistician, so it's like
which branch?
Which branch are you in, if you want to say?
Oh, Army.
Oh, okay.
Aren't you the officer?
Yeah. I'll be
Okay.
going to Triple C.
We spoke to you before, right?
Yeah, I'll be in Triple C in September, sir.
Okay.
Yep, captain.
Yep, he'll
That's cool.
Not bad at 27.
Yep, aide de camp. Right now going on for 7.5 months to a GO.
I'm actually proud of you, kid.
It helps to have a degree.
Yeah, and all this stuff that you're saying about, I had asked a question earlier that you had answered about, like, how do you navigate yourself between these spaces? Have y'all heard of Lieutenant General Beagle? He's like the one of the few black GOs in the military now, and he's only done it in like 31 years, I think.
I've heard of the name before.
Yeah, he was in Sacramento when they had that huge fiasco where the drill sergeant had cussed out that kid on the side of the road. The black guy told him to get out of his neighborhood, and he was ended up getting fired because General Beagle told him like, nah. So the thing is, that's what I want to be, and it's so much opportunity. These people, like you were saying, like they keep these GOs on a tight leash that have done who have made it to 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. These GOs are making $230,000, $245,000 a year.
Yeah,
they're getting out,
and that's before the other benefits.
Yeah, that's before the other benefits where they're getting TRICARE for the rest of their life. So they're coming out with 60-70% of their income from their last 3 years in service, making 100, walking out to their mailbox. So they're still making damn near $200K a year.
Yeah,
not going to work anymore.
There's a long road between. There's a long road between that and anybody, the regular guy. So.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And you got to remember that when you become a lifer, it's for a lot of people. They hear what nobody said. You need those sergeant majors. You need those generals.
Yeah.
Nobody will respect those generals without the sergeant majors backing them up.
My dad is a retired E9, so I'm son of an enlisted. So I have the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
I am.
When you get to your first sergeant. When you get to your first sergeant, make sure that he's gonna be older than you, but
100%.
Make sure he's your best. He's one of your best friends. Always keep him in his pocket, because once you make first sergeant, unless he retires, he's gonna be, at this point in the military, he's guaranteed to get E9.
Guaranteed.
He's guaranteed, and he's gonna probably follow you through the cracks, and those motherfuckers know everybody. Because everybody needs them, and God knows if you get a hold of a good warrant officer, you good.
Oh, I got one of those too. I got multiple. So you got the GOs who are the mentors, because you have one that's your peer mentor, who's a little bit ahead of you. The one that's a captain, who I have a captain mentor. I have a major mentor. I don't have a lieutenant.
Excuse me for a second, just to answer it. Somebody said, "What's a GO?" General officer.
General officer, yeah.
Fair enough. Let me read my cash apps. To Trev, appreciate you, says for support. V4V,
yes sir.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the knowledge. Let's see.
Wait, who's playing Castlevania?
PK.
Who else?
Dusty, appreciate you for the BGS tax. Rogish, appreciate you, BGS tax.
Appreciate you, cuz.
Passport OG, appreciate you, BGS class. And Bless King, he says BGS tax, great stream.
And oh yeah, by the way, V, never be afraid to give back.
Oh, I pay my BGS tax today. I'm learning from y'all. I do it all the time.
And when you get a younger guy, do me one favor, just give back to him.
You're
gonna get that one young officer or that one young enlisted, and you see them about to fuck up, just grab them by their shoulder and neck.
Yeah, and
the thing that has changed completely since you've been in, and I know people like to say, "Oh, back in my day," type deal is what they say a lot in the army and the military in general.
I don't like saying that because that admits that I'm getting old.
You can't even. You want to know what I did one time? I'll give a little story. It'll be real short. I tried to correct a soldier. The soldier tried to say that I basically made them feel very uncomfortable. Nothing came of it at all. But because I told them to go to parade rest for a sergeant major that was talking to them, the sergeant major laughed in his face when he brought up the accusation to him and was like, "This lieutenant told me to do this and told me to go to parade rest." And he laughed in his face and was like, "That's what the fuck you're supposed to do." These new soldiers, especially the ones that are enlisted that are my age or a little bit younger, is completely different. It's so hard to talk to them and explain to them like what customs and courtesies.
They're D&C, baby, D&C. Yeah. And it's funny because that's a respect that you have to earn. And that's the part that I don't agree with this generation, because here's also the part that I've noticed. A lot of your war vets are not staying in as long as anymore. Like when I went to basic,
no,
I'm not going to say how many years ago because you'll laugh.
It doesn't matter.
I went in at 99, so fuck y'all. But
my dad went in before you. Went in the early 80s.
Yeah, and my dad went in before him, and like I literally have a military family that really doesn't talk about the military. But it's funny. It's funny because one of the funniest and I guess family oriented times we had was was it last year? I think it was not last year, but the year before last, Veterans Day. We had 3 generations of veterans. Like it was my father and my aunt. She retired as a combat medic. My dad was the Vietnam vet, so he went in before her. And myself, of course, and then my nephew, who's currently he's in Texas. And it was like, damn, you telling me we got 3? And I just bust out saying, you telling me we got 3 generations of unlucky motherfuckers? And they started laughing. And it was funny because when I went in, a lot of your guys were in the Persian Gulf War. Everybody there was a veteran of a foreign war. And it's like, they're not just teaching you, even though they cussed you out and you never knew what your name was for 2.5 to 3 months because you were all kinds of some bitches, motherfuckers, and dick lickers.
Yeah.
But they taught you how to survive.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't teach you to be nice. Now they're doing this kindler, gentler, Care Bear shit. And I'm like, my God, I hope this is not what y'all really doing because you're going to get people killed.
Oh, they are.
Don't they have like a yellow card they pull out or something like they in soccer? Like
yeah,
you're being too mean.
They don't do shark. My class was the second to last class to get shark attacks at basic training. They no longer allowed to do. Of course, they stopped corporal punishment in the late 90s, but they don't do any corrections without consent from the soldier anymore. You literally are not allowed to do many of the things that you were allowed to do back in the day. And to build off your point, Mr. Faulkner, is that the only reason that I've benefited from the position I'm in as a GO's aide around other GOs who served in Desert Storm, served in Iraq, Afghanistan, multiple tours. What you're saying is like these people no longer stay in the Army. The only people that are left are the ones who are the 30-year sergeant majors, the division sergeant majors, the brigade sergeant majors, the full birds and above. These are the only ones who've seen combat. Nobody else has. So these are the only people that you get to learn from. And if you're not a lieutenant that gets a position like this, there's only what, like 37 or 38 GOs around the United States Army. If you're not your age, you're not learning any of this stuff. So lieutenants don't get to do any of this.
And I see the same thing in the police department. Like, there's a reason why this next department wants to bring me in as a sergeant or a lieutenant. They're like, wait a minute. They looked at they were telling me at the interview, oh, you're the motherfucker with that immaculate resume. They were like, we could get you to train our guys in firearms and tactics and all this shit. You don't even have to.
You going back to the
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying you were going back to the police officer.
Yeah. The only reason I'm going back is because I'm not going in as an officer. I was like, with all due respect, I want to be either sergeant or lieutenant. And they said, shit, we could make you do that, and you might not even have to have a command. And I'm like, you could just be our training officer. And it's funny because it's like, and I'll take Art of Itmore, for instance, right? How long you been a manager?
I have got, about 6-7 years experience.
It would be really stupid for you to go somewhere else and not be either the equal to you what you were or better off.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's how I think, because I'm like, look, this is what I can do for you. Now, please tell me what you could do for me.
Oh no, we don't go backwards over here.
Oh no,
I'm either going to stay at the same level, or I'm going to stay at the same level, or I'm going to get higher.
That's exactly what I'm pitching for. When BPD didn't want to make me a sergeant, I'll go somewhere else to be a sergeant. And not only that, I'll get the same medical benefits. I'll get the same benefits, and I don't have to pay for them. And I've told a lot of people, because this is the fundamental flaw of modern policing. You don't have enough vets. You worked your vets nearly to death. It's the same thing in the military. You need those vets, because the vets are the people who they tamp down the fuckery. They tamp down a lot of fuckery. Now, do you have some motherfuckers who do some fucked up shit? Yes. That's why you got that Floyd shit that happened. No, this is what you do. Calm down. Look, like I told any rookie officer, look, I will back you up till fucking Hell's Gates itself. But you better make sure it's a damn good reason. You should not be at 2 o'clock in the morning trying to chase down a junkie for 5 pills. It's not going to do anything. Now, if you got the second coming of fucking Tony Montana, let's go. But when your boy chilling 2 o'clock at night on a midnight shift and you ain't getting nothing that's pertinent, I'm going to cuss you out. And I'm going to do it with love. I'll be like, yo, after work, we're going to have a drink, but we're going to have words first. And when you have somebody who can settle the hash before it goes on paper, which is very important, not every incident that needs to go on paper. You just need the right motherfucker to tell you, look, what you're doing is unbecoming of a goddamn officer. I'm trying to save your fucking career. And I've done it for many of officers. From basically, for a while, I've been a sergeant without getting the rank and the pay. Yep. And I'm like, and they always would tell me, well, hey, you got to teach these younger officers. I said, yeah, when y'all start paying me.
Yeah.
But
if
that's
know your worth, man. Know your worth.
Exactly. Black man, don't fucking work yourself without getting compensated.
Because I'm telling you, I'm telling you, like, even at the job I'm at now, even though I'm having like some little bit of issues with them, I mean, I get emails all the time using Indeed and saying, hey, we want you to apply for our job. We want you to play for our job, man. It's the same or more. So I'm saying, if they don't get their shit together anytime soon, I can go for another job and get paid more money. Hell, I can even ask my sister to put me on with her and get paid at least $10,000 more.
Yeah, and it's funny because when you know, and that's why I said the military is a good barometer of what you want to see. Because when you're looking at when you feminize the boys and the treatment, I told a lot of feminists, because like I tell BGS, even though he calls me a liar, I'm even more vocal in my real life than on YouTube. I speak to feminists all the time. And I said, would you have feminism if motherfuckers like me weren't existing? And she said, well, we would still have it. How long do you think you would survive? Well, I said, come on, I guess give us some nuts and bolts. Well, not long. Thank you. So as you should actually respect men. If anything, you will want a man who actually earns more than you, knows more than you, so you can sit on your lazy ass and just take care of them goddamn kids properly. But no, you want to go out there and try to fucking battle men at a game that was never meant for you to win. And you're still not winning. But yet, I'm not an expert. I don't know shit.
Not really.
The t-shirts are coming out with that one. I'm not an expert, but
it's a good talking point. It's real interesting seeing that is true. You shouldn't work yourself to death, because it is true what they say is like my boss actually tells me all the time is like nobody's gonna ever care about you working harder whenever you leave here. How much harder you worked. You stay in that extra 2-3 hours. That's not going to be the deciding fact. That's not what they're going to be talking about whenever you're out of the seat. As I would say,
you do what you can with the time you have, and then when you go home, don't think about the damn job no more. Shit.
It's called the cog.
Yeah. Go ahead, Charles.
It's called the cog and the wheel, man. Because I told you, one sergeant told me this one great lesson. He said he took a bucket of water, right? He said, "What's in this bucket? It looks like water, Sergeant." Exactly. Watch this. He put his fist in the water. Said, "You see the ripples?" Yeah. Took his hand out. Said, wait a minute. What, do you see the ripples anymore? Nope. That's about as much impact you really have on this son of a bitch.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I was telling somebody else, man, it's like you care as soon as you clock in. Once you clock out, I don't care anymore. At that point, I'm like, look, because it's just a job, man. At the end of the day, it really is just a job.
Yep, means to.
So yeah, there's no point in getting bent out of shape. I mean, like I said, they got stuff that's frustrating at me at my job, but hey, when I'm off, man. I'm enjoying my time. I'm reading books. I'm reading my comics. Trying to find out what other statue I want to buy that I don't need. So I'm just gonna be enjoying my life, and if they don't want to get their shit together, then hey, I'm just gonna be like, fuck it, I'll go somewhere else or start my own business. Fuck.
On to the next.
Yeah, ain't no sweat off my back.
I guess. I mean, when shit goes bad, it becomes worse. Yeah. I've told a lot of people you got to be careful what you allow what people to say and do to you, because you're teaching people how to treat you.
Mm-hmm.
You got to check it the first time.
Yeah.
And
like I said,
it's funny. Go ahead, Art.
No, I said you go ahead. I was gonna piggyback off that.
Because a lot of times, like you said, you try to tell the young enlisted, look, the world ain't what the fuck you think it is.
Nope.
And was that guy black or white?
Oh, he's black. You trying to look out for somebody to even look like you, and it just get turned. They treat you worse than the people that you think you're supposed to be going against in competition with.
Yeah, and it's funny because I hate to say it, because of the age and because of your motivation, there's white guys who adore you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, want me on a team, want me to go fix their problems. Think I can go and we need him here because my pop says like your name enter rooms long before you enter them. So your reputation will always precede you. So it's like you always, when you learn that and you take that to heart and you take that for what it's worth with the words that are being told to you, you realize, okay, just how much my name really is worth and how much, not just my work ethic. Because I was also taught the person that will work the hardest will never beat the person who networked better and didn't keep his head down the whole time.
That's what
I used to think like, you get the old trope, or not old trope, but the old colloquialism too of whoever works the hard. If you just work harder than everybody else, you'll win. That's not true. You can't keep your head down because then you're missing everything that's in front of you and ahead of you and what's around you. Because you can be the best programmer in the world. You can be the best manager in the world at knowing the ins and outs of everything. You still need to be the best at your job to your best of your ability. But if you are not engaging with people who have both power over you, if you're in a, and this is not for entrepreneurs, but people that have power over you or in positions that you would like to see yourself in, and you're not engaging these people, you're always going to lose to the person that is deciding to do that and may not be as smart as you, may not be as talented as you, may not be as hardworking as you. They're always going to beat you.
All right, so
Not about always what you know. It's
quick pause. To the chat people, man, can someone look up the fucking button combination to Soul Steel for me? Thank you. And post it.
Oh,
VR.
VR.
The worst thing I've always said that really hurts black men is networking. Black men don't really know how to network within their jobs, and that's why they don't get hired or they stay in the same position because they don't engage and don't try to figure out who's the vice president and shake his hand and like you're gonna make sure that face is known. Like, oh yeah, because the more you let people who are coming outside, who are just inside, just walk around and you're shaking their hand. Is there a problem, Naima?
No, sorry, I was just stretching.
The more they're shaking your hand, the more they're gonna realize who you are, and they're gonna see you, and you become more familiar. The more familiar you are, the better you will have a chance of them like looking out for you.
All right. Yeah, basically, it's about it's not just, but it's basically it's not always about what you know, but who you know as well.
Yep, that's
and the thing is when you think about it, y'all been like a lot of folks have been sold on this idea, on this facade of rugged individualism instead of collectivism. I mean, that's why. Yeah, I mean, H.R. Brown broke it down back in the day, if y'all remember. Oh, I found the poem, by the way, if you want to hear it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Oh, remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. Guy Fawkes and his companions did this scheme contrive to blow the king and parliament all up alive. 70 barrels laid below to prove of England's overthrow.
Xbox controller bullshit. Fuck this.
And before I was rudely interrupted, but by God's providence, him I catch with a dark lantern, lighting a match, a stick and a stake, for King James' sake. If you won't give me one, I'll take two. The better for me and the worse for you. A rope to hang the Pope. A pennorth of cheese to choke him. A pint of beer to wash it down. And a jolly good fire to burn him.
How long is it?
Holla boys, make the bells ring. Holla boys, God save the king. Hip hip hooray.
I almost believe that you were British on some cheesy BBC network channel or some show or something.
I've been exposed to both British and English programming since I was a child, so I guess I can code switch. And as my mother once said, a lot of people say this about me: I have a very flexible tongue. That's why I can take up certain languages easily and certain pronunciations.
Don't say that out too loud.
Yeah,
don't say that too loud, bro.
Even though I like women who are flexible as well. But that's probably a different flexibility.
Yeah, but well, I'm not exactly of you. I'm still an outsider, technically.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember that a lot of people in our community, especially the men, and just for anybody who wants to hear, when I did a live stream of go back into the archives, the biggest L's black men have to hold. One of those biggest L's, like Art said, is the networking. We don't network very well. We suck at it. Black women beat us head and shoulders when it comes to networking. With all the people that come on to our channels, watch our live streams or recorded videos, there should be not 1 inch of this damn country I should go and have to ask questions.
There it is. And
think about it. If the people in the Black Manosphere truly, interacted, networked, first and foremost, there shouldn't be a channel that has a live stream that can't get 100 viewers, with the exception of shadow banning. But even still, if you see it, share it to all your friends. And you look at this shit, and it shows you very well why are we behind, because we have this mentality of not thinking we're worthy or good enough to be working, and we don't have a really good communal feel when meeting or interacting with each other. We get nervous, and this is partly because we're not taught in the Black community. We're taught to look at the other guy as your adversary and not as your brother.
Mm-hmm. Not willing to do
Y'all
the
been
work.
seeing it. You've been. I mean, think about it. In a sense, you guys carried over certain mentalities that were passed on to you from the Atlantic route. Because remember, you guys are coming from your ancestors were from all over Western Africa, be them allies and foes.
There's a lot of internal issues because we come up as a unique creature, as you think.
You're a hybrid.
Bread.
We're bred.
We're bred as a.
And what makes it interesting is that you were literally the slaves, and now you're equal to the masters, at least on paper, anyway. But not a lot of, if any, people have done that before, and we still are afraid to take the helm. The worst thing about a king is a motherfucker afraid to sit in the throne. That's shameful. And when you have a lot of these Black men out there, we're so told that, oh, get a trade. Oh, you don't need college. I had a female friend who told her son, well, you could just be this plumber and plumbing assistant. Why? You want him to be the plumber. Not really just to make good money for himself, because he can be utilized by you and your friends.
To be controlled.
And he can't be a threat later on in life. Because if he has knowledge, then like even what Dead Set was saying, you can get into the political sphere, you can start making change.
That's exactly what most of these GOs do. They go from GOs right into politics. That's exactly what I would pray. But Lord willing, I live long enough. That's exactly what I'm doing.
And I
God willing.
And I told her, I said, yeah, he got the trade and he's going to high school with this trade, but at the same time, he's going to have to network with a bunch of people in the plumbing industry who are already settled. You think you're going to be able to just walk up and make a business without networking?
Doesn't work like that.
Does not work like that.
And you have to also build like close relationships with some of these people, especially because it's not just that you have to be book smart, but you also be street smart. So you have to learn how to communicate with certain people at various levels. And that's where code switching will have to come in, because sometimes how you talk to people at certain levels those varies.
Yeah. And you got to think about it. A lot of women say they want their kids to go to college, but a lot of women do not really want their kids to be better than them. See,
no.
We're men. We want our sons to be better than us.
You want to give them the best foundation to get the best, so they can get like ahead in life.
Yeah, they're not
like
there
every father.
Not there to fill the shoes that you walked in. They're there to get in their own shoes and they be bigger than that. And then I'll say before I get off because it's late, but I really appreciate it. Like I said last time I was on here, I got the support. Art, you're doing a great job. I love these streams. Mr. Faulkner, great points. Thank you for your service. I know it
Thank you for yours. Don't forget to come on my stream as well. Don't be a stranger.
Yep. And
I'll be nice.
Yeah. And BGS, and he's already gone, but y'all drop nothing but wisdom. And I'm not Saws. I know I said earlier, the more wisdom you gain, the more Saws you become. But it really is. One of the comments was like, he said he's 35 or I'm 25 and I know more than he does. He did at 35. And that's all I want to know is I just really I want to learn as much as you can. And y'all are assisting not just me, but other people in doing that. The ghost followers, the people that are actually in the chat every day or every week. Y'all are doing this for all these people, and y'all are really impacting lives out here. That's all I wanted to say is just thank you.
We just do what we can, man.
Yeah. Well, y'all have a good evening, man. Y'all stay safe on this. I don't know if y'all have 4 days like we do, but y'all stay safe.
4 days. Where you at?
Yeah, it's a federal holiday.
Oh, okay.
MLK.
Oh, it's MLK. Oh, right. My bad. How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, PK.
Hello.
What's with all the goddamn moonwalking you're doing in the game? If you're gonna be doing all that moonwalking, you might as well be playing Michael Jackson's Moonwalker.
Gotta have those speed run strats, bro.
Wait a minute. Have you actually beat Dracula yet?
Yeah, I'm way in the game now, man.
I can't wait till this anime come up with the when they have their son is supposed to be in this one.
Which one is this?
Netflix. You know, the one for the
Castlevania Netflix. All right, yeah. I haven't got a chance to see that.
I think this one is supposed to be about their son.
Are they doing another season?
Yeah. I think they're doing another series, but the same people, but they're doing about her son. What the fuck just happened?
I have no fucking idea.
I died.
Oh,
Game over.
Shit,
Yeah.
I'm waiting on Record of Ragnarok, the second season.
You too? You know
Yes,
what?
sir.
You know what? I like to say this. Fuck you, COVID, because you slowed up all my favorite animes.
Man, Adam should have won that fucking fight. I don't care.
Adam should have won that because
that was a good fight.
That was what 90s Dragon Ball fans used to watch. Like, yo, they scuffing and McGuffin. Like, man, Adam. Like, I thought Adam had that one. Like,
yeah,
I like the one with Poseidon because he outsmarted him.
Oh yeah.
Here's my question: has anybody checked out either Son of Zeus or
Yeah, that
the
was pretty
Tekken?
good.
How about Tekken?
Tekken was
Bloodline.
pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Son of Zeus was good too. I wish they did another season.
I think they will, but it's just gonna take a while. Because remember, at the end, it's because it left you on a cliffhanger at the end.
Yeah, and plus, COVID slowed down. I swear to God, if what's the one that's like Baki? That's like Baki, like Kang and Asha.
Yeah. The new season's coming for that one.
Yeah, so was an old man Bows. That shit, man. I was waiting for the fucking. I'm pissed off.
Well, you have a right to be pissed off. You have every right to be pissed off. I mean, a lot of shit got railroaded or got kind of like postponed because of some unforeseen shit. I mean, COVID was unforeseen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of chilled throughout the whole time while everybody was panicking. But then again, like I said on Mr. Z's panel one time, the only people that who won't be reaching the breaking point when this shit happens are the people that are already broken.
Mm-hmm.
I'm broken. You can't break what's already broken. I just have to rebuild myself. And so a lot of people were like asking me, because a lot of people know I have OCD and shit, how the fuck did you survive this whole COVID panic? I said, because a lot of people used to joke about how I used to wear like surgical masks every once in a while before this shit. I mean, a good few years before this shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and so when this shit happened, I was like, I was just putting on my mask. I was just chill. And everybody's like, you're so calm about this shit. I'm like, yeah. Only bitch about it was I couldn't get my usual supply of hand sanitizer because of it. Everybody's panic buying that shit.
You know what, Brian McMurray? I actually agree with you. I do miss great drawn 2D animation. And that's the reason why I think visually the Masters of the Universe series was a masterpiece visually, The script just was to be lacking. Like, look, I don't fucking care about Tila. Nobody did. Like, look, you fight, kick ass, and you stay pretty. No butch cuts. We want to see. It would have made more sense if Adam would have lost the sword, or if you're gonna do Adam dying, how does he get back to the living world? You literally had a chance to like go through the history of all the people who played the part of He-Man and had the
It's the woke shit, basically. Because I mean, look what happened to the Witcher series.
It became the girls' club.
Oh, yeah, pretty much. Because, but look, it's like I said earlier. There's a channel I forgot, Eno Marie, I think it's called. I check him out, and he's been breaking down a lot of the behind the scenes bullshit. Because it wasn't just Cavill who left. One of the writers, who's also deep in the lore of The Witcher, also talked about how he kept fighting with all the other writers because most of them did not want to stay true to the source material, and they refused to read the source material. And Cavill said, "I will stay on the show as long as you remain faithful to the source material." But look what happened.
Everybody knows
He
Cavill.
left.
Cavill is the but you got to remember that Cavill might have a series that might rival both Marvel and DC when he does this. Like, what is it, Warhammer?
Warhammer 40,000. Warhammer. It's not just got a huge following. It's based on an actual board game from '87, and he's been playing that since he was a kid. Because first of all, Cavill is an '83 baby. He was born in '83, and he's I think a Gemini. But he's been playing that game since
he's a huge fucking geek too.
He's a huge geek.
That's what I said. He's been playing that since a child. He also has a lot of the statues. He's also a PC gamer.
Yep.
I mean, The Witcher, World of Warcraft. I mean, he's played the Witcher games and he's finished it several times. And
why do you think he respected the Superman franchise so much?
Because he was reading comic books since he was a kid.
Yeah, you can't. And see, here's the flaw of a lot of shit. You could still keep Cavill and just say, hey, we're gonna also do another multiverse. And here's the crazy part: keep what the fans want. Nobody had a problem with Cavill being super. I never heard one time people had a complaint about him being Superman. Not once.
No. You know how faithful he was to the character. I mean, there was this one clip, one YouTube short that talked about how in the like one of the movies he was like shirtless, right? And he insisted he keep all his body hair and he also referenced one certain edition of the Superman comics where you see Superman shirtless and he's got body hair. Yeah. That's how faithful he is to it. He knows his shit. I mean, somebody even one of the members of the Witcher cast said like he was a walking encyclopedia.
Yeah, I mean, you got the right mindset for a guy who wants to play these characters, but then you want to put
extremely passionate.
Yeah, right. It's like when you look at the Marvels movie that's supposed to come out, the Marvels. As much as I like looking at Monica Rambeau, I feel as though that movie's gonna suck for one reason and one reason only. Two reasons. Brie Larson, and one of the writers is one of the writers from the fucking She-Hulk series.
I take offense that she uses a Scandinavian name, despite the fact I'm not even Scandinavian. Larson. Very good. You're half French and half English.
Hey, it is what it is, man.
Franska hood tips.
I mean, what anime are you looking forward to now coming out soon? Art.
Shit, like I said, what you call Record of Ragnarok is coming out. I just got finished watching that horrible Cannon Busters. It wasn't that good.
I didn't mind Cannon Busters.
Yeah, the story was all over the place. I don't know if he knew that it was just gonna be one season or whatever, but it just felt like the story was all over the place and it just
I was looking forward to a second season so they could go. It's like I like the little drunken ninja guy.
Yeah.
Art, I think I can sum up what you're trying to say. I can sum up your frustration by using a certain line from that all very famous movie, Mortal Kombat. If you remember Johnny Cage's fight scene. And he just looks at the camera and goes, "Where do you get these guys?"
I know who did it. I mean, he's one of my favorite producers in animations, LaShawn Thomas, but that story was just all over the fucking place. It was just like, it felt like something should have happened, but
Yeah.
it didn't.
And I was just, you know what? It should have happened. It should have had more episodes to flesh it out. It should have had more episodes. We should have a little bit of backstory on Billy. And I wanted to see when they actually formed this Motley Crue team. What was the one anime I actually enjoyed on Amazon, Ex Machina?
Okay.
That was like a guilty pleasure, like that Motley Crue drunken sword and sorcery team. If you haven't checked it out, check that shit out.
Spriggan was good. I'll say that. Spriggan was good.
Which one was Spriggan? That was the one
Netflix.
Was that the one with the teenager?
Yeah, the teenager who had a suit.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Fucking all you Netflix watchers, they also had the Raid 2 on there too, man. You want to talk about old school action. Oh man.
Man, C-Lot is nothing, no joke.
Like, god damn. Oh man, what's another one?
Who remembers? Nah, never mind.
Go ahead.
Not that one. No, I forgot. It lost. I got lost. I got a brain fart, so to speak, or a brain fog.
What's this? I want everybody in the chat and the panel. What's the one anime or cartoon you didn't pay attention to, but when you finally watched it, you were like, "What? Where the fuck was I? Why didn't I see more of this shit?"
Shit, a couple. Zerum, the animation. Back in the day.
Yep.
But that was short. They had like 24 episodes. I was gonna say Tekken Man Blade, but yeah. Fist of the North Star has got a lot of episodes.
Yeah, it does. It's not just a movie either. I'm gonna tell you, Street Fighter, the anime series, the one with Ryu and Ken are going around the world.
Street Fighter V.
Yeah, that was like
that was long.
That was long, but that's what she said, giggity. But couldn't let that slide. But
giggity.
Pause.
I said that's what she said. Pause yourself. But
pause.
That actually got me through Iraq.
DK just switched to moonwalking. I'm getting sick of all this moonwalking.
That actually got me through Iraq because I bought every little disc. And for some odd reason, them goddamn Iraqis and those little in them little shops, man. Even if they gave you some bootlegs, them bootlegs were like fucking Blu-ray quality, man. They were clear as fuck. They gave
a lot of those. I remember growing up watching a lot of. There was one Japan anime I used to watch, but they had it dubbed in Arabic. It was called Captain Tsubasa. It's a soccer one, and I remember just loving that as a kid. But we knew it by a different name because they had to have everything in Arabic, so everybody knew it as Captain Majid or Captain Majid, as y'all would say. I mean, because of nostalgia, I just got I bought the game, Captain Tsubasa, and it's no different than playing Pro Evolution Soccer. No, I don't play FIFA, folks. FIFA.
I'll tell you one show that I'm gonna go back into watching is Ronin Warriors.
All right.
If you have Tubi, it's up there.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna watch it on Tubi, and what was it? Another it's like the retro anime retro or something. It's a YouTube channel. Like some of them fucking 80s fucking anime movies, man, where you have like the cops driving through fucking like Tokyo or insert LA here, man. Some of that shit was some good quality fucking action and art. And I mean, wow. Like,
didn't we talk about Cops last night? I mean, on your stream previously? The animated series. Citizens on Patrol?
Yeah, we did my last one. But we talked about my man was bulletproof, man. Maybe And what's funny, the main character of the series was a black guy, and that was like a first. And that
And he
was
was a
actually
competent leader too.
a very
Yeah.
competent leader.
I mean, you get to see there was like those two. Was it like remember they had the multi-part series in the animated series about how he became bulletproof,
Yeah.
like what happened to him and shit. That was one of my favorite ones. Or do you remember like there was this one episode I keep forgetting. It was involving where they started bringing in like these like little machines, these huge like machines similar to like from the ones in RoboCop. And they were like kind of like had a Judge Dredd kind of complex.
Yeah. And thank you for Retro Crush. That shit is golden.
Yeah.
And we're gonna try to get Art to BlurCon, by the way. And
I should be able to get there because my job is
a lot more flexible.
Yeah, a little bit more flexible.
And even
That's
though
what she said.
Giggity. And it's funny because G Gundam, that is, I could actually say G Gundam is my favorite Gundams. That's where I get my title, Undefeated of the East. Like, that shit was golden. Like, imagine, that's how politics should be. Everybody should just fucking fight. Whoever wins becomes the fucking leader of the world. Oh, man, give me my mech suit now, man. G Gundam was classic.
Hey, what you playing this time, PK?
It's a secret.
It's called anime
Tenchu.
porn.
It's called Tenchu.
Oh, I think I've seen this one.
Boy, it's funny. PK's, are you even 30 yet?
Maybe.
Sort of, kind of.
What the fuck is with that with this younger generation? And when they ask their age, I'm like, dude, do you have a Y chromosome or not?
Number one, we're on the internet, and I've already said this before publicly, is that I try to keep some things a little bit somewhat vague because I'm not a public person. I don't have any social media. I speak here. I don't have a forward facing persona like out in public. I don't move that way.
Yeah. It's unfortunately for me, like, you know, I've been in the public sphere for so long, like I don't give a fuck. Like, that's why when certain entities, not mentioning names, tried to do some little doxing, I actually had to check them and say, yeah, please dox me, and everything I told you was true. Matter of fact, I tried to hide some stuff because you probably don't want to dox me because I'm the type of person to come to your door waving the 4-4. So you that person got the gist. I would say that. But I would say it's kind of funny because PK, depending on your age, and I just leave that ambiguously, you sure like the retro games.
I like all types of games, man.
Not saying I don't.
PK, what was your first console?
The first that I owned, or
the first that you ever played?
Probably
as a kid.
Nintendo. Yeah, probably Nintendo.
Which one?
I think the original one. My dad played it. And
the NES.
Yeah.
The original NES. Okay. Oh, this is the sequel, Tenchu, because I think I remember playing the first one on PlayStation. This game.
Yeah, G Gundam was like WWF and UFC. I watched Baki in Iraq. That's how I got into Baki. And they finally, and that's how, if you want to read really fast, get your favorite animes dubbed. I mean, like subbed, and then your reading will get really exponentially fast because my bunkmate, he had the bed right next to mine, and he bought a TV, and he was ordering stuff straight from Japan that was subbed. So I was like, what the fuck are you watching? He's like, this is Baki. He's like, you like that UFC stuff, right? Yeah. He's like, imagine that in anime. I said, you sold me right now. So I'll be like, yo, so should I get the chips and the dip, or I'll get the chips and the dip and a soda at the PX? I just need to watch this.
Oh, you just had to trigger a memory in me when you said those two letters.
Chips and dip?
No. PX.
PX, the Post Exchange. And
Post Exchange and Commissary.
Oh yeah, the Commissary. I'm allowed to go back there since I'm service connected disabled, right? It's cheaper food.
I know my dad would probably get that kind of access if we went back to the kingdom.
Oh yeah, cheaper food, and it's fun.
Oh man, that's where I got cheaper games too. Because I remember, I mean, and this is growing up in the '90s. Those of us who had access because you had to have like clearance just to get into the area. And I remember when you got to the PX, it wasn't just a postal exchange. You all had all kinds of like electronics and shit there where I was at.
They charge you that $900.
What?
And for us, it was cheaper to get Super NES games there.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, it had to be in dollars. And I remember like my dad, anytime, because everything was in dollars. And my favorite thing to do was like we always like anytime we went to the PX, we always asked for like a bunch of rollers, coin rollers and shit. And then my dad would like have all this jar full of loose change and everything, and we're just like, all right, stack them up.
You know what, Art? You're a motherfucker for that. Yeah. Because I get like $1,200 a month from the VA, and I can actually get that.
Yeah. By the way, I want to mention one anime you might be interested in looking into because I know you're into professional wrestling, like myself, Charles. Mm-hmm. Look for like the original Tiger Mask series.
Oh yeah, I'll see that.
Oh, you seen it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They even had Stan Henson on it.
Mm-hmm.
It was funny because I looked at a lot of that old wrestling anime, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna date myself. If you don't know, I am a big Project Echo fan.
What was that one wrestling show?
You talking about the one when he did the Samoa Joe move, the fucking
What was it called? It was in the 2000s.
It was when the guy with the big ass nose with the mask.
Muscle
Buster.
What was the name of the show?
I think it was
Ultimate Muscle. Yeah.
Tenchi Muyo was funny, but it had some good action at times.
Mm-hmm.
And even I think I was a teenager when it came on Toonami.
Mm-hmm.
I might have been a teenager or 18 by the time it came to Toonami. I couldn't beat Tenchi because I'd have fucked all them bitches.
It's kind of funny you bring up series because I remember there was a sitcom I remember about a former wrestler who's now a teacher. It's called Learning the Ropes. You ever heard of that?
That was the sitcom when he wore a mask, but he was a teacher, right?
Yeah.
That was I forgot what his name was.
He was a former NFL player. He was like he kind of reminds you of Jake Steinfeld. If you remember the show Big Brother Jake.
Yeah, that's his name, Jake.
Jake Steinfeld? That was Jake Steinfeld?
Yeah.
All right.
That was his name, Jake. You know, when on the show. Man, the 80s had some shows. Yeah, you're right, Brian. Project Echo was the shit. I mean, it was a Project Echo, if I can actually give it to you, was like it was a love story to everybody who loved anime at that time because it had all the tropes. They had the one chick who looked like Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star. They had this every time she's running to school at super speed and she was super strong and she was always late even though she was super fast because of the fights outside. That was and I like the other movies they had with her too. Oh man, what was another one? One of the best animes of all time, in my opinion, is Samurai 7. Oh my god, when I saw that one, I was like, yo, that was an anime that I said, because you know how you buy the DVDs for, Dragon Ball, and
it's interesting you bring that up, Charles.
And also Hellsing. And I saw the commercials they had on the DVD for Samurai 7. I was like, let me see this. This may not be something I'm into. I was in it the first episode. I was like, fuck. That was a beautiful fucking series.
It's interesting you bring up Samurai 7 because I wanted to ask you if you ever seen the movie Seven Samurai.
Oh yeah, that's what it was based off of.
Have you ever seen also the Magnificent Seven? The original Magnificent Seven with Yul Brynner, everybody?
Yep.
Oh man, those were beautiful.
And oh yeah,
because it had the same exact. If you think about it, I remember I first watched the Magnificent Seven back in the '90s, and then when I got a chance, when I came here, I got a copy of the DVD of Seven Samurai, and the lead samurai in that movie. When I read the subtitles, the last thing he said at the end of the movie is exactly the same thing that Yul Brynner said in the Magnificent Seven.
Oh yeah, and I'm
riveting.
I'm gonna say this: Free Will Defender, you that nigga. City Hunter, the movies were fire. City Hunter was fire.
Yeah.
Outlaw Star.
Outlaw
Star was a really, really good anime. I mean, that's one of the few animes to try besides Samurai 7. It was a series, but it only one season that I was happy about. I'm gonna tell you the one of my favorite animes that pisses me off to this fucking day.
Oh shit.
Excuse me. Why the fuck do I only have one season of High School of the Dead?
Because the creator died.
Resurrect that motherfucker.
They have more ecchi shows that you watch.
Hold on, one more time. Clear.
Somebody bribe Jesus or something and bring that motherfucker back.
Wait, how do you know he was Christian? Somebody better bribe the Shinto gods or some shit.
Like
was the person Japanese?
Somebody go to the Shinto gods and
or the Buddhists.
Go to one of them gigantic rocks and start praying now. We need my series back, man. When I saw that shit, I was like, my girlfriend at the time didn't want to see it because she was like, it's so gory. I'm like, I love it. And then they had real weapons in the fucking thing. And I'm a weapon head. So,
Hey, Charles, you hear me?
Yeah.
So, you're talking about Ronin Warriors. Amazon Prime has an entire series right up there.
Yeah, so
also,
Tubi too.
I don't know anything about Tubi. I'm in New York.
Don't threaten me.
No. Look, I'm telling you, man. If I'm telling everybody, all 130 people watching this stream, get Tubi. It's free. You can watch any old school 90s, 80s cartoons up there for free. I'm talking about. I was watching Cadillacs and Dinosaurs the other day.
Oh, I remember that
Cadillacs
series.
and Dinosaurs.
They got G.I. Joe. They got G.I. Joe Sigma 6. They got G.I. Joe Renegades. They got all the Transformers series. They got Transformers Beast Wars. Man,
how about Stargate Infinity?
They probably do.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, yes, they do. You talking about the animated one, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they got that.
Hold on a second. I think I have that, but it's on my.
I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, it's spelled TUBI, right?
Yep.
TUBI.
Let me check. I think I have it on my PS4. I used to have it on my PS3, but they no longer work.
I do be watching some old school He-Man and She-Ra, Princess of Power, man.
All right.
I don't care what y'all say. If you're an '80s baby, you watch She-Ra, Princess of Power. Shut up.
Ain't no shame in that.
And
you gotta see the yang. You gotta see the yin to the yang, right?
Yeah, and everybody
you watch the classic Thundercats.
Oh, classic Thundercats. Oh yeah.
Hey, don't forget Silverhawks while you're at it. Never forget about Silverhawks.
Everybody, I don't care what nobody said. Everybody rocked out when Panthos theme was playing. Shut up, you did.
It's a nice ringtone you have, though.
Yeah, that is my ringtone.
I like Tigress.
Nah, nothing. I like it too, but Panthers always won out because it sounded like even my ex-girlfriend when she heard that on my ringtone, and she was like, "Yo, that sounds like some we about to get these niggas shit." Like, oh man, come on now. When you come up.
Did you lose Charles?
No, I think he's having some communication. There's some sometimes shit gets a little lost. Oh, he has the phone, maybe.
What is that, Tenchu?
Yeah, that's Tenchu.
Tenchu 2. That's the sequel, not the original. He's playing the sequel game.
I know, but I'm playing the sequel.
Oh my
god! Anyone playing this terrible Need for Speed Unbound?
I think if we had Mr. Z here, he'd probably be more. That's up his stilo. I mean, up his alley.
Hey, Art.
Racing games and everything.
This used to be. This is sometimes my for like years. This was actually my fucking alarm clock to get up.
Did you ever find out who the producer was? Who was the arranger and everything?
Probably the same guy that scored Heavy Metal.
Yeah.
Oh,
they got a record of that.
What's that?
Thundercats.
Oh yeah.
All the sounds on LP.
Yeah, they have the record of that. I like guitar songs, especially when the guitars kick in.
Yeah.
It was, what was another one? I think one of the greatest 80s cartoons themes of all time was No Guts, No Glory by Galaxy Rangers. Is there a chance you could play it for the folks, Art?
Well, when I get finished with this Tekken match.
God damn. That was pretty
Wait,
bloody.
among y'all, who's got a PS5, first of all?
Did you decapitate the motherfucker?
Nah, he just did. I just cut him with my sword a little bit.
Damn.
Never played Tenchu?
Huh?
Hey, can't you pick that up? Yeah, pick that up.
Never played Tenchu?
No.
Oh wow. This is the OG of stealth games.
Well, I was at this time I was probably into more fighters. And this looks like around the PS1 era, right?
Yeah, it's PS1.
Yeah, because me and my brother were more into Tomb Raider.
Yeah, that came
Anybody
out
ever played
This came out like fucking 97?
97. Let me check
we were
it
playing
out.
Tomb Raider by then.
Yeah, everybody was into Lara Croft back then.
We played Tomb Raider and Street Fighter, and the Street Fighter Alpha series came out. And we also played the what was that shit called? Resident Evil. We were playing Resident Evil.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So that took a lot of our time because me and my brother, I'd say one of the closest moments of me and my brother when we took turns playing Code Veronica and Resident Evil 2 because it took so fucking long.
I'm surprised that's not even getting a remake at all.
What, 2?
No, Veronica.
I like the Nemesis remake.
How the fuck do I lock on, dude? I can't remember.
That one was just terrible. I mean, that was just basically a speed run of Resident Evil 3. That should have just been DLC if it was going to be like that.
Yeah.
That's too much content.
I like that one because you had to run a fucking lot. Jesus Christ, the Nemesis came out. I'm not gonna lie, the Nemesis scared the fuck out of me because I'm like, yo, you can't get away from this son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's the one thing about that game? When I first got it, I never knew how to run, so I was always walking away from him and getting hit by his rocket launcher.
This guy.
God damn. But we love the Street Fighter Alpha series, man. We love that.
Who didn't, man? You know what was real disappointing when that Anniversary Collection came out and all you got was the arcade ports of the Alpha games. I was like, damn, like you cut out all of the content. You got no world score with Alpha 3 or the dramatic battle. Yeah. And then they put Third Strike on there, and I was like, man, you just neutered this collection. Like, what was the point of it?
I'm gonna tell you one.
Hold on a second, Charles, if I may.
Go ahead.
PK.
Yeah.
I'm looking up here on Wikipedia. It says here Tenchu first came out in '98, and then the game you're playing, the sequel, came out in 2000, both on PS1. They didn't put out a PS2 game until 2003, and that was Tenchu Wrath of Heaven. And then another one was called then 2004 Fatal Shadows.
Yeah, I was close. I said 97 originally.
Yeah, sorry. The first one was the PS1, the PS2 game, Wrath of Heaven, was on PS2 and Xbox, and then they went strictly to X2. PS2 on Fatal Shadows. Time of Assassins was the only PSP game they had. Other than Shadow Assassins.
I'll say this. Damn, I forgot what I was about to say. I'll say this.
Work it backwards. Work it backwards. Work it backwards.
The only game I was jealous of Xbox players because I was pretty much standard a PlayStation guy was Fable.
Yo, that was a good game. I mean, the first one, and
Fable almost made me get an Xbox, almost.
Oh man!
If they bring that back out, I might get. What is it? The Xbox Series now, I guess.
The Xbox Series S, no X, Series X, and then the digital form is called Series S.
And what was I saying about? Yeah.
Terrible naming scheme, by the way.
Made me fucking forget. God damn, you know me 40.
Yeah. Work it back. Think of something else. That way you remember it.
I know.
Think of something else.
Go look for my car keys when I'm really trying to find something else.
Something like that.
You know, that actually happens to me often. When I'm looking for something I just recently lost, I'll find shit that like, I swear to God, this shit is a trope. And I'll be like, you know what?
You ever thought about getting checked, Charles? If it's become very repetitive, you might want to think about going to see a neurologist, get that shit checked out, because you might be having because you've had concussions before in wrestling, right?
Nah.
You never?
Nah, I was the one giving them.
Okay. Well, but you still might want to get screened for shit like Alzheimer's and shit like that, or just in case, or some shit like that.
No, it's. I won't say it's anything neurological. It's just how luck is. It's just a trope because everybody knows the trope when you can't find something, you'll always find other shit you were looking for and it pisses you off.
Big
Like,
facts.
I think of I have that problem whenever a song pops up in my head. I hear a certain segment of it. I'm trying to trace it back. And then I think of a different song and then it comes back. Then I realize, oh, okay.
Is this Ezra?
I'm taking the chair. Oh, my bad. You okay? I ain't see nothing.
Your camera's on.
Ezra, your camera's on.
Hit the no cam, man.
Hit the camera icon.
Oh, speaking of games, anyone interested in any of the new retro games that are coming out right now?
Which one?
Hello? You got Vengeful, I think it's called Vengeful Warrior Moon Knight or Moon Warrior. It's out on Steam right now. It's made by the same guys that made Neon Chrome.
So I could bring it to the studio.
Yeah, I don't think he's here. I think he's away from. Yeah.
Can you put him in the back chat? Can you put him in the back chat until he gets the stuff sorted out, Art?
No guts, no glory, no pain, no gain. That was another beautiful fucking anime.
Ezra, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but you got to put yourself on mute or something because we can hear all your background information.
Oh shit! That was dumb.
Timing.
There you go.
So, on this game, I don't know if anyone is since Charles, you've never played this game before. But this game is serious stealth business. If you fuck up, your character is not very good at handling enemies in a fight. It's not like Metal Gear Solid where you can actually just gun run the entire game. You have to stealth. If you don't stealth, you're gonna get fucking wrecked.
Isn't there another game like that called Thief?
I know another one that came out. I think it was called I think it was Redline.
Oh, he got caught.
It was something based off in the Front Mission universe. It came out for the PS4 a couple of years ago.
Right.
What's it called?
I think it was Redline or something. Yeah. I'm not really too sure about it because I didn't even know who it was based off in the Front Mission universe. I would have played it. Left Alive, that's what it was called. Left Alive, that's what it was.
Oh, Left Alive? Okay.
Yeah. It's very.
It obviously came out, didn't it? 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think that came out 3 years ago.
Yo, I already went this way, didn't I?
Yeah, because it was drawn by the same guy who do Metal Gear.
Yeah, that was motherfucker. Anyway, that was the misleading part up until it was let known that it was based off of front mission. I was like, oh wow, but you don't get to control any of the Wanzers, and if you do, it's like for a limited time.
I'm lost.
Mm.
I haven't played this game a long time. Very long
Yeah.
time.
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
Chilling, man. Just got home from doing a long run from Miami in my truck.
Are you here to help me?
Truck driver?
Yes, sir. Truck driver and long time listener.
What's going on, man? What you got for us?
Just trying to keep the country going. I was trying to play Art in Tekken or somebody in Tekken before I went to sleep.
I mean, do you have Tekken 7?
Yeah, I do. I'm on Steam though.
Oh, we're both on Steam, I think so.
Yeah.
What's up? Y'all want no smoke?
Here we go.
I mean, are you better than me?
Yeah, I never underestimate nobody, but I'm pretty decent.
Well, you've seen us play. Like that's what I'm asking. Are you better than me? I mean, I'm not that good. I'm not that good, to be fair.
I haven't. I mean, I've seen it on the screen. I just never paid attention because I didn't know who was playing who and who was better than who. But I'll hook it up now. Hold on, I'm gonna take my computer out of the bag. I'll be ready in like 5-10 minutes.
Does anybody remember where to go?
I've never played Tenchu. I played Tenchu maybe like a little bit. That's about it.
Man,
I never played it at all.
I haven't played this in like 14 years, bro. So I beat this game as a kid. I don't remember how the fuck I did it.
Try working backwards, baby. Maybe it might help you. Just think of play something else, and then maybe it might jog up your memory something.
Did somebody mention Ronin Warriors earlier?
Yep.
Yeah.
I used to rush home from high school after wrestling practice to watch that.
Shit, I remember. I think I was in middle school when that came out.
I had to raise my brothers and sisters, so I would have to go from wrestling practice to go to one school to pick up my brothers and another school to pick up my sisters. And then we go get snacks and rush home to watch that and Power Rangers.
Okay.
Yeah, Ronin Warriors was the shit.
Yeah, it was.
Especially, is that the one where they all formed, like they all came together
with that white armor?
Yeah, Inferno, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We was into that. I think I was the only one in my school on my floor who liked the Dragon Ball Z too.
I couldn't get into. I honestly can say I never really could get into it. Just like I could never get into like Naruto. I don't know. For some reason
It took me a long time. I didn't get into Naruto until I seen that Nine Tails thing. I thought it was corny before that because I was stuck on Dragon Ball. My brother was watching it. I was like, I ain't watching no damn Naruto. But then I got hooked. No, I was watching Avatar the Airbender. And I thought that was like the best shit on TV after Dragon Ball.
I mean, I never really got into Naruto personally, man. I couldn't do it, bro.
It's hard.
I can't. I don't blame you. I mean, I got a friend. He's been like, he's been on me about it, trying to get onto it. But I was like, nah.
Yeah, I just couldn't do it. I think the issue for me was that, unfortunately, Naruto felt like it wanted to do this. Well, I was already used to the shonen sort of arc because of Dragon Ball. I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z, so it was like, okay, I've already seen this before, sort of type of deal. It's like I'm watching a character develop over like 1,000 fucking episodes. Like I'm not interested. I've already seen this.
You're not into running with your arms behind you? Come on now.
I was only reading that, and I was only reading the manga back when the Shonen Jump was around. By the time the anime showed up, I was like, I don't want to watch what I already read already.
I remember they were bootlegging the damn game for the GameCube when they were talking about it.
I remember like back in the day in Baltimore, we had an anime series called Shonen Jump on you. But anyway.
Hey, Charles, it helps your blood flow better when you run with your arms behind your back.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I guess that's the chakra flow, but not running.
God damn it. Damn police.
You know, I'm thinking to myself, I think that one time I had a nigga run from me one time and his arms were behind him. I was like, yo, he's an anime fan.
Nah, that was because he had the cuffs on.
I'm thinking to myself, like, you know what? I'm about to hit him in the Rasengan in his gut. Hey,
What game I remember?
All right, put the link in the chat so I can switch to my iPad.
You say what?
Put the link in the chat so I can switch to my iPad.
All right.
Okay, I remember one particular game I used to play on PlayStation. It was Wu-Tang Shaolin Style. Anybody ever played that?
Yeah, the only game that had a Wu-Tang album on it as a soundtrack.
Literally,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Did y'all play Def Jam? The Def Jam fighting game?
Which one? Which one? Which one?
I think one. They had a part 2, right?
No.
It
was called. No, Fight for New York was a sequel to Vendetta, actually, because the story. If you look at the story, the game. Hold on.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's the one. That's the one everybody talks about. I mean, everybody
Fight for New York, hell.
yeah, it was called Vendetta. Yeah, that's what we call it.
Vendetta, and then Fight for New York. If you play the story mode, Vendetta. No, Fight for New York starts off where Vendetta ended, with D-Mob's arrest and everything.
Yeah, but Vendetta is cheap. Fight for New York is not, because everybody plays Fight for New York. That was the better one.
Shit, I still have Fight for New York.
Icon don't exist.
Oh, I've had the misfortune of playing that. I remember my brother sent that to me for like my birthday gift. I said, "You can have it," because I know he loved it. I'm trying to get my hands on Vendetta because I already have Fight for New York.
You got some money.
Who had the best intro? Who was your favorite character in Fight for New York?
Was Snoop Dogg in that one?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Well, well, in that case, Ezra, I gotta say to you is my money's on me, beating your bitch ass all night long.
Oh, boy.
But then again, you got to give props to Chris Judge because he does the voice of D-Mob in both games. Christopher Judge.
Damn, this shit look old.
It is old, bro.
It's 98, man. It's 98, man. What do you expect?
Motherfuckers talking on a flat plane.
you can see the pixels.
Yeah. Has anybody ever played the Siphon Filter games?
I have.
Yeah.
I only watched my cousin play it.
My siblings, we had all three. We had the first 3 games on PlayStation, and
did you
my younger brother went right through it.
The spiritual successor to Siphon Filter was
Metal Gear, was it?
No.
No.
Splinter Cell?
No.
No, Siphon Filter came out after Metal Gear.
It was a I think it was PsyOps, the Mind Gate conspiracy was the spiritual successor because they wanted to keep the same sort of type of tone, but they wanted to evolve it. I think it was by the same studio. I had to go back and look.
I'm looking it up right now. I'm looking up the series. The original series was the publishers of Siphon Filter was 989 Studios before in a collaboration with but it was taken over by Sony Computer Entertainment. The games let's see, first 3 games were on PlayStation, and then you had the Omega Strain on. The Omega Strain came out on PS2. Then they had Siphon Filter Dark Mirror on PSP and PS2, and then the last game was called Logan's Shadow on PSP.
Yeah, because the studio that they were
99,
running,
2000, 2001, then
the
04,
studio
06,
98
07.
989,
989.
they got
Mhm.
swallowed because they actually are responsible. They became like 3 different studios, if I remember correctly.
Let me check what happened to them.
Yeah, because they made a bunch. They were responsible for a shit ton of games, but they got shut down and basically merged into 3 different studios. They split off.
Like Ubisoft.
I can't
They're as
remember.
part. They're part of. No, Ubisoft is French, but 989 they were. They relaunched in 01, and then they went defunct in 05.
Damn.
They went defunct in 05. Apparently, this is more fucked up than what happened in THQ.
989 because they got that. Like, I mean, you just said it. What happened was is Sony bought them out, and so
Yeah.
they ended up becoming a bunch of different studios. That's why I said I don't remember, but they had like a spiritual successor made by some of the people that actually made that game. I remember because it was a long time ago. This was like in the early 2000s.
What was the name of it?
That's what I just said. It was I believe it was PsyOps or something like that. The Mindgate conspiracy.
I'm
Sounds
looking it up right now.
Hey, anybody play Bushido Blade?
Wait, PsyOps, you said? Hang on.
Yeah, I believe so.
I've seen people play it. That was an interesting game too.
Oh, I'm looking it up. It was by no, that's Midway Games. That was developed by Midway Games for PlayStation PS2. PsyOps, that was by Midway Games, and that was in 04. So 989 was already was on the last legs during its second run.
Gotcha.
This is because Siphon Filter was strictly on PlayStation. PsyOps was on Xbox and PlayStation 2.
Fair enough. That's me misremembering. That's all right. I'm
No,
old anyway.
So no. It ain't nothing wrong. But anybody remember what happened to Midway Games?
Shit, they went defunct.
They went defunct.
The same thing that happened.
2010, June 9, 2010 is what it says. They filed for bankruptcy, and then what happens? They got bought up by Warner Brothers and NetherRealm Studio.
Same thing that happened to FinFin. Taken off the shelves.
Yeah, I mean Mortal Kombat.
Small fry.
Charles, we need to get you on Snowman Multimedia show every morning because you and Cole Sports could just like bounce back with all those gruffy voice. It's a person of shit.
Oh yeah, dig it.
Oh man.
Hey, Art.
Yes, sir.
Did you say you were interested in Bushido Blade?
I mean, I've seen it being played. I never played it.
It was unique because it was like one of the only games that really related to sword play, and you can actually grind the blades against each other and see.
Bushido Blade was the shit.
Yeah, it was like for its time, it was like the most realistic sword game dedicated to sword fighting. But now here on Steam, they actually have something it's not Bushido Blade, but it's about sword fighting called Hellish Courts. I've been playing this. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's like you can kill somebody one shot if you hit them just right.
Yeah, I played that.
You can chop their hands off too.
Yeah, you can chop limbs and all kinds.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell you one of the games that was my guilty pleasure.
What?
And I wish they remake it. Kessen 3. That strategy war plus real time playing game.
Kessen 3.
They're not gonna remake it. The studio's dead.
Fuck.
Oh, this was on PlayStation. This was strictly on PlayStation. And the sequel came out. Yeah, it was on PlayStation strictly, and it came out in '97 in Japan. It came out in March of '97 in Japan, September 30th, 1990 in North America, February 1st, '98 in Europe, PAL regions. And the sequel came out, exactly a year later.
Wow. Is this Ninja Gaiden on the screen?
No,
No, this is
Tenchu.
Tenchu.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Ninja Gaiden is an action game. This is a stealth game.
Oh, okay, got you.
Same name
Oh.
though, actually, believe it or not.
This is
It looks
this is Ninja
similar.
got him, not Gate him.
Ninja Gaiden was like was to Nintendo what Shinobi was to like to Sega.
It's Ninja Gaiden because how you die is so gay.
We had another stealth game that came off of the PlayStation 2 called Red Ninja, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think I remember that one.
That's when you played as a big boo scantily clad Kunoichi, and she had a grappling hook.
You can play this one's got a Kunoichi as well. They have different storylines. Who sees me right now? I'm finna fuck you up. Oh shit!
PK fucking up.
Yeah.
You know you're fucked up, right? You know you're fucked up.
They get with
Did
you.
anyone play Ghost of Tsushima?
They on your heels, man.
Yep.
Ghost of
Thank you,
Tsushima.
Hawk, for the cash out. He says, "Great stream, guys."
Keep them coming. Support Black media.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm
Charles.
running.
But
Yeah.
the characters in this game actually, ironically, and I think that the people get this game confused with Ninja Gaiden often because they some of the character names are the exact same.
Really?
Really.
Matter of fact, wasn't the characters in Ninja Gaiden like one of the characters actually is in what's that Dead or Alive?
Yeah, Ryu Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Same character.
Yeah, because it's based in the same universe.
Ain't that about a bitch?
Yeah.
I think Kasumi or one of the other girls shows up in the Ninja Gaiden games as well.
I hope she does with them big old titties.
Yeah.
I mean, leave it to Japanese guys to draw you some good titties.
Well, you know, they've always been known to be titty men, most of them.
Well, you know, when a black guy make a studio, all the chicks got like fucking asses. You know, Hooters
And titties.
You know, Hooters couldn't be made by no black man. That'd be like Badunkadunks, some shit like.
They'd be called booters.
Booters, like you know, like ass and class, baby. We ain't gonna think of nothing too fun, too complicated.
Hey Ezra, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, how do you pronounce your name? Sorry, I can't read it. Okay.
It's Azariah. Some
Azariah
people
23.
they pronounce it
I'll call you Abe.
different, but it'd be so cool to me. I'll be like, hey, I never thought of saying it that way.
Azariah. Okay.
Yeah.
But like, I am your avenging angel, nigga.
Yeah. All right, AZ. My question to you is: you ever played any of the EA big games back in the day, back in the early 2000s?
Yes, sir. I used to play Fight Night.
Oh, Fight Night. I've got Fight Night round 4 and from round 3.
We used to
Fight Night
bet
3.
money on it.
What was your record in Fight Night 3?
James Toney, I think Anthony Tarver was on there, and Roy Jones. And if anybody picked Ali, we both had to play Ali because it was just too hard to beat.
I remember my record online was 1,500 wins and 500 losses.
God
damn. Fucked up.
I don't believe
No wonder I couldn't get those online
Why don't
trophies.
you believe it? Everybody
round 4.
tells me they don't believe it till I showed them on PlayStation 3.
Damn, Charles, you already beat everybody
Man,
in
I had
real
this
life.
big
Can we
ass
have the
spider on
virtual
my
world?
wall, bro. Holy shit!
Hey, Charles, you can't beat everybody in real life and in virtual reality. That's not fair.
Hey, that's the fair part. Like fuck these niggas.
Hey, he can't beat me in Call of Duty, but he swear up and down he can. I don't know why he's scared to play.
Nigga, you can't even beat yourself. Shut up.
Hey,
that's pause. That's a big pause.
All right, Ezra. Anyway, what I wanted to ask you was
Hey,
right.
Charles, before he asked me when I used to play Fight Night, I had a projector, right? And I had turned my living room into a studio / game room, and I had played it on a projector, so the fighters are like 3 feet tall, and I also had like 4 15-inch woofers and tweeters all over the ceiling, so it sounded like you were in the ring. It
God,
felt like you were in the ring.
God damn! Neighbors probably called the police. Somebody's over there getting their ass whooped.
Sometimes. I'm sorry. What were
There's
you
a
going to
fight
ask
going
me?
on. Come quick! It's
Yeah,
probably those Negroes.
yeah. I used to play Grand Theft Auto on there, Madden, FIFA. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's the only thing bad about living in an apartment. You can't have all that sound system
What was
shit.
your team in
Yeah.
FIFA? What was your go-to team in FIFA? Wait, which year? Which edition of FIFA, first of all?
You know that to tell the truth, I don't even remember. My little brother put me on the FIFA because he just brought it over one day and we was smoking. He was like, "Yo, try this," and I liked the vibe of it, but I don't even remember the teams or anything. I remember I liked the vibe, the music, and it was different.
Okay.
You know, I love it when motherfuckers smoke and play video games. They get so philosophical.
Yeah, you start to analyze everything and stuff.
You know, niggas be like, what if in real life there's somebody pushing buttons on us?
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, well, FIFA, is a good game. Me personally, I preferred another game. It was by Konami called Pro Evolution Soccer. But then again,
That sounds familiar.
yeah, Pro Evolution Soccer, PES, or before it was called Winning 11 as well. But that game I preferred more because it was like you had more selection with international teams and whatnot.
Right.
Because there were more African teams, and I'm East African, so I wanted to play like all the African teams that were available.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, they had. I do remember there were a lot of teams on there. I couldn't even keep up.
Yeah, and the fucked up part was they couldn't get the license. What pisses me off is like most of these games, be it FIFA or whatchamacallit, you couldn't get the license, but on PES Pro Evolution, at least you can edit the uniforms, and there were like these websites where you can get like kits where you can edit the uniforms and the teams and everything.
Right.
And you can make them look authentic and shit. But it's hard for like for Microsoft, you can't do that. But PlayStation 3, 4, as well as on PC. PC, you guys are spoiled for choice.
Yeah, they got a ton of mods
So
on
save files
for everything.
Some of the mods were just crazy. On PS4, on PS3 and 4, you had to get you had to download the file, and it was easy to apply afterwards.
Right.
But it was just so much fun just playing those teams and everything and also the bullshit, and also you don't have to deal with the bullshit with microtransactions when you play online.
You know what's so funny? Like, how many of you motherfuckers play Grand Theft San Andreas and y'all just put the code in to go fuck the strippers?
Ooh.
I never did that. I never got around to that one. I'm still a virgin.
And they actually have a scene where he's actually fucking the stripper. I'm like, oh my.
Oh, in the car, right?
No. He's
in the club.
Got a code where you could put it in the room.
Wait. Which game is this one? Which game is it? San Andreas or Vice City?
I like Vice City better.
That's San Andreas. That's the hot coffee code. They basically modded that out.
Yeah, that was only on PC.
That's messed up.
Oh man,
that's a no good. That's a no good.
All you need is a foot and a half of dick, and you'll make her feel fine. I'm sorry, that shit.
Charles, why gotta bring up the Alonzo Bowden joke now? Don't make me go there.
What's the dude who said that shit? That movie with he's soldier basketball. Oh my god, that shit was funny.
What was that? What joke? I'm not on a phone.
You're black. They're white. Well, what coach is trying to say is, if we play together, no, motherfucker, you're black.
Oh, I just seen that shit. Yeah.
I seen that clip.
Like last week, I seen that shit. He was like, "No, you black. You got the advantage." Something like that.
Yeah, he's like, "You got a foot. God gave you a foot and a half of dick. Bounce the ball with that motherfucker."
Supposed to have a dick, because I remember when Lonzo Bowden had a joke about that. We talked about being a black dude, like size and everything. He said, "Look, dude, I've had a situation where I had a girl break up with me because it was too big." She said, "We dick was too big," and he was like, "Oh yeah, well you better tell your friends, tell them exactly what's wrong, because I wanted to look good on the resume." Because imagine if you had a huge dick and the girl was like, "Wait, slow down." You pull it out, she's like, "Wait, slow down." You ain't sticking that in me, motherfucker, right? I gotta go to work in the morning. You might as well go find yourself a farm animal or some shit like that. What the fuck?
Now
You'd rather
my
hear that. You'd rather hear that than she laugh hysterically when you take it.
Oh, you're huge if if when you put it in and she's got to put her hand on your dick, she's got to put her hand on your stomach
to stop
because she don't want you going in. Because he's like, I feel you into my cervix. I'm like,
that's like
okay.
your favorite hood movie called In Too Deep.
So who am I, first of all? Am I supposed to be Omar Epps or LL Cool J for that cat?
I mean, Omar, you got to get the complimentary 3 inches if you're dark skinned.
That all explains why my sex doll deflated.
Oh.
Did your flashlight also prolapse?
That's fucked up.
I'm sorry, I made that too easy.
That's fucked up when your sex doll has a fucking restraining order.
Hey, in the future, you got to pay alimony to your sex doll.
Now you got little
palimony.
kids running around.
Palimony.
You got little Duracell kids.
She got a restraining order on me.
Like, what happened? Dick too big.
There was a cartoon where what was that cartoon? It was that one show we watched, Paradise PD.
Oh yeah, Paradise PD.
Remember the sex doll was cheating on him?
Oh yeah, when the sex doll was cheating on him, and she
got him to get another sex doll so she could fuck him.
Yeah.
They got the whole family.
And they were like, "Can I have sex with one of you? We're on our period." They all bled out.
Oh no, really?
That shit was fucking.
That cartoon was fucking ridiculous, man.
I remember there was a story. There was a story I remember. It was an actual article. This took place in Nigeria. In northern Nigeria, where a woman had to go to a certain
The land of the hung.
The Hausa. The Hausa. And apparently, she went to an Islamic court because they're Muslim. She asked for a divorce, and when they asked her why, she said, "Because he's too huge.
He's
too big."
Work I gotta put in.
I'm like, I've been doing a lot of thinking about that situation. I'm thinking, first of all, vaginas are not all the same, especially if you ask a gynecologist about that. And plus, if he's got a big dick and you had a child by him, I feel sorry for that. I don't feel sorry for that boy. I say that motherfucker's been blessed in a motherfucker.
Sometimes,
sometimes the Generation 6 can beat.
Sometimes,
Oh, yeah, skip the generation.
When she says you're too big, all you got to do is say, you know what? Hey, God made it. I signed for it. Like, what do we do? I don't know. It was like a barbell or some shit.
I just signed for mine last week. Amazon delivered it.
That's how sometimes you got to tell a chick, like, look, you got to sign these papers, right? You were not assaulted in this act.
What's the when you got to sign to ride some of the rides on
waiver? You got to sign a waiver to get on this ride.
Yeah.
I like it when you tell chicks, like, yo, when a chick be like, when you stick it in and she's bent over and she's looking at you like, what the fuck was that?
Or she ain't been dick down right in a long time.
Oh yeah, you don't want the chick to be flipping channels on you and shit. Like, yeah, what's on Netflix?
Clipping the fingernails and shit.
No, that just sounds horrible. You just tell her to get out.
you put in Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels WrestleMania performances, and she clicking the channel.
Nah, she throwing them spinning tops that you had to wrap the string around while you hitting it. That's bad.
Yeah. When you damn
Like,
near
you already done yet.
Fuck.
when you giving like fucking Undertaker, Shawn Michaels 1 and 2 performances, and you just like, god damn.
I feel bad for that guy, man. He need the blue pill, man.
I mean, shit. That's like when you if you gave it to a good, like, because this happened to me quite a few times. You know when you give it to her good, when you fuck the shit out of it, and she comes back the very next day to see if that dick was just as good as she thought it was. She was like, I had this one chick. Are we allowed to tell Uncle Charles story times? Do me a favor.
Fuck it.
Donate to my boy, because shit, we about to get to the adult world if we haven't
Yo,
already.
where BGS went?
You know,
Oh,
BGS
man.
had to get his Olden rest.
Oh man, you done missed bingo time.
Because number one, I had this one chick, and how I met her was funny because it was like an engagement party for my homeboy.
Yeah.
Right.
I pulled his wife's sister and the homegirl.
Oh shit.
The wife's sister was like, "Oh, you think you a player? You can't pull me and my friend, whatever. Use my number." I was like, "All right, shit, who cares?" You know what her friend said? She was like,
What?
"Man, I ain't really like that bitch like that anyway. What's up with you?" So one time, she came over the house, and it was like she came from a bachelorette party. So, they were having strippers, and she was liquored up. So,
Shit.
all hot and bothered.
She was ready to go.
So, I gave one of those, Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels performances. I mean, like, like it was just beautiful. Like, that's all you could call it. Like, it was like Rembrandt, Leonardo da Vinci, and Michelangelo wrapped up in a what?
Basically, you, as Bernie Mac would say, you gave her the dick.
Oh man, with capital letters.
I mean, look at it this way. As Bernie Mac, I read what Bernie Mac said back in the day about giving her the dick. Whatever's wrong with you, she'll let you know. You can have a patch on your eye, your leg could be broke.
And she came
And
back. She came back the next day, man.
Uh-huh.
She came back the next day, and she said, and I quote, "I gotta see if that dick was really that good, because you had me sleeping in the morning." So of course I did it again, because back by popular demand. And I gave her the dick so good she invited me to a family cookout, and we had no intentions of being in a relationship. Like, she was like, "This is my father, this is my mother." And you know what? The mother almost slipped up, and she was like, "Oh, this is the guy you're talking about."
Charles, you ain't shit.
I never claimed to be.
Good.
Oh shit.
I swear to God, man, I'm still friends with her and her sister to this day on Facebook.
You kidding? Bro.
Sometimes, you got a man with a plan and a John Sand.
It's like that old D. Brian Kendrick song. I'm the man with the plan.
Hey, Art, to
Yes, sir.
To get the tech and popping, do I need to press the link on my computer?
You just gotta invite me into a private room.
Shit.
I had to check my private room.
My Tekken been doing this thing right. It only works if I do the Control Alt and Delete thing, and the task thing comes up. And right before,
Wait, have you updated it lately?
Yeah, I've updated it a few times.
Can
But
you play with people on PC on PlayStation 5 or 4?
you said, have I?
Like, I'm just wondering on Tekken, can you play with other people on there?
Like, I don't think it's no cross-platform.
I think they've been trying to develop cross-play, but I don't know if they've done it yet.
But
they might do it on Tekken 8. On Tekken 8, but the problem is Tekken 8 is going to be on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X.
I'm not gonna lie, it freaked me out that you could play, PC and God damn it, with PC and PlayStation 5 not PC, PlayStation
Oh
5,
wow.
and PlayStation 4 on
Uh-huh.
on Call of Duty. That shit freaked me out. Like I didn't know that until the Padawan said something. I was like,
Damn.
oh shit.
That's why me and PK trying to get you to play.
Oh shit. Let's go on teams and let's go rack up some shit.
I think
Like
PK want to try you by
I
yourself.
need a team because I'm tired of all these white boys, even though I've been kicking their ass. I'm tired of these motherfuckers.
Hey, Art.
Yes, sir.
So for me to play, right, and I forgot about this. I'm sorry, I totally forgot about this. When I play, right, I have to like start the game and then put the mouse on the task manager thing. And if I take it off, it goes off the screen. What does that mean?
You're not supposed to be able to see the mouse anyway.
Nah, I know, but now I'm saying like the game goes away. I can only hear it in the background. And then I gotta do it all over again.
How the fuck do you play with a mouse on Tekken? How do you play Tekken with a
If you
mouse?
look at the bottom of your screen, you should see a face. Click on that. That's your game.
Yeah, I've done that, but it won't come back on, and I gotta use the task manager to end it, and then pull it back up and do it all over again. I can play it, but I can't move the mouse. I can't touch nothing else on the screen. So I think you gotta like when I'm in like the mode waiting for a player, I think you gotta be in there for me to play.
Hold on.
Is it fair for me to have I'm playing Madden Ultimate Team. Is it fair for me to have a 97 overall Terrell Suggs and a 97 overall a 97
I don't
overall?
see you online.
Hold on, it's coming on now. I just turned it back on. Give it like 2 minutes.
I gotta ask everybody in the chat and the panel. Is it fair for me to have 97 overall Aaron Donald on my defensive line, and is it fair for him also to be on the line with Terrell Suggs, who's also
why not?
Why not? You know, why not? Fuck these niggas. Oh shit. Get busy, huh? What? Get busy, huh? What? Get busy. I'm sorry, that's my Baltimoreanisms.
All right, it's going to I just picked that. All right. It's searching for opponent now. I guess you could try to get in there.
Hold on a sec. I need to exit out of here.
I don't see. Did you accept my friend request?
Oh no, I didn't know you sent one. My bad. Hold on.
Yes, accept the friend request.
God damn it. Fuck that kick up.
You
Fuck
invited
that
me to
kick
play
straight
Tekken
up.
7, play game. Oh. You want the good news or the bad news?
You erased it?
I think I erased it. I did. I erased it to make space.
PK. No.
Mr.
PK,
Front.
why?
Because it's Tekken and I'm not very good at it.
Okay.
We know.
Like, I'm decent. I'm better than you, Charles, because you suck. But I'm not very good at it. I get my ass kicked online.
Well, we know you suck because that's how you make your extra money.
I'm guessing this is from Free Will Defender. Appreciate you.
I could make a joke if I'm believe that long.
He says, "What game or anime had you question life?"
Blaze Blue.
La Blue Girl.
Oh God, disgusting.
I'll say this: the game or anime that made me question life was the game. I will say Metal Gear Solid: Sons of the Patriots. That make you question every goddamn thing. You can't trust niggas nowhere. Anime. I will say this: an anime that really made me question shit was partly Akira and also
Oh, I know one. I know
And
one
the
anime.
deeper part of Naruto, because
Nah, the anime that really made me be like, damn.
And
Almost made me want to fucking tear up and cry.
Giant.
Grave of the Fireflies.
Mm.
That was such a sad ass fucking anime, dude.
Man, I didn't give a shit.
How
I'll
them
never
kids
watch
were
that.
treated, man. How they treated them kids. I was like, damn.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm more of a fuck them kids type of dude, so I mean, I don't know, man. I
Have
don't
you
give a
seen
fuck.
Grave of the Fireflies?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, that's some fucked up shit.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't know. I'm
I'm just saying how dark those. What kind of dark minds they come out of those ideas.
I'm gonna tell
Well,
you.
you got to think about during that time. That was like during the Hiroshima, so they still
Yeah.
have memories of that shit.
Yeah. You got some broken ass people.
They did a whole bunch of animes about those bombings.
I mean, you got to think about it.
Barefoot again.
They actually found people with their bodies like so fucking scorched that they were basically ash.
Shit.
Remember Barefoot again
on the anime?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, a lot of animes make you question yourself. Like you look at fucking
police cars, man.
You look at Hellsing OVA.
Yeah.
God damn, you just like.
Hey man, they deserved it, man. Drop them bombs, man. Fuck them people, bro.
And
You're motherfucking hanging out with motherfucking Hitler, man. Catch these hands, bitch.
I mean, obviously, bombs over Baghdad. Shit. What
What about Demon City Shinjuku?
It's the most fucked up thing I ever said, besides everything else I said. I've actually.
Don't pull the bag out. I bet you can the bag.
It's fucked up. When I was part of the QRF, we had a speaker on the car on the truck that said "bombs over Baghdad."
Oh God!
Shut up! Don't judge me. Judge your mother.
I remember watching the original, bombing of Baghdad in the early '90s. That was like fucked up.
I mean, they lit that motherfucker up, man.
Man, I remember 90, 91 going to school with a gas mask on and shit. Well, carrying a gas mask and shit.
It's fucked up. We're the same age, but we didn't have a fear of going to school with a gas mask. You should have went in the 90s in Baltimore. You should have went to school with a bulletproof vest and Kevlar.
I remember Dave Chappelle talked about when he was in high school back in the 80s, how in his school, because he mentioned this when he was interviewed by David Letterman. He said when he was going to high school at his performing arts school, they had to teach all the black and brown kids how to talk to the police during the crack epidemic and everything in DC.
Did y'all ever
had to learn how to talk? Huh?
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, go ahead. What was your question?
No, I was gonna ask y'all, did y'all ever watch Chainsaw Man? Cause that shit was trippy.
I've heard it. I've heard that shit.
It's trippy. What's another trippy anime that I've seen was
I can't imagine watching that shit. Luckily I don't do drugs, but man, if I was a person that did
lying
drugs,
ass nigga.
I don't do drugs, man. Imagine being on shrooms or LSD or something and watching that shit, bro. You'd be in a panic.
Anybody like Fire
That's why
Force?
I don't mess with drugs. I'm already fucked up as it is.
That's a good show though. If you watch it sober, man, it's a good show, man. I don't know if anybody's watched it, but I watched that.
If I do, I'm gonna start talking like Leatherface.
Yeah, I'm
gonna
tell you one show that was actually interesting to me, probably because I had to watch it because I was sick with COVID. Was Fire Force.
All right. I hear that's such a good. I hear that's such a good anime. I've not yet to watch it yet.
Bro, it's trash, bro.
No, it isn't.
It is
But
actually trash.
It's not.
Fire Force ain't that bad, man.
Fire Force.
PK, you know what? You gotta listen to Snowman in the Morning, because this is his partner Cole Johnson. He has this one when they do this one segment when they're roasting all the LeBron fans they meet online. There's this one character Cole Johnson portrays called Ray Ray. And whatever he calls something trash, he says, "This and that trash," because he's from Houston, and that southern southern hood accent. trash. This here, trash. Such and such. Shit. And he keeps mispronouncing all the names of all the players. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was
that's actually very accurate. That's how I feel about Fire Force. Yeah, it's just
trash.
trash, man. It's fucking
Not trash.
garbage.
Trash. You gotta go Southern, man. Get that Southern draw. Trash.
I don't know.
Most of the isekai animes are all trash.
What was the appeal for Fire Force, man? I just don't get it.
Firefighters. And they can fly, I guess.
Firefighters who control fire. Such a great trope.
Like I watched like 2 episodes and was like, this shit is garbo. Like, why is this so popular?
Well,
because most animes are all isekai garbage anyway.
Well, you gotta think about
what
it.
else do you have?
You gotta think about it, right? When they delve into the fact that the fire department is mixed with the state religion, and it makes you look at like how we view religion, like there's always gonna be people within the organization to challenge it, as it should.
Yeah.
You could appreciate that shit.
Okay.
Because
maybe I'll give it a second look.
Because somebody like you would actually approve of it because you're such a non-conformist.
I'm a conformist. I conform real good.
Only when she says pineapples.
Speaking of, you ever seen
I get up in there.
Psychopath?
I fit snug, right? Most of the time, sort of, kind of.
You ever seen Psychopaths?
Psychopaths
was good.
I've heard of it, not seen it. No, I've never seen it.
Psychopaths was good, but it was trippy.
You know, the third season has a movie coming out where it left off. The third season basically left off on a cliffhanger where one of the biters, I forgot what her name was, she gets into an accident, and then it continues on with a movie event, but it's kind of split up into like I think maybe 4 or 3 episodes. I don't know if they're up yet.
I don't know. I'm probably gonna. I got a lot of anime I need to watch.
Come on,
like,
Art.
I haven't seen.
Come on, Art. Hit us with the No Guts, No Glory.
I haven't seen Demon Slayer actually, the newest seasons. So I'm like behind on that. Like, I'm behind on a lot of shit right now.
Hey, did anybody ever check out a series called Seven Deadly Sins?
I've
seen it.
Sins is cool. I mean, I watched
I
this
haven't.
anime
It's on
called.
Netflix. I gotta check it out.
Yeah, it's all right.
I watched this one anime called 304 Slayer.
So Demon Slayer, I got you.
Hey, Art.
Yes, sir.
Don't laugh at me, bro. But I don't remember what's the series of buttons you got to press on the keyboard to bring up the accept.
What's the what? I could barely hear you.
Man, if you don't learn how to use your computer, sir.
I'm a truck driver, man. It's been a while, man.
Yeah. Hey, Charles, I've been meaning to ask you one question. I don't know what the hell. I was like looking at I was going through your channel, some of the previous live streams you put out and shit.
Mm-hmm.
There was that one, the one with the thumbnail of Lionel. Of Lionel. Why the fuck did he have to look? Why the fuck did he have to look like Lionel Richie?
Because his name is Lionel Richie.
He had the Lionel Richie mustache and the hair from the 80s, man.
Thundercat.
Then you know what you should have done? You should have had Panthro looking like Panthro should have been, because I remember there was the other one he had of Panthro, but Panthro looked like Phil Heath for some reason. God damn.
Toya the tutorer was like, yo, I'm gonna donate just for the fucking thumbnail.
Oh, you know a good isekai you might like by now, since you don't like isekai. Here's a good one that's old as shit and the art style is interesting. Go watch Grimgar Fantasy and Ash. Go watch.
I already seen that one. That one was actually good because it didn't. What was it? Basically, didn't do all of the isekai tropes. Whereas you have where all the isekais right now are all harems. So that's why I really don't like them so much. It was only one isekai that even though it's not really an isekai itself, but it kind of is. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It just ended. It's called
Shield Hero.
Uta Ware no Mono. I mean, it's the only anime
What's
that's
the English? What's the translation?
that's the only title for it. That's the weird shit about it, is that it has only that title, but it translates to the one who it's sung to.
Yeah,
but
Spell it out again. Spell it for me, like out. Like don't spell it, but like say it, pronounce it.
It's Uta Ware Ru no Mono.
Oh, it reminds me of my Chinese name. It's him so hung.
Yeah, but with that anime, what it was is like basically this character is basically forced into the future because he winded up fusing with a god of misfortune, and he doesn't know his name or where he comes from.
Apparently, it's a game, by the way.
Yeah, it is a game, but it's also an anime too. It started out as a PlayStation 2 PC game, and then the sequel came out, and then they made an anime adaptation of that.
I've never heard of it. It's news to me.
Yeah, because it came out like the first anime came out like back when Naruto was first coming out and everything, and it was out on what was that shit? The Anime Network back then. But
remember when Sci-Fi Channel was called the Sci-Fi Channel when they had Animation Station or Saturday
on the weekend, I think.
Oh, the Saturday.
Every Saturday morning. Every Saturday morning, you either watch Galaxy Express 39 or Kasher.
Oh,
the Robot Hunter.
Saturday mornings was the shit.
Whatever. See, this is the reason why kids nowadays are so fucked up. Where your Saturday morning cartoons, you sons of bitches?
They got rid of it in form of educational programming.
These kids dumb as shit. Get back their cartoon.
No, they still got cartoons. It's called Cartoon Network, Disney, and Nickelodeon.
No, real cartoons.
Now there was a legislation put in place to get rid of because a lot of parents were trying to like saying that they were watching too much TV, and so they say like each channel had to put in a certain amount of hours of educational programming.
And the kids
that's when that's when a lot of cartoons because
whose fucking fault was that though?
Shit,
let me ask you something. Since you brought up, all right, let me ask you something because I'm kind of retro on this stuff regarding educational TV and such. Does everybody remember Sesame when they were little? Who remembers the Electric Company?
A little bit.
I was too young for that one.
Okay. Besides that, the Electric Company. This came out in the 70s and early 80s.
I remember when my mother told me to lie on the phone for the Electric Company. But
are you asking about like real life electric companies or like
no. There was a TV show. No. There was a TV show, an educational show called The Electric Company, where they were showing kids how to read and everything.
Oh no, I actually read. So I don't know.
Shit.
Yes.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman was on there.
Originally, Bill Cosby was on it. Then Morgan Freeman came on it, and he had like the 70s Spider-Man on there at the end.
And to be
honest, I also
Morgan
remember
still looked old on that show.
He was old then on that show.
Yeah, he was. Well, after a couple years in the Air Force, you get weary as hell. But besides that, I remember in the 80s there was two shows I used to watch because the parent company for Electric Company was the same one for Sesame Street, and they were the same people who produced these other two shows. One was a science one that ran in the 80s called 321 Contact.
I remember 321 Contact.
Okay. Wait. And then I wonder if you remember, Azaria, if you remember the show. It was a math show. It was called Square One TV.
Yeah, a little bit.
Square One TV was dope.
If you weren't fucking with Bill Nye, fuck you.
Huh?
Bill Nye the science guy.
He was that guy.
Bill Nye the science guy. But then again, I remember watching a show called Beekman's World.
Oh yeah, we remember Beekman's World.
Oh yeah. The Paul's alone with the goddamn hairdo. And what was that guy? The one in the rat suit, Lester?
Yep.
I remember, what was it? My brother and I, we got a hold of a book of the whole series. And we were just watching all the clips. We were watching all the we were just watching like all the like anime. They're like if you remember, like in the Muppets, remember the two old dudes who were in the balcony seat?
Yeah.
Okay, in Beekman's world, what you had was two penguins watching the show on a TV in Antarctica.
Right. I remember that.
I'm gonna make Art feel old when I say this. You ready, Art?
Only difference between you two is like what, a month and a half?
Yeah, pretty much.
A month.
Like it's literally like a month and 4 days.
Yeah, that's it.
Nah, it's a month really.
Yep, my
Well, he was born on April Fool's Day. You were born May what?
3rd.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
it's a month and 2 days.
Yeah.
All right.
This is how I'm gonna make them feel old. I'm gonna just say these 2 words: Fantastic Max.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember that.
Exactly.
Didn't I show y'all the DMX Reading Rainbow?
Oh no, you got
Oh, no. I rather prefer LeVar Burrow. I remember reading Rainbow though. That was a good.
I didn't show y'all DMX Reading Rainbow.
I've seen it, but show them.
Hilarious.
I've seen
This
it.
is what?
That is hilarious. You're bullshitting, bro.
And after you play that, I want to hear No Guts, No Glory.
Hold on.
All right, everybody, now gather around. I need all the kids to sit around and gather around. I'm gonna read y'all a very important book right now. It's called Five Tiny Books.
What? Wow. I don't even know
One
what
book
to
I
say.
remember. I remember one book from that. I remember it was like one book. It was called The Five Chinese Brothers. There's a variation of it called The Seven Brothers. That was on Reading Rainbow, but I remember reading that book. Pretty interesting shit. But
I read the book about the 5 Negro brothers.
man, you also probably listen to like gospel music by the 5 Blind Brothers of Alabama, right?
Oh yeah, that too.
The 5 Alabama boys.
Another good anime, if you haven't like watched a good anime with a female main character, go watch Claymore if you haven't.
No.
That's a good. If you've never seen Claymore, that's a good fucking show.
Claymore was good. Claymore was good. Claymore was really. I mean, there was some fucked up shit in Claymore, but
true.
All right, here it goes.
Reading
DMX
Rainbow.
Reading Rainbow.
It's that real shit, yo.
Butterfly in the sky. Come on. I can go
Nigga,
in a book,
my nigga.
reading rainbow.
You think it's a game?
Oh shit! I'm experiencing. Slow down now. Shit.
Yo, Art, you made that?
No, nah.
Gotta be a meme.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
Let's see if it'll play. I'm experienced.
Oh man, don't do this to my childhood. All right. Oh man, that's messed up.
Butterfly in the sky.
Come on.
Let's
get it on.
Take a look,
nigga.
In a book,
my nigga.
Reading rainbow. I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick. My nigga.
Used to grow,
nigga.
Reading rainbow.
Here we go.
I can be anything.
Same old shit.
What? Take a look,
nigga.
In a book,
My nigga.
Reading rainbow.
This is the shit I be talking about.
Reading
You think it's a game? You think it's a
Oh my god. That's hilarious. Yeah, next time I smoke, I'm gonna be on the floor when I watch that shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'd never seen that before in my life.
Zara, you didn't. By the way, Zara, you didn't answer my question fully.
Is there a remix?
Nah.
No Guts, No Glory.
Well, if there's gonna be a remix, you know they gotta have Dragon and the Locks and Eve on it. You know, it's gotta be a Rough Rider reunion.
Right.
But my thing is, like, I asked you a question earlier about, EA Sports Big. You didn't tell me which were the games that you played from that series.
Who, me?
Yeah. What was your favorite games? EA Sports Big.
What other games?
PlayStation 2. What games were you fucking with?
I played. I was more so big into Grand Theft Auto and Fight Night and.
Fight Night, you said already, but
Yeah.
that's EA. No, Fight Night was EA strictly.
Yeah. Oh, as far
EA
as
Big was something. EA Sports Big was something else. Like you had like SSX. You had the Street series, the Street franchises. Remember NBA and
like
NFL Street?
Ball.
Yeah. I of course there was a FIFA Street. I remember playing.
Right. I
Only
remember
good
that.
sports games.
Everybody, take your hats off. All rise for the '80s anime theme.
Oh,
Galaxy Rangers
seeking our help. In return,
that was such a beautifully
drawn first hyperdrive, allowing mankind to open.
You guys remember Silverhawks?
Of course.
Yeah, that was my series.
A team of unique individuals to protect Earth and our allies.
Oh, yeah, with the metal horses.
Justice and dedicated to preserving law and order across the new frontier. These are the adventures of the Galaxy Ranger.
Yeah, Saturday morning. I remember this. Oh man, this brought me back to my childhood, man. I forgot about this.
And then the black guy was the smartest person there.
Yeah. Interesting you brought that up because I remember Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs.
Oh yeah.
But who remembers Brave Star?
Brave Star.
Brave Star? I don't know if I remember that.
He was what was his thing? Strength of the Bear, Eyes of the Hawk.
No, Strength of the Bear, Ears of the Wolf, Eyes of the Hawk, Strength of the Bear, Speed of the Puma, Feet of the Puma, and
Hung Like a Horse. You know, all that good shit.
No, yeah, the horse could transform. Remember?
Yeah, Mary.
He could go.
Gun, like Mary
I'm
Jane.
sorry, that wasn't Brave Star. That was Brave Bro.
Hey man, I wasn't. Yeah, no, I was.
No, you were still. You were just chilling in your pops' nuts at the time. So we keep you leaving you out of PK. You were still a sperm cell at the time. You weren't even thought of at the time, as we say.
Well, you know, to be very fair to PK, he was a test tube baby.
That was you. I was there.
Fuck the pause. Fast forward this shit.
You were a test tube baby. They drop you on the floor.
Oh my god!
And they put you back in off the floor.
Hey man, all I know is when I had you, I walked in the room and I was like, "I's the pappy." I's the pappy. I went back in time. I went back in time to have you.
When I had you, I tried to push you back in. I try to keep you in that motherfucker.
Hey, that's all right, man. You're my greatest achievement.
Wait a minute, nigga. I'm the dick you wrote in on, so guess what? I'm the reason why you're here on Earth.
Hey, man, it's okay. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you.
You know what, PK, I'm proud of you. Because I almost wiped you off on a napkin.
Damn.
Well, hey, man.
I mean, hey, it could have been worse. Your mother could have.
A whole lot of things were supposed to happen that night.
Well, then again, your mother almost swallowed you, and I said, no, I know a place where it could go.
Oh.
I mean, you were actually try number 3, but I mean, we ain't gonna talk about the first 2 times and what went wrong with that.
We're not gonna see. You're my greatest mistake.
Well, hey, man. I guess you should be proud. You were the first achievement that that came out of me in your box.
I mean, see what happened was with PK when I met his mom. You know, she was too busy with Lockjaw, so you know I had to like.
Oh my god.
Lockjaw,
Lockjaw, man, Lockjaw.
Lockjaw, though?
Lockjaw. You know,
Okay, now we're gonna bring up the Slackjaw VPN.
Your mom tried to swallow something with the circumference of a soda can. I mean, it's not her fault. She cried.
I mean, but the truth is that your mom couldn't swallow it in the first place
I
because
mean,
she was too
shit.
busy dealing with the
Well,
backdoor
that's
entry.
the only reason your mom could swallow it is because she could unhinge her jaws like a snake.
Oh wow!
Like a snake.
It's like her It's like her mutant ability, man.
I mean, but your mom is used to a whole lot of things that
I
have
mean,
to do with
let's-
that.
let's-
Considering, you know,
Let's consider that the fact
she,
that your
she,
mom's
she,
a good
she,
woman.
she. Go ahead. Tell me more.
Let's consider the fact that your mom, you know, when she
Just
thought
some good
about
jokes.
let's just consider just the fact that your mom, when she said talk dirty to me, she was like, I'm gonna tell you, my kitchen, my bathroom. You were evil.
I was looking for that one nigga to hit. That one missed. The rest of them were good though.
Well,
that
guess
one
what?
missed.
Well, I mean, guess what? I didn't miss what I made you.
Oh god.
I mean, weren't you just complaining about me being a disappointment? Now you're proud? What
No, I
happened?
didn't say I didn't say you weren't a disappointment.
I was proud of you.
I mean, Brave Star.
Brave Star.
Brave Star.
In a distant time,
That was your mom's
and
nickname
far
for me too.
the planet of New Texas floats deep in space.
Nah, your mom's name was just Star.
Land of Texas
That's it. No Brave, just Star.
I mean, shit, your mom just had
Oh, wow.
Should have never went to that strip club.
I haven't seen this since forever.
That was a very damn. The cartoons look so good.
Jeez.
Hug is a bull, strength of a bear, speed of a boomer.
Yo, ain't your ass supposed to be getting on Modern Warfare?
This was the first series that made. This was the first series that made it Native Americans as a hero and whatnot.
Nah, he's black. We claiming it.
No, he was Native American.
Yeah.
I know, but he looks black to me. We claimed it.
Yeah, that too.
No fucking lie.
But you know, that was actually nice to see a guy of color as the main character.
Yeah. Who
Yeah, next to
remembers
the one
Bionic
from
6?
Cops.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
Cops, Bulletproof.
Matter
Who
of
remembers
fact,
Bionic 6
Clark,
by
show them
any
show
chance?
them the intro to Cops because a lot of people.
Oh, okay.
Show them the
Well, by the
intro.
way, it's a Cops. It's COPS initially. It's initialed because it says Cops, Citizens on Patrol.
Wasn't you supposed to get on this Modern Warfare? What happened? You still scared?
No, I just didn't want to beat your ass.
Yeah, I get it. You still scared. I understand.
Go back to your goddamn 80s cartoon, your 80s fucking games. Nigga.
Those were 90s, bro. I know you
Oh,
old.
you know,
God
Cops is
damn,
on
man. Come on,
Tubi too,
man.
Charles.
Huh?
Cops is on Tubi too.
Oh yeah. Fighting crime in the future time.
Did you know that Did you know that they made PlayStation 1 games off of Cops and the old high speed chases they used to do? You know that?
Yeah.
There's a game about that shit. Like they got a game
of police specialists.
Yes.
Fighting crime in a future time.
Oh,
Protect the entire city from Big Boss and his gang.
Why Big Boss look like a transgender fat woman?
Shut up, Charles. Shut up. Let me listen.
Shut up, nigga.
What?
Shut up, fool.
Hey, didn't
Ooh,
you
got him.
literally get hit for this before, Art?
It was because of the anime Darker Than Black.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I never got hit from the showing 80s cartoons. It was
Dr.
the
Bad
anime.
Boss.
I forgot about all these games.
Because Darker Than Black, I don't know who owns that, but
Bowser and Blitz.
Wow.
Bowser and Blitz. Remember they picked
Mainframe.
See, that actually happens if you fuck with
Misdemeanor. And what's her name? What's his name?
Misdemeanor, yeah.
Forgot this dude's name.
Believe
Dr.
it or
Bad
not,
Vibes.
Bad Vibes.
That was Nightshade, the woman cop, long arm earlier.
It's crime fighting time.
You know what? Play the end credits because it shows the roll call of everybody. It gives you the name of everybody. If you can find it, Charles. If you can find it, Art.
I'm gonna tell you one thing about it. That is actually when I became a cop and I actually looked at old episodes of that. I was like, you don't know how accurate some of these shows were with police. I mean, yeah, some of the futuristic. Well, now some of the futuristic shit is actually possible and have been done. But some of the stupid shit you actually see now.
People are not that smart anyway. I mean, you got to remember that.
Oh yeah, that's the benefit. No masterminds of criminality.
I mean everybody's all lean and shit. So,
well,
I like
everything's pretty much like what Lupe said.
Oh, that was funny as shit. That
Hold on,
caught me off
PK.
guard.
PK, stay off the weed.
You didn't just hear what Charles just said, or did you ignore it?
No, I wasn't paying attention. Do I have to pay attention all the time?
Okay.
There's
No,
sometimes I don't want to know.
I thought it was funny. Why am I always gonna
that's it.
be on weed? I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not on
put
weed.
down the drink.
Nah, not drinking neither.
Oh, go to sleep then, motherfucker.
I'm getting over.
Go to sleep, motherfucker.
All right, peace, y'all.
Shut up, fool.
I'm
Shut
going to
up,
sleep,
fool.
I guess.
Nigga, when did you have COVID?
I had COVID like not even 3 weeks ago, like a week ago.
You got COVID?
Yeah.
You dumbass.
What he had like a.
I don't think having COVID.
He had an STD from a big girl called Fat.
No.
How long did you have it?
About like a week, give or take. I probably still have it. I haven't tested since I did the first one. So
the big girl or the COVID?
Nah, you the one running around here with big old fat bitches.
Watch out for
straight out the trailer
girl.
part. That's you.
Watch out for the big girl, big girl, big girl.
I had it for about a week, man. I mean, I'm
That
still
shit-
getting over it. to be
Shit
honest.
put you on your ass, didn't it?
Man, that shit wiped me out, bro. That
Motherfuckers
shit fucked me up day one.
Motherfuckers looked at me and they were like, "Yo, why are you so sick, bitch? Do you know I almost died?"
Come on, bro.
Like,
Luckily, it didn't I didn't get the sensation that I was going to die. I've been there before, but this just sucked really bad. Like on a scale of top 10 things I don't want to do again, this makes the top 10 list.
Oh no, you got to think about it. I had it so bad. I literally went from about 3 to 4 days prior to really having the symptoms come down. Like, I was repping 305. Okay, I was so weak because of COVID. I couldn't even lift a fucking bowl of soup.
Bro, did
wow.
you sleep? How much did you sleep? Because that first day wiped me out, bro. I don't even remember it.
I couldn't get out the bed. Like, I had to, like, my mother, my son, and my father had to help me out the bed to use the restroom. And then you got to remember,
They gotta wear masks and everything.
they had masks and gloves, and they had to spray Lysol every fucking where. I had.
Oh wow.
Then the worst part about it, I also had COVID during the time of when I was supposed to get surgery for my fucking left ankle and foot.
I start crying when I think about that because we almost lost your ass, Charles.
Oh fuck yeah!
I don't know why, but anytime I think about that, like right now, I'm starting to tear up just thinking about that shit. I don't know why.
It's fucked up because when people
shit. Now I'm crying. God damn it. Damn you, Charles.
What made it really fucked up?
Oh man.
What really made it fucked up was that a lot of people kept telling guys like Rodney, Nicole Ali, Shonda, EGS that this shit was fake. And I'm like, nigga, are you stupid? Or are you stupid?
I mean, I'm glad I have OCD because I kept the fuck away from a lot of people anyway. I was like, telling people to leave me alone.
I mean, people don't understand. Like, whatever I caught, the doctors might have been like, "God damn, you must be Superman," because the level you had it. A lot of people never made it off, and I had a lieutenant in the police department passed away from that shit.
Well, I mean, you caught the first wave of the shit, didn't you?
He got in the first wave, and it hit him. It took him out for a loop.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
when I
if
found
I
out, because
had,
I was like, what the fuck happened?
I feel
And I've been
as
gone.
though my this is just a feeling because I don't know, right? But I
Mhm.
feel as though my situation probably would have been much worse if I had caught the first strain,
Mhm.
and I probably would have been kicking the bucket. But because this fucked me up. You know, it wasn't like I said, it wasn't
Mhm.
deathly ill type shit, but it was not a good time. You
I'll
know,
put it to you this way: like,
Okay.
the amount of strength that you have is negated when you catch it. Like, you could be like an ox. I mean, like, but that COVID shit hit you harder than a fucking. It was like a. It gave you the sensation like you had like 300 pounds of weights all over your body.
Yeah.
Ooh. I
it's a good
mean,
thing I
I've
didn't catch
had.
it the first time because I can't handle 300 pounds of weights on my body. I'll be fucking dead.
Yeah, that's how I felt. Like it was like it's like you're physically strong enough. Like I literally at one point, not too far from when I got sick, was like my max bench was 500 pounds. And to try to get, my mom gives me like a bowl of soup, and I couldn't even lift it off the little table that was in my room.
Damn. You were just so it left you completely debilitated in a sense.
Completely, man. It's
Yeah.
not even funny because a
Let
lot
me
of
ask you a question. I got a question I need to ask first of all. When each of you got the COVID test, did you guys get like a weird reaction from the test itself? Like when they put it right in your nose and everything?
Nah,
I
it
didn't
was
know.
just
I
it
didn't
was
know. Go ahead.
just for me. It was irritating as fuck because when they first gave you the test, they didn't swab the inside of your nose like the first part. They damn near touched your brainstem.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what happened to me, the reason I'm asking this is because what happened to me immediately after that, because I have a sensitive body and everything, I started having like, even though the test said I came back negative, because of the test, my body reacted like it triggered like some kind of like a response like you would have if you had like a fever. I got literally weary. It's like I was coming down with a fever or something like that. So I had to sleep right off, and when I woke up several hours later, I'm like, what the fuck was that?
Like that happened to me with the flu, like about almost like 8 years ago when I had the flu shot. They gave me the real thing and said, "Nigga, we going for realism or something," like, because man, that shit was like not fun at all.
I've never had a
I
flu
didn't
shot,
have any.
honestly. That scares me.
I didn't have any weird reactions when I took mine personally. Like, I mean, if you're asking if the sensation of taking the test was weird, like, yeah, sure. But I didn't get. I got like that shit came back positive as a motherfucker. So I was like, oh shit, this ain't good. But I mean, I
Wait, did
took
you
it
get
like I
tested
took it.
again?
No,
Did you get tested again?
I only took it the one. I took the home test kit, bro. So that's yeah.
Wait, did you do the home testing or did you go to the hospital to get tested?
No, I took the home test kit, bro. I took it
Yeah, but
day
you're supposed to
two.
go to the hospital immediately because sometimes you could get like a false positive and shit.
Nah, fuck that
Yeah,
shit.
I heard that too.
I was confident I had that shit because I knew that I had some of the symptoms and I still don't have a sense of taste. So I mean, like it's pretty clear to me that this
Yeah.
is what this
Okay.
is.
The only part I'll say go to the hospital for is to make sure it doesn't fuck with your diabetic.
What'd you say?
I said the reason why I would say go to the hospital and get checked out is to make sure it doesn't fuck with your heart and make sure you're not diabetic.
Yeah.
Because
Yo, Lionel. Excuse me, Lionel. Are you watching something right now? Can you turn it down? Because we're hearing it. We're hearing it over here.
Yeah, this is Need for Speed. They don't shut up in this game.
Yeah. Can you mute up at least?
Hey,
I already
Art,
turned
I
it
think
down,
I was
so
able to accept you, Art. I think that might have been you. Check to see if it accepted it.
All right, hold on.
You
Okay.
done probably get all the way off the game, bro. It's been like 3 whole hours, dog. What the hell?
what the sensation.
But I'll probably make a visit to the doctor at some point.
The
And
only
when I
reason
do,
I
I'll have
say
them check all that shit.
make sure they check that shit.
Yeah, I
Because
see
you don't
you.
want to be diabetic, even though my readings are fine now, but it was like
when COVID was just a motherfucker because they just made this shit like. I'm just glad it didn't have a payload because you could have been looking at Spanish flu levels of people dying.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I done warn people. People didn't want to take it seriously.
You heard they getting that Fauci again for this stuff.
Well, they
Well,
should.
he kind of been like he's been like misleading everything. I mean, they've had him stay, sit before congressional committees because of that shit. There's something wrong with that Fauci character, honestly. If you look at him, the way he talks and everything.
A lot of people we have in office because. Okay.
You remind me of undercover Nazi spy or something.
Yeah. He does.
I swear he speak German. He practice to
looks like
speak English.
He looks like a fucked up James Bond villain.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on a second, kids. First of all, Cousin
I
Thomas,
just
I take exception to what you just called me. First of all, I am Swiss, not German. My mother tongue is German, yes, but I'm a Swiss national. Oh, here we go. Check it out.
Is that the PC?
Shit,
Fakum Ram.
Is that PC or PS4?
PC.
Leroy Smith.
PC.
Oh, he got
The Tina.
Time got this up.
We don't call him Leroy Smith. We call him Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins.
I remember it was like I don't know how many people on this panel and chat are like pro gun.
I am.
What do you mean by pro gun?
556 gang over here.
I can't be trusted with firearms. I'm like, Charles, take the gun out of my hand, please. Get the gun out of my hand.
What do you mean by pro gun?
Pro Second Amendment.
I am pro Second Amendment, yes.
I do not believe, like, people will be like, do you think we should put a ban on assault rifles? I said, we already do. We can't use weapons of war. AR-15s are not weapons of war.
Exactly.
This is what I tell people. I said, look, at the end of the day, I'm not against people being armed if they go to strenuous training and background checks. If you armed everybody, if one motherfucker goes crazy, you don't have a massacre. Why? Because 15 other motherfuckers are going to gun him down. And I'm sorry. A lot of these people who are in Congress today are speaking from a place of privilege because they have executive protection agents protecting them all the time.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Like, one of my buddies from Iraq, he's Mexican, but he's super liberal. And he says, well, you keep saying that good people with guns stop bad guys with guns, but I said, yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
We call
who do they send in when shit goes left when it's a dude on a rampage with a gun?
You know what?
Oh, dudes with guns.
Guns don't kill people.
PK. PK. Honestly, the most simplistic answer is sometimes the most brilliant answer, but not to liberals.
Hey, Art, was you waiting for me to do something? There's another step.
Yeah, you gotta accept my invite.
That's the biggest step.
The biggest and only step.
You didn't see nothing pop up?
No.
That's what you told her when she took the pregnancy test.
Oh no! I said not I.
I sent it again.
Okay.
That's exactly what I said at the pregnancy test.
Give him time. He's trying to work out the kinks here. He's still a little loose,
they're
a little
trying to
green.
limit people's magazine capacity, and I'm like, have you ever been in a gunfight?
Man,
you don't want to be switching magazines when some jackass with a gun is shooting at you. Like, hey,
it's completely a ranked amateur because some of those guys, they don't know how to shoot right.
It's not even realistic. Like, how did that look? And how would they even know that you even had 9 bullets in your clip in the first place?
And I say this to a bunch of the people. This is what happens, and I'm sorry. I don't believe you should be an elected official if you've never been in public safety, service of no people. You get voted because you talk a bunch of woke shit. Like, back in the day, you didn't get into office if you weren't in some type of service, whether if it was the armed service, police, fire, something. Because you be very careful to send people to war if you've been there yourself. I'm sorry.
And
I'm
what was it? If it comes to Sherman, what did he say about war? The glories of it? It's just it's all moonshine.
Exactly.
Somebody's mic is kind of acting up, giving us a little bit of feedback, but I think I don't know. So I don't necessarily disagree entirely with where you're coming from. I do have a small disagreement with the notion that if a person hasn't been to war, they shouldn't be able to be elected official. I'm not sure I agree with
I'm
that.
not saying the war exactly, but most
You
of
mean
your
like some sort of service, right?
some sort of
They've
service.
been in the military at one time or another.
A lot of people in the military never been to war, so it's the fact that when you're in a position where you got skin in the game, it's like the chicken versus the pig. One gives a little bit of themselves, and the other one has full skin in the game.
Hmm.
You become much more patient and wiser about stuff. And I
I
mean,
think there's some truth to that. I agree with that sentiment, but I think that when you start to talk about things like elected officials and the way that I think that they should hold more weight over things that have to do with war and things that have to do with those specific, choices. I think that is true, but should they not be able to hold any sort of office? Probably not.
I think it should. I think they should be given a preference.
I
But
agree with that. Yeah.
it's the fact of the matter that when a lot of these people who are in these elected officials, and this is talking from a police standard, okay? I'm okay answering a call to a woman who shot an intruder to her house than coming to a place where somebody's murdered. Okay?
Hmm.
And I'm like, yo, you look at all these democratically ran cities and you see the violence of crime. You see you see a lot of the shit that's not put in jest. The reason why criminals can run rampant is because one, they're the ones with the guns. Well, we're going to try to stop a lot of these active shooters. No, you're not. Number one, why ban fucking assault rifles when 75% of your fucking 70 to 75% of your fucking active shooters are done by handguns?
Yeah.
So let's logically put it in there. Most of your private colleges do not have armed police. They either get the armed police to work overtime for them, or as secondary. You don't have enough of them. Two, when incidents happen, you always on the reactive. You have a much
Yep.
more emboldened criminal now because of what's been happening the past decade with policing. It's a hands-off police, so guess what? Oh, my hand's itching. It means I need to wash my hands. I'm getting money. Hopefully, it's the money. But it's it's funny how Congress wants to say, well, we need stricter gun laws on the books. You got over 400 of them. You just don't enforce them. But yet, I think it's very funny how we sold guns to fucking Mexican cartels.
I
We
think
did
that the gun debate is actually a way to actually sidestep some of the other issues that contribute to this being an issue in the first place. For instance, a lot of mental health and stopgaps that stop these things from happening before they even occur.
not just that. It's the fact that the matter is they don't want to admit that they put people on a very bad limb. And what happened was is that instead of actually correcting, like you said, correcting problems and looking at stopgaps, the only reason we had guns in the first place or gun control in the first place is because you try to restrict black people for getting guns when Reconstruction happened. It's all started from a racial preference. Notice when they talk about these guns, they don't look at the mass shooters, they look at the Negro.
Yep.
I mean, it's been going on for a while. There are a lot of laws that actually circle the wagon around black people, and that's where it got its start. There are especially a lot of our more serious ones, like when these debates come up. But yeah, yeah. Well, like I said though, I think that if we want to deal with things that have to do with, mass shootings and really gun crime in general, man, you got to deal with other issues that surround what took place before the person went on the rampage or went out and killed someone. You don't. It's not every day that a motherfucker just wakes up and goes, you know what? I'm gonna shoot some people today, short of an accident, because that happens,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Because
Some people
I
just
think
snap in some cases.
I tell people, all the time. Look at how many homicides you had by gun deaths. You actually have more people who were killed by bare hands and knives than guns.
Yeah.
You have damn
Mhm.
near 100 times more people who died of alcoholism, heart disease, and car accidents.
I was gonna say that. That's what Colin Muir said.
So you got to figure out that one, when you live in a city like Baltimore and other places,
Mhm.
there are a lot of guys who got to walk home from work who don't commit crimes, never been in crimes, but they have to go through crime infested neighborhoods. So
Right.
we should tell this motherfucker that he can't have a gun because we know what's best for them, but he has to wait for motherfuckers to come to his rescue, and that's one if they're called, and two if they make it in time.
And three, if you survive in the first place to be able to make the call.
Exactamundo.
Chicago telling people to blow the whistle.
Especially nowadays, because it's
Blow
not
the fucking
just,
whistle.
especially if you got stick up crews, home invasions and shit like that be happening a lot of times.
Yeah,
So a lot of these
No, I
drug
mean,
infected.
I'm a proponent, and I tell people this all the time. I don't give a fuck what the laws are. Now, you care, Charles, because you're a cop, obviously, so I respect that. But I'm one of the
I,
types of people where if you're a good person and you're responsible, man, who gives a fuck what the laws are insofar as gun
I'm gonna
control
tell
is
you what.
concerned,
I'm gonna
man?
tell you my
Fuck out of
greatest.
here.
I'm gonna
Protect yourself.
I'm gonna tell you my greatest belief. And notice I usually don't say belief. My greatest belief is that everybody has the right to self-preservation.
Right.
Not in New York.
That's a natural God-given right, in my
I'm
view.
sorry. If
Not
the
in New
most
York.
efficient, if the most
Or
efficient
Connecticut.
way to protect your life, your family's life, your loved one's life, and your
Or
friend's life
Cali.
is to get a gun or knife, then I cannot blame you because guess what? Like I told people, I'm a very simple man.
You?
If you commit, yeah, believe it or not, if you commit a crime such as robbery, yeah, you deserve to go to jail. But if you're in jail because you're in a situation where a guy was threatening you and it was either him or you in that situation, I'm gonna try my best to get you out.
Because that's
You can
self-defense.
explain, you can explain that, but now because of this pussification of America, you want to here's the crazy part. We protect our money better than we protect our children.
If at all.
Yeah, that's true.
Think about it. You go to a bank, they have a guy with a gun outside or inside, and they got a fucking 2,000 or 10-ton fucking vault right there. So, but yet, if you go to the most modern public schools, they may have a locked front door, but somewhere in that school, I can get in.
You think they lock the doors? You're crazy. Why
Some
do you do that?
some do. Some schools do. But guess what? There's some
I'm glad I
stupid
went to
kid
school overseas.
there's some stupid kid who's gonna come out, find a way out, and they're gonna leave the door open, or a stupid faculty member trying to get a quick smoke break. What do you think happened in Texas? And you're telling me you don't have any school police, you don't have any armed guards, you don't have any armed teachers like in Israel, but yet we act like
Or like in the kingdom. I can like give you an example, like certain embassy schools and whatnot.
Saudi does not play.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You know
Saudi
what
don't
really...
Saudi don't play. Saudi they don't fuck around. I remember the SAIS I went to. That's a Saudi Arabian International School.
You know
it
what
was
really go ahead, hurry up. I'm sorry.
Because I remember, was it like you had two entrances, right? The whole thing is you had a large wall it was high walls throughout the entire complex, chain with razor wires or tipped with razor wires and whatnot. anytime, like, shut up, hold up, sorry.
Come on, man. Come on.
You gotta hurry up, man, because he's trying to get in.
All right, the service entrance, they had like these big barricades that they have, concrete cinder blocks. So you have to use like an obstacle course to get around that. They had like manned machine guns, and if you want, and for all the students to go in, anytime a parent wanted to go in, they had to check with the guard at the gate. And that guard at the gate, you have to mention your name, and then you have to go through the security wands and whatnot. So they didn't fuck around.
Oh. So I was going to say that that's right. I was going to say that one thing that I think would probably put a cap on this that would actually serve a good stopgap, really, it's something I don't think that a lot of people consider, is that instead of worrying about locking the doors and all this shit, or maybe arming the teachers, although I think that could be another safety guard for that. I think one of the most important things is actually when these things happen, because they're going to continue to happen. A lot of them are actually copycat cases, believe it or not. When these kids do
Actually,
it,
that's true because I don't know if you remember my stream. I actually read out the FBI's findings of 20 years of active shooters.
yeah. So a lot of these are copycat cases, and one way to put an end to this is actually, instead of just charging the children, man, you're gonna have to start holding these parents accountable, but to a certain extent too. I think that for instance, Michigan did something similar, and the parents fucking tried to skip town.
Do you
So
remember?
I think that these parents are actually sometimes in cahoots with the children to create these situations, believe it or not.
Well, the thing is that if their kids are able to get into their guns, then they're not really
responsible.
Securing their guns like they're supposed to.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? And I'm a really go raw. Y'all don't mind if I go instructor / officer on everybody, do you?
Yeah, just don't go raw. You might having a baby.
Well, we know that you lactating right now, so. But anyway.
No.
But,
oh baby, I like it raw.
But on a serious note,
the only time Charles lactates is from his ass.
Well, we know what happens. You don't come from your penis. You come from your ass from all the men that hit it. But anyway, back to the subject matter.
Charles's nickname for his boyfriend is Enclair.
Well, your nickname was Cum Dumpster. But anyway.
Your nickname is Boston Cream.
Your nickname because after you were sucking.
Okay, that's an ugly ass gin right you guys right there. Yeah.
But anyway, here's the problem with a lot of these active shooter kids. It's not about the kid. It's not just about securing your guns. What did you teach your kids when they were coming up? Because I'm a parent. I told my son, whenever you see a gun, don't touch it. And what else? Tell an adult. So if you don't raise your kids to respect the gun, they already going to have some issues with their head. I don't mind people teaching their young kids how to shoot. It's tradition. If you're in the South, for a lot of northern motherfuckers, a lot of kids hunt. Okay, they might hunt squirrel, they might hunt wild turkey, they might hunt whatever deer. Okay. But here's the problem. A lot of those parents who typically get to be the white, variety, they don't really look at their kids the same way black parents look at their kids because they don't have the same mentality, mindset, or culture.
Or problems.
So a lot of it comes back to look at what happened in Virginia Tech with that one loose cannon. You see the signs, nobody did shit.
Anything, yeah.
That's the problem with I have a lot of the stuff because believe it or not, some people may not think I'm that bright, but I do a lot of fucking research when it comes to certain things. When you look at these active shooters, 95% of them are cowards. As soon as you have somebody engage that active shooter, a lot of them commit suicide or delete themselves or surrender when they actually confront it And trust me, there's a lot of people who are cowards with guns.
Not a lot of suicide by cop, huh?
There are some, but not a lot.
It's rare.
So when you think about it and you look at
Fair enough.
because there's a reason why I would not be held in front of Congress to talk about this, because I would actually question their fucking expertise in this matter. The only way you could confront, sometimes you gotta confront evil. I'm sorry. We used to be a place where we confronted evil. And what happens?
Not anymore.
What happens is you feminize these boys, and then one of these motherfuckers are gonna go rogue on the programming, and they're gonna do nasty shit, and you need men like me to go stop them. What happens if you don't build and groom more men like me? And then on top of that, they even said the quicker you deal and engage.
Well, I could tell you what, you get Texas, but anyway.
Yeah, you do. And the quicker you engage these fucking people and you put them down, because I'm sorry, that's what you do. You put them down. You
Put him
don't
down like a dog.
You don't reason with them. You don't bargain with them. You put them the fuck down. They already went mad. They lost every fucking sense of humanity. I'm gonna tell you, one of the most horrifying things I've seen, and shit doesn't shake me. I've been around the world and and not a lot of shit shake me. When I actually saw the footage from the GoPro of that fucking Boston shooting, that shook me.
Did you ever see the footage of the mosque where the dude went on a rampage? You remember that?
Yeah.
A couple years ago? Yeah, that shit was like, yo, you are
You mean the one in New Zealand? In Christchurch?
Yeah. Yeah, I watched that from beginning to end. And I was like, this motherfucker's a monster.
That shit shook you, didn't it?
You know where he got the inspiration from?
It made me extremely angry because I'm like, this is a monster. He doesn't deserve to see the light of day.
And I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Before Charles, hold on a second, if I may. PK, you know where he was a bit of a copycat. You know who inspired him to do that shit? The individual who did a similar shit here in Norway in 2011. He was inspired by that guy.
That was some rough shit, man. I don't know if anyone's seen that or watched it when it happened. I was like, you just disgust me to my core.
I'm sorry.
Into a whole. I mean, then again, I've seen but then again, he would probably try to justify it by talking about how in certain countries, like in South Asia, you've heard of grenade attacks on Christian churches during certain holidays and shit, during certain services. And it's really fucked up.
Yeah, I was thoroughly like, just the human inside of me screamed in anger. That's how that happened.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Charles. I didn't mean to cut you. I don't think we meant to cut you off.
I'm gonna say this that and that's exactly the response you should have for your humanity. Like, I believe in this one doctrine. In order to save life, you may be called to take one. And I'm okay with that. When you commit such violence and evil like that, you should be put down. You should be put down. There should be no mercy held for you. There should be no fucks given, no quarters, nothing. You should be put down. And until we actually make an effort to do that, until we actually make an effort to say, yo, this is evil, we need good men to actually stop this bullshit, we're gonna be fucked, because a lot of people don't understand something. I rather have the ability to prevent and maintain, and guess what? If you armed everybody, notice everybody's very slow to do anything dastardly to each other. It's been proven. Well, the self-defense shootings went up. Yes, that's what you want. You want to make an example out of a dumb motherfucker attacking people. You break into my house, you get shot. Think about it. What if that old guy who was having that convenience store when One of them three fucking guys came into that old white guy's store. He had that 12 gauge pump action and shot the nigga so badly his arm went limp. Yes. Imagine if he didn't have a gun. He'd have been killed.
Ooh. Especially if they pulled out the switchblade and shit. Now they pulled out a weapon.
Yeah, they came in the fucking store with AR-15s.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh my god.
You kind of got to get hit on the spot, you know, in that type, especially in like a convenience store. God forbid it was in a bad area.
But yet we will make excuses for these crime-ridden areas. We will make excuses for and usually let's people don't want to say this, but I'm gonna say it. Crime-ridden area means really one thing: single mother raised neighborhoods. Come on.
Pretty much. There's no structure or
There's no
consequences.
structure. Everybody wants to say, "Let my baby
Integrity.
Pookie get out." Fuck your baby Pookie. He was a fucking hellion anyway.
Hey, Art, I see you. I sent the message. I don't know why it's not letting me accept it. I'm trying to see if there's another way for us to play this damn game. It's not sending nothing. This is weird.
But here's the fucked up part. We're more worried about if transgender people are really women than to actually secure people in their fucking schools.
Don't remind me of that argument, man.
Yeah,
We're
pretty
more
much.
worried. Let me tell you how fucked up this is. We're more worried of making sure transgender people can read books to kindergartners than actually making sure the goddamn kids are safe.
Yeah.
They actually want us to protect them in the men's shelter.
And read proficiently. And can read competently.
Not only that, Charles, we also worrying about sending funding to other countries so they can take on those same fucked up ass policies.
Yeah.
Shout it courtesy of Mr. Z.
It's funny how you got people like a certain president sending weapons to a place to play in their proxy war, but he wants to take away your guns. It's
Right.
funny how a certain president let the Merchant of Death go.
No, that was because a certain basketball player fucked up. That's on her. And he was put in that position. His hand was forced right there.
Guess what?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. Because
I think
guess
he's
what?
being sarcastic.
Yeah, that too.
He's being sarcastic, but yet, here's the fucked up part. You got a certain president who says, well, we shouldn't, we're going to ban AR-15s, but yet you let a guy who was selling more weapons than Destro on G.I. Joe.
Damn.
Thank you in advance.
Yep. And you let him go, but there's no other excuse here.
Let me ask you something, Charles.
Yep.
So I live in Indiana, as you know, and we have a law here, and I want to get your take on this. We have a law where if you're actually if a cop invades like your home or something like that, you're actually justified in killing him. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a little scary.
One, there's a reason why you yell police when you're going into a home.
Aren't they also supposed to yell that they have a search warrant?
No, you just yell police. I mean, you can, for instance, to make it like a lot calmer, but the problem with a lot of people is this: like, one, why are you going into somebody's home without announcing yourself? Even if I got to break down a door, police, put your hands up. You can't say you didn't know who the fuck was in there. Once I said police, put your fucking hands up, because usually bad guys don't really care to, bad guys don't really care to announce, hey, bad guys, we're here to rob you. Put your hands up. So I don't like it because, that puts causes in harm, but I understand.
I was just curious what your thoughts were. I got a hot take, but I'm gonna hold it for a second until you get done.
I mean, I understand because You know, there could be times I'm sleepy and somebody kicking my door. They could be at the wrong damn door. What happens is you don't announce yourself. I'm gonna think with a normal reaction for a person is to think they're getting robbed or somebody trying to kill them.
Yeah.
this guy in the chat's funny, but yeah,
Who?
man. I think LaShawn, he just said my dogs don't speak English or cop. I thought it was
Yeah.
funny,
But they're
but
fluent in both.
Well,
But they're
he's on
fluent.
that crazy shit.
Oh no, my dogs are fluent in bullets.
yeah, exactly. I mean, like, come on now. We're talking about cops here. They shoot the shit out of dogs all the time. I'm not trying to be funny. Charles, you know it's true.
Well, you
No,
got to
it's
think.
true.
A lot of people have. A lot of
No
people have.
English, no English, no English. So hardly.
But yeah. I mean, I was reading a story about it because I guess that the cops here made a big kerfuffle about it not too long ago, last year sometime, because they were really upset that it got reaffirmed in the legislature here in Indiana
I
because
mean, it's
they were
easily.
like, "Yo, it makes our job unsafe, and
It
we don't
makes
like it."
it's easily avoidable when you like police. Put your hands up. We have whatever search warrant. You're gonna have the back door. You're gonna have the front door covered. So it's very easily affordable, to avoid because now if that guy after you said police, we're damn near all these people are wearing body cams anyway. So what's gonna happen?
Yep.
You're gonna be able to prove to the courts that you went in there saying police.
Yeah, I
So
think it creates another issue though, inadvertently, because if a person, for instance, this hasn't happened yet, but I'm sure it will probably sometime down the line here. But eventually, what will end up happening is a cop will be killed, justifiably killed, and unfortunately, the police force will probably take revenge, and that'll be a shit show.
it's always a shit show.
Yeah, shitty,
But I
shitty shit
think that
show.
that's a very realistic outcome. Because I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like we all know, we know how how cops get down. It's a brotherhood to a certain extent, right? So how is that going to go over if you kill a cop, justifiably? They may or may not care about it. You know what I mean?
Even though it's not the first time that's ever happened. But, they actually acquitted a guy because the police didn't announce they were there. The reason you can kick in the door and announce, well, they might try to get rid of evidence. That's why you hurry up and go through that fucking house quickly.
Yeah, they actually said it isn't even limited. The law isn't limited to just not announcing yourself. It's like if a cop tries to force their way into your residence and you haven't committed or are actively,
I mean,
doing a crime, like
most
you can
cops are,
blast
most cops are hands off nowadays anyway. So it's not, it's not going to be much of a big deal. They're trying to, and a lot of these laws that they're doing are trying to please the public anyway. It's not really because you got to think a lot of these politicians are anti-cop, but they still want the cops to protect them.
What the fuck?
Well, I live in a Republican area, to
That's
be
what they
fair.
say.
It's Indiana's solid red, so
Yeah. So it's some little liberal shit they trying to pass and to get the favor because politically nobody really gives a fuck about the people the fucking the people in
Indiana.
not in Indiana but the politicians. Nobody really gives a fucking trust about the politicians anymore because a lot of them are slime buckets, and it's been proven.
Slimy ass slime buckets.
It's been proven, and
And they're just about, and you understand who's also like, uh, who's like providing them with, with the funding, like all those lobbyists and whatnot. They're worried about, getting getting elected next. They're worried about the next election.
and
So
you got to think about it when you look at these politicians. What have they really done in your area? They never addressed it. They never addressed any real problems. Everybody wants to be. We got to do something about the guns, but you're one of the main people to give guns to the people in these neighborhoods. You don't fix the schools. You don't educate the boys who are committing most of your crimes from 14 to 23. So you're always fighting this battle. Nobody really wants to answer. And I dare any politician to come up here or on my channel to even challenge me on this shit. You're a bunch of fakes and phonies. You wonder why the people of America lost faith in you. And they should. They should. And salute to the cops who are doing their job and not trying to harm anybody unnecessarily. Because, like in any organization, you're going to get some bad apples. You're going to get a lot of.
What's the saying? A few bad apples ruin the bunch.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. And unfortunately, you're not going to get every problem answered in a very quick way.
Right.
Nah.
You get a bunch of these phony ass politicians who are only there for the money, and I don't even know why anybody votes for these dumb motherfuckers, because they have proven time and time again not to be trustworthy. They're not trustworthy people. You're getting a bunch of people who give you a bunch of fucking feminist shit, even though the boys need fucking better education. Well, we got to get these programs for transgender, for girls and everybody. When do these motherfuckers make the fucking the world go round?
They don't determine public policy.
It reminds me what this retired white detective once told me. He said, when you take the guns away from people, they no longer become citizens, they become subjects.
They're trying to do what Hitler did, man.
Take all the hey, you see this in many authoritarian states. They take the guns from the civilians.
Like
and on top of that, you also I can think of worse places.
I mean, think about this. When you're telling people they shouldn't, you're telling people in Chicago they should blow a fucking whistle.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be
BBG
hard
said
for
that.
to get guns away from these people, though. Man.
Chicago's got so many illegal guns, and you're sitting right next to fucking Michigan and Indiana, bro. They're gonna have a steady stream of guns for literally.
I want to point this out to you. Baltimore has an issue with violence like any other major city, but there's only one fucking gun store in fucking the city limits. There's only one.
What does that tell you?
And it's the cop shop. There's only one fucking gun store within the city limits of Baltimore City. Just one.
So how's the crime rate doing?
Absolutely horrific.
Huh. But didn't they take the guns out? What happened?
but nobody.
DK, don't quit. Stop getting cheeky.
Nobody wants to tackle the real issue. When I'm like, yes, I really want you to say it. Just say you just don't want guns in the hands of Negroes.
I mean, they, honestly, they imply it, but they never say it outright.
Because they know it's going to happen.
Pretty heavily.
It's a lot of wink, winking, nudging.
That's really
and of course you don't want that because you don't want it because the press is gonna put it out there. Next thing you know, you are on the outs.
That's what they really should say, because honestly, you don't have any real fucking idea of what you're really gonna do. Notice, go ask your fucking local politician what they're gonna do for crime and what they're gonna do for education.
You can't legislate your way out of situations.
No.
I mean, look at it this way. What's that old Mark Twain quote I keep bringing up every now and then?
I don't let my education get in the way.
No, not that one. If there was money in the truth, people would be speaking it more often. These politicians know where their bread is buttered, and it's damn sure not by telling the truth. That's why they say things. They got to be indirect, because if they're upfront, tell you about it, they're gonna be on the outs, and then that means all that lobbying money gone.
All right, here we gone then.
Excuse me.
80s elevator music.
Actually, it's one of those cheap apps I got to deal with.
I mean, it's
Sorry.
it's terrifically bad when, I'm sorry, like a guy like PK, he drives trucks. You drive interstate, right?
Not anymore. No, I guess technically I do. Yeah, right. Because I go to Michigan. So yeah.
So would it be fair if PK went through? He has a background check, no felonies, no violent crime, no alcoholism, no drug abuse, shit like that. Should he be allowed to legitimately, you know, carry a weapon? Because I'm pretty sure you're trucking cargo, and what if you get stopped and somebody's trying to rob your truck?
I drive through Detroit, so it's a very real, you know,
Real
possibility.
possibility.
Yeah.
So we can't think about it. This is how stupid shit is, right? What type of license you have? Let's say, well, I'll try to get personal. What state license you have? You have like a.
Well, I'm a resident of Indiana, so I have to have an Indiana
So,
license.
so you have an Indiana license. Could you drive through the state of Maryland with an Indiana license?
Well, I have a Class A, so I can drive through all 50. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, every state recognizes each other's state's driver's licenses just for shits and giggles, right?
Correct.
But you're driving what? How heavy are your trucks?
Sometimes as high as 60,000 pounds in total gross.
Yeah, mine's be like 78.
Yeah. So think about it. You have a 60 to 70 to 80-pound projectile. How many people could you kill with that truck?
A lot. A whole lot.
Well, yeah, not every state recognize each other's state's gun permits. Get the fuck out of here.
That's weird.
It's interesting you bring up. It's interesting you bring up about PK having to protect those trucks, because up in Europe, like for a while, they had to worry about like terrorist attacks via large trucking vehicles, where they get like they have somebody just like get their hands on a large truck and try to drive it through crowded areas and try to run over as many people as possible. I remember
Oh,
like
that
was it
a
like
trend. That was a trend from like 2010 to like 2015. That
Yeah,
was a trend.
that was a
They were
trend.
Yeah, no, actually started in 2014. I mean, the first time they did that was in the city of Nice and on Bastille Day.
Yeah.
And then they did that like once in Germany during the Christmas shopping. They also tried to do that in Stockholm at a popular shopping mall during the Christmas shopping hours.
I want to ask all my truck drivers, right? How many rounds do you think that take before it's immobilized?
Say it again.
How many rounds do you think that truck could take before it's immobilized?
Shit ton.
A lot. Not. I mean, you're gonna have to hit it
hit
probably a
the right
dozen times
spot.
plus.
Yeah.
You're probably gonna have to, because of the size of that engine. I doubt that anything below a 50 cal is gonna stop that motherfucker.
Nah,
So-
you can hit it. You can hit it. You can hit it.
Unless you get a clear shot at the windshield and try to hit the driver.
No. If we're just talking strictly about trying to kill the engine, then nah, you don't need a 50 cal. You could probably spend about a dozen rifle, whatever popular caliber you want to use.
But here's also the other problem. How much distance do you need to make 60,000 pounds to stop?
Yeah, you need a lot. Yeah, you need it's 2 football fields if you're just driving.
Yeah, especially with the speed it's especially when speeding at your haul ass and everything.
Yeah, and the weight. If the weight is high, about 2 football fields.
So you got to think about it. If I need a Beowulf, because people forget how heavy and robust a car's engine is.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a fucking tractor trailer. Okay. And that engine in your tractor trailer weighs about how much?
Shit, about as much
What's
as a
this?
car.
Yeah,
Shit.
it's not. It's
So,
that's very
some
heavy.
parts of that engine is actually bulletproof too.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
if you
right
got a
there.
Detroit, and I believe Detroit is also partly made by Mercedes Benz now, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But
Yeah.
some of that block is like damn near bulletproof.
So you got to
Well,
think.
what company? What companies usually are your trucks from? What brand are your trucks?
My
We have the same as over. Well, no, I don't know. You guys got Kenworth, Freightliner, International,
Peterbilt.
Peterbilt.
You got BMW, Scania, for example, up here.
Yeah.
But am I making sense to everybody about the scenarios? Because
Yeah, for sure.
you know, a lot of people be like, "Well, why do you need such firepower
for protection?"
I mean, we got to protect people, and like they have a gun that's called the Beowulf.
Oh, that shit is crazy.
They
I've,
have the Beowulf
I've heard
50
of it.
cal that you could switch out the upper, and you can put it on your AR-15 lower. I mean, it's made to stop cars.
Right.
I don't know if it can stop. If it can kill the engine block of a goddamn of us of a
You're
Mac.
gonna, like I said, you're gonna have to go through about a mag at least.
It turns
They're
into
gonna have to hit. They're gonna have to hit.
it turns into an AR-10, right?
It's even more powerful than an AR-10.
What, like a 308?
It's basically a 50 caliber rifle.
I was thinking it's more like a portable 50 cal.
Yeah, it's a portable 50 cal upper.
Right.
And you got to remember, like, it's not the fact that we could get through it. It's the fact that how long does it take fucking 60,000 pounds to stop? People forget one thing. Like, even if a guy's trying to stab me with a knife, I
You're
can
not
shoot him.
stopping though.
But guess
Yeah.
what? The sheer force of him, unless I just hit him in the T zone and he dropped, that knife is still coming.
Yeah, I ain't supposed to tell nobody, but when I used to drive through Philly or Chicago, I brought one of my guns with me. I ain't even gonna lie. I was praying I ain't never had to use it, but I wouldn't have hesitated.
You'd be so fucked if you get into it. Like, man, a lot of them guys,
I
man, when
stopped
they end
going
up
in
in
them
those
areas,
situations,
bro.
man.
I stopped going in them areas because I'm in Atlanta now. We got like every one of my neighbors got AR-15s.
You got constitutional carry in Georgia.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, we got AKs. A couple of them got 50 cals.
Yeah, y'all motherfuckers, EKs and Chevrolets.
Yeah.
Oh, don't get me started on that shit. Don't get me nostalgic now.
And what makes it really fucked up this is that about the years that we are in a modern, like, you could be minding your business, working in an office. Here comes somebody who got fired who was a piece of shit anyway. It wasn't gonna be shit. I want to go kill everybody in the office. Kill, kill, kill. Imagine.
He better not come to my desk. He gonna
No,
go
they probably tell
back
you like,
downstairs.
"Fam, get out of here! I'm about to shoot up."
If you show up in an 18 wheeler with that same energy, you're not escaping. Like, there's nobody escaping, bro. You're done for.
Yeah.
You gotta remember, a truck can go through a house. The
Building,
damage you can do is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It could decimate a
Your
house.
your juggernaut.
They're basically juggernauts. I mean, if you really
Right.
see, if you want to see fucking awesome destruction, go look at some of these fucking SUVs hit houses.
Yeah. So imagine a truck. Only
that.
thing worse than a truck is a train.
I mean, you got,
On land.
and how much fuel can that motherfucker hold?
A whole lot.
A lot.
So
a lot.
it's
I think like
Usually
150 to 200 gallons, depending on the truck.
correct.
So not only do you have,
unless it's a day cab with one tank on it.
Right.
so not only do you have a goddamn juggernaut, you also have a potential bomb.
Nah, we don't go boom unless we're carrying something. We just burn.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm serious. No,
I
no
mean,
joke. That's what happens.
if you get a fucking deranged enough person, which God forbid that ever happens.
Oh yeah.
I mean, think of the
Oh,
Oklahoma City bombings. That was just an SUV.
Well, I don't know. So let me think about it. If I crash into your house, or then like a fire starts with the tank inside of your house, then there will be a boom. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure. Because I mean,
but
you got, you got a lot of other shit inside your house that's gonna cause that to go boom.
right, right.
so you got a lot of but I always make these arguments to people when they said we should ban guns. I said, well,
Oh shit.
we should ban a lot of shit, shouldn't we?
I mean, UK, you got to worry about knife attacks
I
more
mean,
than guns.
Yeah, they serious
when
with it with the
guys
numbers.
Joe Biden talk about how
Jamaican too.
when Joe Biden talk about, well, look at the UK and Australia. Do you know how many people get stabbed a year in UK?
Right.
You have no idea. That's like ridiculous.
He's probably taking orders from the UK.
I mean, think about it. Everybody wants you. There's a reason why when the government wants you to get something or ban something. And I'm like, I don't want to sound like a fucking conspiracy theorist, but in my heart of hearts, I think some of these incidents are really setups.
I think so too.
Because
I mean,
they have to create chaos before they create a remedy.
you know what?
Artificial.
Oh, before they do, you got to start with a campaign, with a propaganda campaign, just to
Right.
get the people on you. So that's why
That's
they
what
cause
Hitler
fear.
did.
Sometimes, yeah. But then again, I remember what did somebody say? What was it? If you ever listen to the story of Hans Jorgen Massaquoi, an older man looked at Hitler and said, "I will never submit to you." And Hitler looked at him and said, "So be it. I'm coming for your children. Once you're gone, I will have your children."
And where have we heard that?
They call it, Charles. They call it a false flag. I know. Yeah, I get.
Yeah, it's called a false flag attack. You ever heard of Red Cell?
No, what is that?
Somebody hit Art with some cash apps, because when we go in depth like this, the least you could do is support the man show who's posting this educational shit. Somebody hit with a cash app or 3.
It's interesting you bring up gun control, Charles, because up here.
Hold on for a second. Jay Moore, who are you?
Hello, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hello.
Hey, Art, I just wanted to apologize because it
Nah,
didn't
you
work. Maybe we try again next weekend. Please forgive me. I'm sorry.
No, you
gotta turn your camera off.
Yeah, your camera's on.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
And I'm gonna say this: hit Art with some cash apps. I'll tell you what Red Cell is. Red Cell was from, Commander Luchenko, Lushenko, and he was the guy who founded SEAL Team 6. He was tasked by the U.S. government to basically get a couple of operatives from SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force to go to bases and try to see if they can actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Infiltrate and subdue key figures on the base. So they would actually capture pilots. They would actually capture key people on military bases or facilities. They actually were so good. This is how good they were when it came to infiltration. They were so good, they planted fake bombs by Air Force One.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Undetected.
What? What? They had invisible cloaks.
They were that fucking good.
No, they're the best.
They
were that good at infiltration.
They were that fucking good. They put fake bombs by Air Force One.
I need to go to that school.
Like us regular grunts pray, look at these guys like gods.
Like, you got to understand something. When people talk about operatives, you're talking about getting guys who just left SEAL Team 6 and Delta Force, and they're paid good money by the government to check the security. They put
they actually captured one of the nuclear silos with one of the nuclear silos with the payloads.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They're that good. And I'm like, you're telling me that some of these people were not trained by the government to do this shit? I've always said, matter of fact, one guy who was a part of SEAL teams, he became Red Cell, and unfortunately, instead of actually doing his lucrative business of being a personal trainer, where he was making good money, he became a bank robber.
Oh.
Oh shit.
He went too rogue.
Too rogue. And
So his old buddies had to come and get him.
And a lot of people don't understand is that
What made him flip is the question.
No, it sounds like Law Abiding Citizen, like the movie.
I think what made him flip was this. I think he got bored.
Nah, law-abiding citizen was something. You mean wait, law-abiding citizen? You mean that Gerard?
He was
Butler
a
or
civil
something movie?
engineer.
With
No,
Jamie
that was
Foxx in
something
it.
else. Yeah, that's
It
something
was
else.
Jamie
That's something
Foxx.
else.
Oh.
That's something else, though.
Yeah, but I was just saying, like that guy, like in a way, how they portrayed him was. Whoa, is that me making that
Yeah, I
noise?
think. Not me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I was just saying the way how they were portraying that guy in the movie, and like when his buddy, when they talked to one of his buddies, like, "Yo, he's that good. Like, if he got captured, it's probably because he wanted to get captured, or if he's the way how he do things, they plan stuff way ahead of like to get you." So that's what I was just saying. Like, that's the type of stuff that guy sounds like he's on. Those people that the SEAL Team 6 guys are.
You gotta think about it. It's like
Like 5D chess.
the government does things just to test it out.
Right.
They're so arrogant and so efficient is that they're like, go ahead, challenge our security systems.
Right.
They'll actually hire people to say, you know what? We're gonna challenge it. So you can't
Just like the White Hats.
You can't help but to respect this shit.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't understand that when you go through these levels of training, you're no longer a soldier, a sailor, an airman, or a marine. You're an operative. Why do you think they go to private military companies and they pay them top dollar? Because these motherfuckers been through places, the experience they know. It's very humbling when you actually start to look at the world for what it is and not what you think it was or what you were told. And it's like, I've met some of these guys. You would never. I'm not even telling some of the guys business, but I've trained some of these guys offline. They trained me in certain tactics. So when you're talking about people who I personally know who went to the police and fire games, which is like the Olympic Games for fire and police officers around the world. It's the second biggest athletic event, second to the Summer Olympics.
Jeez.
And the one guy I know who helps me with training, he won gold medal in the shooting. And he was part of a certain place in a certain part of the military where they're known for their hat wear. And nod. And it's a certain type of color hat wear. And nod.
Blue and yellow.
The combination.
Yeah, I know.
So there are certain people when we have these conversations that I personally know who tell me and also be like, they be like, Charles, you've been in the thick of shit. You know how shit goes. I said, there we go. And you got to realize is that and they said, look, you're a great investigator.
God damn it.
Go look at just go look. And I'm sorry, when it's funny, as soon as Biden in office, now we get all these fucking active shooters ramped up again.
Mm-hmm.
It's a false flag or something's up. It's not what you think.
I live in Buffalo. I live in Buffalo, and I used to live right down the street from where the top shooting happened. And oh, is that me again?
No, that was me. My phone.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, I'm just over here. It's just when you talk about guns, we're talking about like hey, we should start arming up and teaching people how to shoot and stuff. A lot of these people here are just brainwashing to just stay in, thinking God could keep an invisible force field around them. It's kind of weird.
I do believe God. I do believe God will protect you, and God has created the gun.
That's what I'm saying. But I grew up in a church with a pastor and everything, like as my uncle and him. I just took like he be thinking that the Bible's gonna stop a bullet. I'm like I've seen bullets and I know bigger bullets that could go through you and don't even have to hit you and still take your whole face off. Well, God could save me. Okay.
God also said, "Don't be a damn fool."
Exactly.
He was a damn fool, I tell you.
And God also, every time I hear a preacher who talks about that, I said, the Bible also said, "Lean not to your own understanding." So when you're foolish enough to even say that, you already know, because guess what? There's a reason why Jesus walked with the disciples. Do anybody know what that reason was?
Keep motherfuckers off his case.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And for
what do you think, Simon? What do you think when they tried? Remember that Friday morning was when he was being betrayed. Simon brought out the sword and ripped that dude's ear out.
Yeah, they were there.
And what did Simon? Yeah, they were there to protect him. I mean, that's what that's why Prophet Muhammad had his companions with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's his name? His father-in-law, Abu Bakr, was well respected, and nobody touched him. Nobody touched the Prophet when he was around. When Abu Bakr was around,
exactly.
They all carried swords.
And we don't even have to go that far back. Look at the nation.
Yeah, look at the
they
nation.
do that.
Y'all see that video on my community tab of the nation? I was like, people ask me, there's a reason why you don't see people run up on the minister.
Yeah, he's got protection like that. You don't want to come. You don't want to mess with them. They'll hurt. They will.
And a lot of those guys are ex-military. That's protecting him.
Ex-military, master martial artists. They will fuck you up Sunday. And a lot of people don't understand it. Like, there's even back in Moses' day, there's a reason why his brother Aaron followed him, not just to speak, but also to put in some work. So you gotta look at it like,
he was an ass kicker. He was a certified ass kicker.
Yeah, and Moses was known to pick up a sword or two. So,
but a lot of these people over here just don't like what was it called? Reality. Even if you show them the facts, they don't like it. They don't believe it until somebody already had the gun to their face about to pull the trigger.
Let me ask you this question: how long have you been black?
All my life.
How long have you been in America?
All my life.
Is the black community male led or woman led?
Woman. Never mind. Yes, got the answer.
You got to.
Yeah, then that's the part I keep forgetting a little bit about it because it's fantasy led, and that's the whole thing. I'm like, yo, reality hurts and it sucks, and y'all want me to act like getting hurt doesn't hurt.
Shout out to F Holiday.
When it does.
Shout out to F Holiday. Kill you 5 times before you hit the ground. You had a Yakuza, huh? I remember that Simpsons episode.
Hey, good night, fellas. I'm tired, man. It was good kicking it with y'all, man. Y'all want here next weekend?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
There's only 2 or 3 people doing the Coliseum. Usually it's Art. Once in a while, BGS might do it if Art can't do it, but normally I'm the backup.
Gotcha. Okay, later, guys. Good night.
Later.
Okay.
But you gotta
stay blessed.
Yeah, you too.
But you got to
I
realize,
stay uncursed.
you got to realize is that a lot of stuff that goes in with the government facilities and people that you meet, like there used to be a part of being an American where you had to protect yourself because my grandfather, who's 90 and don't look it, God, I hope I have his genetics. And no, the motherfucker still walks around and runs.
Man, that's good. Shit.
Come on, Charles. I got don't talk to you. Come on, roll with me, boy. Come on, roll with me, boy.
He beat me in a race when he was 60.
Damn.
I was like, I took him for granted, and that motherfucker hurdled. It was like we were running down a block, and some kid came out and he hurdled the kid on a big wheel. And I was like, you know what? I will never underestimate the old again.
Shit, you should see my uncle. I got an uncle who's a veteran, right? And he boxed the name. This dude is 5'5". I asked my cousin, your father's always kind of intimidated me since I was like a teenager. Besides the fact I'm 6'3". I've always had this weird respect because he's always looked at everybody with a squint, right? And I asked him about that. He said, yeah, well, Pops boxed in the Navy. And when he was coming up in Ontario, he saw, some teenagers challenge his dad.
No, that's you. It's got to be.
Is it me?
Is it me?
Hold on a second. How about now?
Every time you're talking,
What about now? Is it me?
It might be Charles. I don't know.
Let me talk. Is it gone now, or are you guys getting a problem?
No, go ahead.
Like I said, my cousin used to tell me, like, his dad used to box in the Navy and everything. And when a couple of teenagers would test him, even though he's like 5'5" and like, stocky, he knocked these motherfuckers out. He knew how to knock them out. And I was like, oh, that explains why I've always been afraid of him. I wasn't afraid, but then again, I had no reason to be afraid. Every time he saw me, he'd say, hey, what's good, neighbor? Come here, son. But I always had that weird fear around him. But they explained to me, no, that's just how he is. And I've always been respectful of him. Like he was one of the uncles who was like one of the first guys to be there for me when I had to go enlist and everything. When it was time for me to ship off.
It was also the fact of the matter that our father's generation, they had to learn to fight, and now we're.
You know what? Now you got to make me change my avatar.
You got to realize it's just that our father's generation learned how to fight with their bare hands, and now because you took for 2 generations after fathers out the homes, you got this cowardly male who needs to pick up a weapon instead of being the weapon. See, my gun is only an extension of me. Now the gun.
We used to fight the neighborhood bully and everybody be around.
Yeah, one of the most enduring thoughts that I had on television, and you may never see this shit again. I'm just gonna say it. You may never see this shit again. Was the Jacksons miniseries when Joe Jackson was seeing which one's it, Jermaine fighting this neighborhood bully, and he said, "You want to fight?" And he brought him to the backyard and gave him gloves. And I forget what the mom's name is.
Catherine.
She was coming out.
That was Angela Bassett, right?
Yeah. And she came out there. Look at the boys. What's going on? What did he tell her? He got to learn how to be a man. And
you remember Friday?
When Jermaine actually knocked him out,
he
was proud of him, and his father was proud of him. You stood up for yourself. And people, and this is a part of the black community. I always say, we kill our heroes. We allow white media to talk about Joe Jackson, who has a very successful family, and birthed the greatest entertainer the world will probably ever see.
I remember D.L. Healy talked about that in his comedy special. He said, first of all, Joe Jackson worked 2 jobs so his wife could be at home with the kids. And he raised his kids right, because if you look at it, all his kids graduated high school, Nobody got pregnant early, was on drugs, or anything like that. Every single one of them was straight up straightened. Hell, I remember, was it like there's a there was a Halloween picture I saw. It was yeah, I think it's on your intros.
Yeah, it's probably me.
Yeah. It was Mike Epps. He had a picture of him with his kids and his grandkids. And it was a picture of them, like all them puff afro wigs. Everybody was dressed like the Jacksons, and he was dressed like Joe Jackson with a belt and all.
Hey,
And as soon as I saw the picture, huh?
I said sometimes you gotta use that belt.
Oh no, I got it worse. I got it worse. My mom, it was not. It was either with African moms. It's a wooden spoon. It was a belt.
Or that shoe.
It was that shoe. The slipper. The slipper is even more.
Got chocolate.
Something
No, the
about
house slipper. House slippers, not the
about
shoes,
the
because you don't want to fuck up a good shoe for your ass.
something about African mothers. They could throw that goddamn shoe like a goddamn batarang. They could bounce that just
Ooh.
like Daredevil's fucking Billy Club. Like they could bounce it off of walls and smack you in the face with it. Like what the fuck? What kind of magical fucking properties this shit has?
Or
Like
she catch you at a time. Or she catch you at a time you least expect it. She'd be like, "Oh, I know you fucked up. But I'm gonna get you soon enough." And every time you try to lie to her, you have to watch yourself. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, when you're saying that, so I'm like, that's not that bad at all. That's actually pretty light. Because I'm like, growing up, my mother grabbed whatever, and like sometimes there's blood on the wall left, or it's like she grabbed like what's it called, the vacuum cord. She grabbed hanger like metal things, or even what's it called, the big huge thick wooden broom, and like one time I got held up like Jesus on a cross and then whipped like a
Jay, you're
slave.
forgetting something.
I'm sorry, but if there's blood on the
Hmm?
wall and you doing that to your kid, that's kind of like almost abuse, man.
That is abuse.
That's going too far.
Yeah,
That's
that
going
was
too
abuse.
far.
I'm not like I know this was. That's what I was saying too. But whatever, it is what it
I
is at this
believe in
point.
corporal punishment. Yes, sometimes you gotta smack a child. I'm sorry. Woo, woo, woo. Get out of here.
Yeah.
But if I gotta break bones or bruise or make you bleed, that's going too far because discipline. I want everybody to know this. Discipline without love is abuse.
Yeah.
I was raised by a bunch of bitch ass niggas. Let me just be honest. It's like all the females was all dominant chicks, and then all the men was just bitch ass niggas. Like I can't even front. Like all of them was like. It was really at a point that like I realized they were just bullies, and I was like, I looked at my uncle that kept on doing stuff. I was like, I looked him in the eye. I was like, yo, just wait till puberty comes. I see my genes. I got that field slave nigga genes. I'm gonna be bigger, stronger than you. I know what the fuck is happening. Wait till that happens. Then puberty kicks in, and he tried to act tough with me. He's about to put his hands up. I looked at him, and then he put his hands back down, and he's like, he knew an ass whooping was about to come, and it was just like, exactly, you knew your place. You're
You know
below
what my
me.
father did once? You know what my father did? I fucked something up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't whoop my ass. He just looked at me and said, "What did you do?" I showed him. I must have been like 10. He's like, He just looked at me and he said, "Go bring me my tools." He made me sit and watch. And then afterwards, he made me do some other things. Like he said, "All right, here's what I'm gonna need you to do. Because I'm getting tired of whooping your ass, all right? I'm going to need you to do certain things like clean up the house and shit." So because he already taught me how to shine up shoes by the time I was like 9. So I was shining shoes by then. So I was like, because I realized, hey, if I do this, I'll stay out of anybody's head. But the point he was trying to teach me was, since you messed this up, you got to learn how to do this shit, but you got to make a tone for it, because it's better than your mom whooping your ass all the time. You got to learn how to fix your mess. So from now on, and then I looked at him and said, so basically, if it's my mess, I got to clean it up. He said, yep. I mean, That's why I didn't always get caught. When I did get caught, yeah, I did catch hell, but there were times when I did not get caught because I just looked at them and said, no, my mess, let me clean it up.
You know what? When I'm hearing, sorry.
No, and I
was
just learned how to
saying,
repair shit. That's all. But go ahead.
I was saying, like, hearing that, as soon as I heard that, like, the beginning part about your dad grab the tools and saying, like, you watch, I was like, wow, that's beautiful. I wish I could see that. And I'm just like, it just shows that, the difference between, like, not having real men around and actually doing things, because it really took to the point that I had to start threatening to whoop their ass or kill them for them to even stop trying to pull that stuff up and pull these stunts on me anymore. Because they really have, like, what's it called? Like, my family come from the islands, so they're like one off
which
slavery.
islands?
They still got the Jamaicans, and
well,
I'm Jamaican, St. Vincent. What's up?
I'm there's a place in Africa that Jamaicans have a large affinity for. You know where that is, right?
What?
The place where the Rastas call home?
Ethiopia? What is it?
Ethiopia.
Oh,
I'm
because it was the only place that never got took. Isn't that what's it called, Nipsey?
Yeah, Nipsey and everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, have you ever been around my people? Oh wait, you're in what city are you in?
I live in Buffalo, in New York.
Okay, not that many. All right, so it's like if you were in the DMV, you'd see a lot of us.
See,
But,
the only reason why I know is because I study. Like, once I saw, like, Nipsey's a certain African, so I just looked it up and
on his dad's side, yeah,
kind of
my tribe,
phenotype.
Yeah. But like you said, like I said, like that thing about my father, like, because they realized, listen, you got to learn how to fight, but they were scared about putting me through martial arts school because they thought, he might get too violent because, I was a little angry little motherfucker. But in hindsight, my father was like, you know what, put him through it. That would have calmed him the fuck down. Just like learn to play football, soccer, that is, excuse me. That would have been cool. That was a lot more fun. At least I got it from just like clean up doing all those things and learn how to clean and just learn how to be myself. I mean, when you learn how to do certain skills, like when your mom teaches you certain skills, your father's going to be taking advantage of you, looking at you like, all right, I need you to press these shirts up for me. And it's a skill I haven't forgotten.
You're not supposed to forget.
You can't forget certain things. I mean, shit, I remember when somebody fucked up one of my, like, cassette. Who remembers trying to fix a cassette tape?
I did it before. My brother destroyed my damn Michael Jackson tape. Piece of shit.
Which tape?
It was a Michael Jackson tape. I forgot the name of the album, but I finally found it back years later. But because after when he destroyed that tape, I basically taped his ass to the wall and then slowly ripped the tape off of his body and shit because he really pissed me off so much.
Wait, hold on a second. How big was this kid, motherfucker? How small? How big was he?
He was like
at the time you taped him up.
He was like 6 at the time or 7, one of those two, and so I just taped his big ass right to the damn wall.
No, how big was he? Was it like 3 foot, 4 foot tall?
Probably around those. Like, he's 10 years younger than me, so it's like he finally just got to my height a little bit and passed me, maybe about to pass me soon.
All right. So, yeah. Jamaicans will whoop their kids' ass. What was it? If you remember Russell Peters, he had the joke about Indians not being afraid to kill their own kids because I'll make one. If I get rid of one, I'll make another one, and then I'll teach this one. And explain to the new one how much of an idiot the last one was. You remember having to take a beating for your younger siblings, or like anytime your siblings got hurt, your parents look at you like, where were you?
Nah, they were on that.
Nah, I'm the firstborn. I got all the beatings for them. So when they finally got it, I was the one like laughing.
Yeah.
I was like, yes, finally.
I got
please.
the whooping.
Love hearing you scream.
My youngest sibling never got the beatings because, like they said, my mom was too tired to deal with him. because he also he was a baby. You know, he was a baby, and he already learned from us what not to do. And in their eyes, he couldn't do any wrong. I'm like, this little mother. And what's more fucked up is I now when I have the conversation with this motherfucker, he's my height. But we just always go back at each other with all our wits, with the witty comments, everything.
Yeah, that's what my brother now is. Me and him, like, he's just since he's the same height and everything, we just be talking, like, reminiscing about it. He's like, yo, back in the day, that stuff was torture. But now when I think about it, it's funny as hell. Like, yeah, you deserve it, you piece of shit. Because he kept doing stuff on purpose to get me in trouble and then messing with me. So I can't mess with him because he was a little favorite kid. So, okay.
He was a
See how
baby.
you want to play. Yeah, until the new babies came in. So,
Well, guys, I think big. Everybody,
Yeah, we got to call it a night.
Yeah, everybody who came up. So, any
Hey,
last
much
words?
appreciated.
Yeah, no problem.
Nothing much. You guys stay blessed and thank you for the time. Stay safe out here.
Oh wait, Jay, you see my avatar?
Yes. Speak. Where are you? I wasn't paying attention to the
Neymar,
thing.
Naymmaa.
Yeah, I see it. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yo, Art, drop
up?
your PSN in the back chat.
Oh, look in the back chat.
Okay. That's my mom's generation. You know, those were freedom fighters from our independence war. So I used to joke about how many, you know, because there were a lot of women fighting who fought alongside the men, right? And sometimes I joke about, I'm glad we have gun control back home in Eritrea, because otherwise moms would have been, some of us moms who were veterans would have been pistol whipping our asses. So I'm glad they had no gun. But then again, they wouldn't have done that to us. They wouldn't have whooped our asses. They would have because they don't beat us to a pulp. They would just whoop our asses, but then they have to go have us go walk it off and then later talk to us about this shit because you know why I whoop your ass, right? Hey, when you try to cry, they're like, hey. When you start crying as a 6-year-old, you're like, they're like telling you to swallow it or keep it down.
Exactly. Looking at you like
I'm
you're
just glad I
stupid,
didn't
like,
get my ass
yo,
whooped.
it hurts.
I know it hurt. I was like, I know it hurt. It hurts me more than it hurts you, though. Anyway. Anyway, Art, thanks for having me over. Much appreciated.
Yes, sir.
You have a good night, you know. Stay blessed, folks. Jesse, good seeing you, man.
See y'all. Stay safe.
All right. Take it easy, guys.
Good night.
All right.